Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 2022 British and Irish Cup, being brought to you live from West Park, Leeds, RUFC. We had a fantastic day of action on Saturday that saw 7 teams from each country compete across 2 tests, with 3 tests played today. The only exception to that was in the men's 40s exhibition category. They played 3 tests yesterday and will just play 2 today, both of which we will be bringing you live on pitch 1 at West Park. To bring you up to speed on the scores from the categories yesterday, Great Britain lead in the Women's Open, having won 2 games and having not lost a single one, including that impressive 14-1 win that we saw on pitch 2 live stream for you yesterday. Ireland, however, hold the advantage going into day 2. They lead 2-0 in mixed seniors, mixed open and the men's 30s. And then we have 2 categories that are tied. Men's open tied after 2 tests for the first time in a long time. Great Britain picking up the win in game 1, but Ireland winning for the first time against Great Britain in that category since 2017, meaning that category is tied at 1-1. The women's seniors is tied at 0-0. 2 games and 2 draws in that category. The first game was drawn 0-0, and the second game was drawn 3-3. So both teams looking to get themselves off the mark in that category. So of the 6 eligible categories, that means Ireland leading in 3, Great Britain leading in 1, and 2 tied. The men's 40s exhibition category, 3 tests were played yesterday. The first one by Ireland, the second by GB, and then the third was picked up again by Ireland. So they hold the advantage in that exhibition competition today. Barry Keary is alongside me. Barry, it was, as we've said there, with 3 categories in Ireland's favour, an impressive day for the Irish yesterday. You and your coaches, managers, players must have gone to bed feeling pretty chuffed with your day's work.
Yeah, we were happy enough with how yesterday went, Will. Hoping that today goes just as well. We're up in a few categories, but GB are definitely in the mix as well. Because you would expect that GB will be targeting men's open today, targeting ladies open, which brings them back into it. That those 2 categories being secure, and it looks like they're going to win ladies open. So it's still all to play for today. I love my sporting cliches, Will, right?
It is certainly still all to play for, and we hope that you will join us for the full day's action. We've got 8 test matches coming at you on pitch 1 today. We're going to kick off with the mixed seniors. Remember, Ireland leading that category 2-0. Then we stay in the mixed camp and move to the opens. Again, the score 2-0 to Ireland. The third game will be one of the men's 40s matches, game 4 in their competition. We stick with the game 4 themes for the women's games following that. Women's seniors first and women's open after that. Men's 40s will kick off the final round of games at 1:35. We then have the final game from 2:30 of the men's 30s, and the very last game of the tournament, kicking off at 3:25, will be men's open game 5. And as you can see on the schedule on screen now, pitch 2 and 3 will also have 6 games on them through the day. Now, we're not bringing you those on the live stream, but if you are nearby and you want to brave the Yorkshire drizzle and grey and come down to watch them tag live, then do come down and do that. There's plenty of space for the fans to join, and the teams will obviously love the support and being cheered on. So looking at this mixed seniors category that we'll see first up on pitch 1. We mentioned yesterday how it's seesawed between the two countries over the last two B&Is. In 2019, it was one of the categories won by Great Britain. They picked it up 2-0 with one draw. Last year in Limerick, it was won 3-0 by Ireland. They whitewashed that series. They're on course to do the same again today, 2 wins from 2 games. But Great Britain, they will be out there committed to making sure that doesn't happen. All the series are, of course, still alive. Of the 6 that count towards the B&I, with only 2 tests played yesterday. No one has yet tied theirs up. And we could see in any of the categories a miraculous comeback to turn things around from 2-0 down and end up winning 3-2. Barry, do we think there's any surprises potentially on the cards today?
I don't think there will be massive surprises in the mixed categories. It looks like Ireland might win those all right. But the other categories are close. Like, I think men's 30s is possibly closer than the 2 results yesterday would suggest. Although I understand from talking to the mixed seniors, having said that in their second match yesterday they were down for most of the game and only got ahead right at the very end to win by a point. So they certainly would perceive that it's a lot closer than the results thus far would suggest. Speaking
to my coaches from mixed seniors, they were telling me the same thing, that they were leading 5-2 at one point around half time, and so particularly disappointing for them to have a lead like that and see the Irish team come back. In a way, it was kind of a mirror image of the first game in that category, Barry, when we saw Ireland leading 7-0 at the break. Great Britain brought it back to 7-6. They couldn't complete the job. However, Ireland showed GB how it was done with the comeback in the second game.
Yeah, that's fair, but like 1 point isn't much in mixed, and you're never really totally safe in mixed, because if you get a couple of guy tries or a girl try or 2, you can quickly close a small 4 or 5 point lead.
Absolutely. Just to remind those of you who maybe today or yesterday were joining us for the first time, having not really watched much tag rugby, but keen to find out more about the sport. The scoring is fairly simple. It's just 1 point for a try. However, we do have a bonus box at the end of either try line, in the middle of either try line, marked in orange cones here at West Park. If you score in that box, you get an extra point to your name. So 2 points instead of 1. However, if you're playing in mixed, it is 2 points for a female try and 1 point for a male try. So you then add on another point if either of them score in the box. So that means that the maximum that can be scored in one try in the mixed category is 3 points if a female player scores in the bonus box. So as Barry says, Ireland in control in both of the mixed categories, but certainly the opportunity for a comeback and for things to change up as Great Britain look to get themselves back into the competition. And it will be mixed seniors who have that first opportunity here. So we've got the two teams coming onto the field here. That double hooter you'll just have heard is the signal for 2 minutes to go before kickoff in this one. Great Britain heading out onto the field now. Sarah Jackson, Amanda Scarfo, Jackson Dalton, Ronan Farrell, Ben Picnic, Jill DeToy, Sarah Jones and Mike Dowd, the starting 8 in this one. So they will be looking to get themselves on the board early doors and to build a lead that they can then preserve through the rest of the game. Barry, who are some of the main names for us to be watching out for in the Irish mixed seniors team?
I would say David Hayes from Cork, possibly Alex Mullen, the player coach, Ellie O'Gorman, Tamsin Perry, who, as we discussed yesterday, came all the way from Australia to play, Cathal Mooney and Mike Reedy, definitely Mr. Hogan, who scored a lot of tries at the B&I last year, so it'll be interesting to see how this match goes.
Now, you mentioned David Hayes there. He tells us that he has been celebrating your birthday longer than he's actually known you, but that he doesn't actually know when your birthday is.
Yeah, Dave thinks it's my Dave thinks it's my birthday every week of the year. I think it's just a tradition with him. He likes to order me birthday cake wherever we go. So
we're underway in this one. It was Mike Dowd who fielded the kickoff from Ireland, had to control it with his feet to avoid any risk of a knock-on. And our first penalty of the game. And it is Dowd now that plays the ball forward and breaks through the gap. He had O'Neill in support and Jones in support. And here's Farrell taking the ball up quickly, goes backwards through the hands of Jackson.
Well done by Sinead Egan. She captured the loose ball there, so Mick Senior got a chance to respond now. Ireland haven't given away a penalty at the start.
Yeah, they'll take a breath there. It's a bit of a frantic start.
Ireland getting possibly a bit lucky there with the knock-on not being called in the wet conditions, with tag being made almost simultaneously. Good tag by GB.
That was a fast line that Dave Hogan was on there. If Jill DeToy hadn't managed to make that tag, he could well have been through. And now we see Dara Conway, who injured his knee as he threw himself to the ground yesterday. He was complaining about it to me first thing this morning when he arrived at the club. But Ireland forced to kick. And here's Picnic. Finds Dalton. And the advantage being played to Great Britain for the late tag. Jones tagged there and reset to 0. Dowd full of running first thing this morning, and tricky for Ireland to lay a hand on him. Jones finds Jackson and she's tagged by Conway. Scarfo's at dummy half. She picks and goes herself. There's a gap. She saw that Conway was further back in the line and makes some good ground there. Jones at first receiver. Hands it off to Farrell. Fakes to Dowd and then into the hands of DeToy, and she does just manage to cling on, but tagged as she was catching the ball. Farrell picks and goes, and the ball's loose and on the ground. It's going to make it slippy to hold on to. It has been raining most of the night here and drizzling through the morning so far. And a pick and go from Billy Lyons. He's tagged short of the line. Jones at dummy half, and Great Britain lined up to the left. The fake pump from Farrell, and he's through for the opening score for Great Britain.
Yeah, Great Britain have started this game very strongly. Attacking Ireland at pace. Ireland struggling to hold with them. Get the score to start the game 1-0.
They had no choice, Barry. They had to start fast. They had to do what they could to overturn the 2-game deficit in the series. And wonderful to see Great Britain get into an early lead. They need to back it up now. Jay Bear with one of his trademark big kickoffs, but it is controlled with the feet by David Hayes.
Mikey Reedy with a nice break here now. He has options. Ellie O'Gorman is very quick. She's going to make ground for sure.
Scrambling back there to make the tag was Billy Lyons, and here is Hayes involved again. Sprinted from a long way back to collect that one.
Sandra Williams on the ball now. She looks to break inside, but it's a good tag. Ireland have options left and right. The coach wants it to go right, but he gets the ball instead. Opts to attack the line. Doesn't quite make it. Oh, small handling error by Sandra Williams, unfortunately. It's turnover, Mick Senior, but at least the turnover is in the right place of the pitch.
Yeah, just as the attack was building encouragingly for Ireland, a handling error slips in. Lions, plenty of zip around the ruck ball. Oh, and a mistake there, and Pilgrim dropping that. She picked it up. She needs to make sure she kills the ball if something like that happens.
Some confusion there as to whether it was an Irish ball or a GB ball, but the row was taken correctly and it was just knocked on in the act of picking it up. Mike Reedy looks like he might be in the corner, and he is for 1-all.
Good try there, twisting and turning through the British defence and into the corner. Lions attempting to make the try-saving tag, but just couldn't quite grab a hold. Potentially some cold hands first thing in the morning. We've seen handling errors from both sides.
Yeah, conditions are difficult though, and the ball's bound to be slippy given how wet the ground is, especially at the start.
We can hear on the gazebo that Barry and I are lucky enough to be under. But the rain is starting to get heavier again, having eased off a little bit just before kickoff.
GB looks to build from the back again, but Ireland are up fast to make the tag.
Here's Lau. She went for a quick dart onto the speedy roll. Bear kicks early and it's high but below shoulder height. Conway back in a sweeper roll. Collects that, but he can't get away from Hafa Karim. And that just nudged forwards. Ireland will continue.
Yeah, Ireland
nice play over on the far side. Sees Murray sprinting down the left wing. And then another handling error. This time it's from Dave Hogan of Ireland. Again, just as that Irish attack builds.
Yeah, Ireland had a bit of field position there, but the handling error lets them down. But yeah, it's difficult conditions. Definitely glad I'm under the tent and not out there playing well.
I would agree with you there.
Good,
also
fast.
The advantage of more bacon sandwiches under this tent.
Than you would if you were playing.
Yes.
I'd say competitively you're better if you're if
you've had bacon sandwiches beforehand.
At the start, yeah.
Barrel kicks that down towards halfway. Conway did
Breaks
really
up.
well, scooping up the loose ball and making some ground off it.
And
Hogan.
Hogan on the ball. GB defending well. Ireland looking at their options. Michael Ridley has to go wide. Carl Mooney is tagged before he has a chance to decide whether to go outside or not.
And a good step there from Ridley.
Pops to Dara Conway. Dara Conway looks like he might be in, but he's tagged just before the line. It's back to Ridley, who opts to go outside to Mooney. Mooney to Hogan, and Hogan looks like he might be in for the second try of the day. And he is, yeah. 2-1 Ireland.
So that early lead for Ireland gone already. So early lead for Great Britain gone already. Ireland moving into the advantage here.
Yes, but it's two very evenly matched teams, with the match being end to end in the first 7-8 minutes of this game.
Yeah, it's good to see both teams coming out the blocks and playing some attacking tag at this early time in the morning. 9 a.m. of course, not a time that people are most used to playing tag. Socially, of course, people play in the evenings through the week and the afternoons at the weekends. When we have our weekend tournaments, we do usually start around 10 or 11 in the morning, but having to start extra early today to ensure that the Irish players are able to get their flights back home on Sunday evening and be at work tomorrow as the break comes from
break from Sandra Williams. Tag just before the line, but GB are rushing to get back, but Ireland have the chance to go wide. They could be dangerous here, and I think they're in for another try for David Condon.
They are, so all of a sudden Ireland stretch out to a 2-point margin. 3 quick tries, and Great Britain really need to stop this slide here. They started so positively. The enthusiasm was clear on the faces of the players.
Yeah.
They need to make sure that translates to the tag that they are playing.
GB just need to get the ball and keep it for the 6, look to settle, potentially exit if possible.
Yeah, the last 2 exits have only reached halfway, and that's part of the problem. It's provided Ireland with a platform, and they've taken full advantage on both occasions, but that much more positive interplay from Lau and Karim finding Lyons on the right wing. He worked his way up towards halfway. Lau decides they are going to go back on that right-hand side. Elliott was calling for the ball. Lau went herself into Irish territory now.
It's good tag by Tanja
half
Perry
through the gap, but a really good tag by Perry, as you say.
GB
there,
with some
first
field
receiver
position.
changes direction, escapes the clutches of the first marker, has to pull out the soccer kick on the floor as Mikey Reedy was coming in. He had his hands down. You're not allowed to kick when someone is attempting to pick up a loose ball. Hogan caught in possession by Pavlovic.
Ridley again, looking to move the ball back inside from Egan to Perry. GB defending very well. 3 tags, running about 2 meters gained. Ireland opt for the exit. Looking for the 50-10. I think it's going to be just short, potentially. Is it? No. Yeah, it's Ireland 50-10. Good kick by David Hayes.
Yeah, it's done well, Hayes. Just sneaks it over that yellow cone that marks the 10-meter mark.
Yeah, Mick Senior now with a chance to attack here, getting the full set of tags as a result of the 50-10. On the 10, they'll look to score straight away, but Hayes is tagged before he can get the ball down.
Conway celebrating and finding his tag has already gone. Here's Perry now.
He was a little bit too soon there. Alex Mullen in the corner, but no, he's tagged. And it looks like his foot may have been touched. No, just tag.
Double tag there by Sims as Egan attempted to go over in the same place that Mullins had tried. Perry's knocked that ball forwards into the arms of Jay Bear, and Great Britain escape. Bringing the ball out 10 metres for the roll. There finds Pilgrim, she's space in front of her.
Ireland are up quickly to make the tag. Ireland's line speed very strong in the first, after the first couple of minutes.
It's one of the things we saw from them yesterday as Great Britain worked the ball over to Picnic on that far side.
Probably one of the hardest aspects of tag, being all the shuttle sprints up and down well.
Yeah.
It's good for pre-season fitness if you're a rugby player, so they tell me, or a high-level hockey player.
It certainly is, yeah. If you're looking to improve your rugby union and rugby league game, then tag will definitely help with that. The tag made on Pavlovic as he thought he was nearly through. Loose ball bobbling around into the arms of Sarah Jackson. In the end, it's better that the tag had been made. And Bear caught in possession 10 metres inside his own half, and that's fifth and final tag of this set, so Britain will be forced to kick, and it's Karim who does so. The whistle's gone from Davis, and offside Ireland, so it will be a penalty on halfway.
That's a pity, because Ireland have done quite well to tag GB up to 5 to force the kick to gain back possession, and then ruined by a lazy offside.
Here's Jones now at centre.
Perry with the tag again and again, 2 in a row.
She's so fast moving off that mark. Karim could not get away.
Again for number 3.
Picknett tries this. Calling for the late tag, but it's plays continued. The toy will go left to Bear. The miss pass to Jackson Dalton. He's through here. He gets checked. And the penalty is going to be given against Ireland. Conway's line, as he followed that ball, was deemed by Davis to have deviated too much into Jackson Dalton's path. Contact made on him there.
Good tag by Sue Howley.
Great Britain in a very promising position. They go left again to Dalton. Scarfo twists and turns, and ball back out the hands of Jackson. Play on. Bear will find Mike Dowd. He is tagged. Perry involved again. She's a real standout in this Irish defence, and then not for the first time we see a GB handling error at the roll ball.
Yeah, I think there's been handling errors on both sides, to be fair, just indicating how sticky the conditions are. Ireland look to build now from the back, with GB hoping to replicate Ireland's line speed. Cathal Mooney on the ball, he gets tagged inside to Dark Conway, who unfortunately slips as he looks to step. Michael Ridley on the ball now, as Will waves his sandwich in my face to try and put me off. Ireland look to attack from deep, but GB again matching Ireland line speed, and they're coming up and they're putting Ireland under pressure. David Hayes opts for the exit kick, which is probably the right call. Ridley chases it, needs to be careful not to initiate contact. GB player slips to her knee, which is a tag when someone's within tagging distance, and we've another tag from that. David Hayes up quickly to make the third one. GB look to go wide, but again Ireland are up fast to make the fourth tag. It's not a good defence by Ireland here. GB working hard but not really gaining much ground.
Dowd with the little kick, soccers it along the ground.
So it looks like it's a tag.
10 metres inside the Irish half.
Must have been
changeover. Davis jogging back over now into the British line.
Must have been simultaneous, so when he opted for the kick, once he touched the ball again, it's counted as a tag. So Ireland look to go again. From the middle, Katie Bywater playing in the middle. She played for lady seniors team in the ITS, so mixed senior are giving her a shot today, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes. Michael Ridley looks to offload, but he's tagged before he can get the ball away.
So far a strong defensive set from Great Britain, keeping Ireland around this 10 metre line inside their own half, and Lau continues that there with a good tag. Ireland are going to be forced to kick, and that one rather high from David Hayes. He's managed a really good 50-10 earlier in the game. That one just the wrong side of being a strong kick.
Yeah, just a little bit too high there. Right decision to kick, just the kick was slightly too high. It can be hard to remember to keep it below shoulder height, as well as trying to get a 50-10 and concentrating on not knocking on the ball. Again,
Half of it finds Pilgrim, but the ball was behind her, so she had to check her run and twist there. Farrell then caught further back. Ireland gaining ground defensively here. This line working so well together, and GB unable to get anything there. Dowd finds Sims on the wing and a little bit more space there, but O'Gorman avoids the loss of ground being too great. Lau with the kick. Knocked back by O'Gorman into the hands of Sandra Williams.
Ridley on the ball, he gets tagged. Bywater looks to go inside to Hayes. Hayes to Mikey Reedy. Mikey Reedy's looking for an option, but unfortunately they've all gone right. But that's okay. It looks like McSenior can keep it alive. Looks like it might be a tag in the middle, or is it a turnover for forward pass potentially?
It is, so Great Britain with another opportunity just the right side of halfway from their point of view. Dowd switches sides of the roll ball, and there's Pavlovic off the shoulder of Farrell. Lau and Dowd linking up, and again Dowd goes for the little kick, but caught once again. The game stopped for an injury substitution for Ireland. Usually play would be allowed to carry on in that situation. Now the ball over into the hands of Sim. She's shown pace every time she's got the ball on that side, but Ireland just really strong at closing down the space around her.
Good tag by Perry again in the middle.
It's Lau to Dowd, goes for the dive, but the tag is made by Ema Martin.
Defending well here, GB going left and right, but not really getting anywhere. Handling error, which Perry seizes on. She looks to make yards. It's last play. She opts to go outside to Condon, and he gets tagged. And that'll be the break with the score 4-1 to Ireland, which is only 3 points. A lot closer than 7-0, which is the score yesterday at half-time.
Yep, certainly closer than that one. It was Great Britain who started off with the early score in this one. Ireland, though, having looked a little bit shaken by that Great Britain start, got themselves very much into the game, picking up 4 tries following that to move themselves into what is still a commanding lead, while it's not as sizable as yesterday's. And of course, this is effectively match point now, Barry, in this category. If Ireland win here, they will lock up mixed seniors. There will be no coming back for Great Britain.
Yeah, that's correct. And at the moment, after a slightly shaky start where GB started really strongly, Ireland have this match in control. But it's only 3 points, which in mixed could be as simple as a girl try in the box. So the game is by no means over, and it's close. Ireland will have to keep their line speed at that level of intensity for the rest of the day. So it'll be interesting to see if they can continue with this level of momentum and look to try and get a few more scores on the board to close this game out, and as you say, close out the category.
That's certainly where Ireland have looked most impressive, Barry, is their ability to get their defensive line up so quickly, making the tags on Great Britain and avoiding them gaining any ground. We have seen some play inside Irish territory, but in general, it has certainly been the Irish in control and looking good to defend their own line. Great Britain have had plenty of ball. They just need to try and unlock that defence, create the gaps, create the holes, and then the scores will come. They have the players to do it.
Yeah, they certainly do, based on what we saw yesterday, with the both games being only a 2-point and a 1-point win for Ireland, which shows you how close the two teams really are. So you would expect both teams to go at it 100 miles an hour at the start of the second half, on a bid to get a score or two on Ireland's side to close it out, and on GB's side to turn it back into an arm wrestle, which it definitely can be in these conditions. I'm just glad it stopped raining. At least it means there'll be less handling errors and there'll be more an opportunity to let the players play a bit more with a bit more width, a bit more innovative attack. So it'll be interesting to see what Mick Senior have up their sleeve, so to speak, at the start of the second half.
Yep, we can see the sun trying to break through the clouds in the distance. It is a beautiful autumnal Yorkshire morning here. The weather did a lot better than it was forecast yesterday. We were anticipating having rain all day,
but luckily
it ended up being a pretty dry day. It was dewy on the ground at the start, but then after just a light drizzle, the conditions set fine for the rest of the day. No sun, but we can't have everything. The thunder that was forecast certainly didn't turn up, and so we'll hope that we get lucky again today.
Yeah, agreed. So here we go. Second half. What was it you said, Will? Match point?
Match point. Of course, every win is crucial. Great Britain Mixed Seniors, even if they were to go down in this one, would be targeting winning their next 2 games and making that making their contribution towards the overall GB cause in the event that the series end up tied on 3-3 or 2-2, to ensure that Great Britain has an opportunity to win on matches won throughout the 6 eligible categories. But we're not at that point yet. We have 20 minutes of tag ahead of us for Great Britain to mount a comeback in this 3rd test and keep the series alive, and they will have the belief they can do that. And it starts with a strong kick from Jay Bear.
But unfortunately,
slightly too strong. It will be a tap on halfway.
Just went out in the full, a little bit unlucky there. Just slightly overcooked it, which means Ireland will have a penalty, as you say, on halfway, and an opportunity to attack. And it's a real sort of sucker punch to start a half like that, because now you got to defend and the other team gets to start on halfway.
Yeah, already the territory in Ireland's favour, as Conway with his long arms manages to reach out, gather that one in. And we're seeing Bradshaw now on the ball. Wasn't involved in the first half, and a breakthrough by Ireland, but Karim making the tag as he tripped as he did so, so it will be a penalty to Ireland. 6 again.
Yeah,
so double error at the start of the second half for Great Britain. Ireland were looking to take full advantage.
Yeah, Carl Mooney on the ball now, veteran of the 2015 World Cup where he played for Mixed Open, moving to Mixed Senior last year.
And Great Britain get the fortunate turnover without conceding. So we see Susan Eriksson returning to the side. She wasn't involved at the ITS. Taking the ball up there, and she's now on the shoulder of Jackson, who finds Karim, and he does get through that gap, but a wonderful diving tag by Jim Bradshaw stops him getting any further downfield. Picknett now at first receiver.
Yeah, good tag by Sandra Williams. Again, Ireland's line speed's very strong. They'll be happy with that at the start of the second half. GB up for the kick through.
Yep, Bear had to pick that up off his toes. Dalton found it well and got it back to Bear, and then a second kick, and it's gathered by Ben Picknett, the captain of Great Britain Mixed Seniors. They score their second try. They start the second half as they did the first with the opening score, 4-2.
Yeah, nice bit of quick thinking by GB there, getting the offload away before the tag and then opting for the kick almost immediately into the space, and a good finish in the corner. Exactly the start that GB would have needed at the start of the second half.
Their tactical kicking hadn't necessarily been working for them so well in the first half, but it did perfectly there. 2 consecutive kicks from Jay Bear. First gathered in by Jackson Dalton and flicked back to him. The second popping up beautifully for Picknett to score in the right hand on the right hand side.
Be interesting to see how Ireland respond to that early concession now.
Well, their response in the first half was spot on. 3 quick tries followed their concession.
Yeah, so Ireland look to go wide again. Trip Bywater, Mikey Reedy to Emer Martine. but it appears the ball may have been forward, unfortunately, so it's going to be a turnover and it'll be GB ball.
Opportunity for GB to try and go back to back here on scores as Mike Dowd sees there was no marker, picks and goes. Detroit round the first defender. Reedy coming across to cover. Dowd now pulls it back to Farrell, who steps around his defender, finds Lyons.
Good tag by Reedy. He has a covering tag on the GB player.
This is far more positive play by Great Britain. Dowd makes himself an option again. Lau goes to Pavlovic. They work it over to the right-hand side. Detroit. Oh, it looked like she just left that ball to bounce before scooping it up to avoid the knock-on. Not deemed to be the case.
I think her body language gave her away there. Will, she should have faked it till she made it, because her body language indicated to the ref that she thought she'd knocked it on, which sort of made the decision for him.
Often does give things away, and we're just pausing here. Play back underway through the hands of Reedy, and that one certainly is forwards. Just couldn't cling on to the wet ball.
Again, unfortunate handling error there. Again, a lot of field position for GB, a lot of pressure. Ireland mixed senior having to do a lot of defending.
We know that's their forte though, Barry. As Farrell manages to skip through and so nearly finds Lyons. Fumbles the ball forwards over the line, and what could have been such a crucial score goes begging for GB.
I think Alex Mullen would have had the tag anyway, Will. Okay, and it's Ireland on the ball. Ireland look to break down the pitch, and Jimmy Bradshaw passes inside to Mike Reedy. Mike Reedy outside to Dave Hogan. Hogan gets down the wing, but he gets tagged. He'll look to recycle to Sinead Egan. She opts to go inside to Mike Reedy, who opts for the kick, perhaps looking for 50-10. But I think it's gone into touch just short of the 50-10, so it'll be GB ball in 10, and GB will get a chance to attack, but Ireland in the right area of the pitch from their perspective, where they want to be. So Ireland look to try and force the turnover here now with their line speed forcing an error, which is pretty much what happened. We have a handling error now, so it looks like GB insisting the ball went back, but the ref's not buying it. So Mick Senior will get a chance to attack. Sue Howley on the ball. She gets tagged just short of the box. Jimmy Bradshaw in quickly. Perry opts to go outside, and it's going to be a turnover for surrender, unfortunately, for Perry, because she stopped moving there. You must continue to move and try to evade. Otherwise, it'll be a turnover for what seems to be surrender. Again, GB look to move the ball quickly. Ireland's line is a little bit ragged, but
certainly not surrender there from Picknett. He manages to avoid the tags. Perry does make one on halfway. And Karim with the break. He's past two defenders, three now, avoids the fourth and finds Bear with the ball still alive. Flicks it out to the wing. It's a difficult ball for Elliott to take.
It's going to be a knock-on against GB. Perhaps would have been better off opting to keep it simple, close to the line.
Yeah, they'd gained so much ground there that it's a real shame for GB. They let it go begging with the loose pass at the end. Sure, just on the ground here, helped up by Bear. Conway picks and goes down the blind side, avoids the attempted tag from Elliott, but Bear is there sliding on his knees athletically to take it.
Sue Howley inside to Bradshaw. Mullen on the ball now. He's looking to go outside. He wants Hogan as an option, but he's tagged before Hogan can get there to take the offload. Hogan back inside now. Sinead Egan will be there to take the role as Mullen subs off for Cahamooney to come on. Jimmy Bradshaw for himself as an option. So is Katie Bywater. Good handling by Katie, and she does well to pop Hogan in. He makes some nice yards before he's tagged. back to Sinead Egan again now. Back to Bywater, who opts to go to Jimmy Bradshaw inside. Jimmy opts for the kick. Ireland look to chase. GB, there's a little bit of confusion as to who should pick up the ball.
The kick was just being held up on the wet ground as it rolled over its long end rather than the short one, and almost counted against GB there. And in the end, they did get hands on the ball, and Billy Lyons picks and goes well, and he's almost through that first gap.
Good tag by Hogan though on him to shut the break down. Ireland up very quick again. Nice tag by Jimmy Bradshaw.
Ericsson decides to switch play with Karim, and he's looked really dangerous this second half.
Yeah,
nearly through the gap and tripped. Back to his feet. Pavlovic moves the ball right, and not for the first time we see a handling error as one of the team's attacks started to build.
One of those, what am I doing with the ball before I get it, Will?
Absolutely.
Cal Mooney breaks the first line, but the second covering defender gets him back to Sandra Williams outside to Conway. Conway with options outside. Casey Murray really looks for the offload, but he doesn't quite get there to her. She'll look to go back inside to Williams now. Williams back to Cal Mooney, back to Bywater, who gets tagged in the middle. Second tag. And good kick by Ireland as they opt for the kick chase. Ellie O'Gorman is up quickly to chase it, but it's going to be a roll ball to GB in 10 as the ball just drifts into touch on the far wing. Ireland with a solid tag in the middle as GB look to build again. Ireland's line looks a little bit open. GB are still moving the ball, but it's another good tag by Casey Murray on this wing. Good hands there, low pass into GB, but they managed to hold on to the ball.
Yeah, tricky for Dutoit. Lau decides not to go left, picks and goes right. Unable to get through that gap. With calm defence from Cathal Mooney. Pilgrim looks to find Dowd and is not able to gather that ball.
So the knock on will be Ireland ball. Little bit of field position. Ireland up to go right. Condon on the ball. Ellie O'Gorman, she gets tagged on the far right wing. Condon back inside to Bywater, who gets tagged. Back to Dave Condon. Condon to Hayes. Hayes to Mooney. Reedy looking for Mooney. Ball's a bit messy there. Mooney seems to have knocked the ball on the ground, meaning it's GB ball.
Yeah, we're seeing consecutive handling errors from each side here, which keeping play roughly around the centre of the field. Great Britain will look to string something together here that means they can get a bit more going on. Lau to Lyons.
Ireland are up nice.
Scarfo does so well. She was in a phone box there and managed to burst away down that left wing. It's Reedy that comes across and makes the covering tag.
It's great play by GB there.
Jackson to Farrell. There's numbers outside if they use them. Farrell goes himself and for the box. That is going to be a 2-pointer.
That is indeed a 2-pointer, and now we are level.
All tied up.
No longer exists.
4-4. Farrell will be very pleased with that, especially after we've seen some promising moves from Great Britain. Breakdown in the Irish red zone, but that one, no such problems for GB. It all started from Scarfo's incredibly athletic and agile work on the left-hand side around halfway that made her about 20 metres, and then Great Britain simply went left to right from there.
Yeah, Ireland look to come out now. They'll have to respond now, having conceded the last two scores, to see their lead disappear. It's going to be penalties to Ireland for contact.
Penalty to Great Britain for contact.
Actually.
Davis jogging over to the other side, getting that Irish defensive line set, and now a real opportunity for Great Britain to move into a second lead of the game. McDermott not able to get through the gap closers in front of him. Karim to Ericsson. Out the back of the hands and not the right option, but Detroit did really well.
Yeah, GB were lucky that Ireland didn't get hands on ball there. Risky option. Going outside. Good tag by Perry on the far wing from us. And back inside to GB. Ireland up quick.
So quick. This defence doing exactly what it needs to ensure that the game stays locked at 4. McDermott unable to find a way through there, and Great Britain have lost ground on their final tag of the set here. Ericsson to Dalton, and there's nothing he can do. Caught in possession well by Alex Mullen. Ireland take over.
Ireland look to move the ball again. GB defence moves, and Ireland look to go wide to Perry, but it's a good tag by GB.
She would have built pace and built pace and built pace until she went over the line, had that tag not been made. So crucial one from Sarah Jackson, and Mullen down, but Ireland still going, and it's Reedy through the middle.
Oh, this could be a box try.
McDermott trying to track over.
Good finish by Mike. You'd hope that Alex Mullen is okay. He just took a bit of a knock to the face there as he made an offload to Perry.
Yeah, potentially that was almost distracted the GB players, created a hole in the middle that Reedy exploited to aplomb. McDermott putting in a good effort to save the box try, to keep it at a 1-point score and a 1-point game.
Yeah, it's always
With
crucial
Ireland back in the ascendancy
to cover the box at this level. So it's good chase by GB, forcing Reedy to take the 1-pointer rather than go for the 2.
Pavlovic in the back left corner. Picks that one up.
It's a good tag by Condon.
Scarfo again beats the first defender.
But second defender gets her. Good tag by Katie Bywater. It's inside to Ireland. Ireland look to come up fast. GB up to go wide, but the pass doesn't go to hand.
Wasteful pass from Karim in front and below the hands of Ben Pickett.
Casey Murray will take this role now to Carl Mooney. He'll look to go outside, I would imagine, to Dark Conway. No, he has to go inside to Sandra Williams.
So it's now Ireland's opportunity to follow up their score with a second.
Ireland look to go wide again.
The line fairly flat.
Mooney looking for options, but they aren't there, so it's another good tag by GB. Ridley looks to go to Conway, he makes it, but it's a good tag by GB. He beat the first person, but the covering defender got him.
Yeah, Kareem did really well to scramble over and take that one, the Royal Marines commando. And play brought back again to ensure the roll ball is from the correct position.
Oh,
Grim round the outside.
GB, but it's a good tag by Ridley. Michael Ridley making his debut as senior this year. He's playing really well today.
Lau,
Farrell, makes a good tag
Pilgrim through the hands, and this has worked well for GB before. Pavlovic tagged just before that ball went loose. He'll be relieved with that call. Great Britain gaining good ground on that last play as they work the ball all the way across the field. Lau did really well to hold on to that one. Farrell, option closes to his right, steps to his left, and the play stays alive. He's involved once again. Karim now twists and turns. That's gone behind McDermott. He's knocked it back. Well, the touch judge signalling the ball had gone backwards. McDermott had certainly had his palm facing back towards his own try line, but adjudged by Alex Davis to have gone forward. So a move that was building really nicely for Great Britain breaks down.
Yeah, Ireland look to break out from here. You just feel that maybe Ireland should just try to exit. Perhaps a kick, even for field position this late in the game, might be the way to go rather than trying to play it out in these conditions. But no, Mooney opts to go down the wing, makes some nice yards to get up to Ireland's 10-metre line.
Important tag by Scarfo, just over 2 minutes left in this one. And The kick from Ireland.
Knocks for the kick.
Puts this down into GB territory, but Scarfo picks and goes. She's spaced in front of her that briefly was available, closes just as quickly. Now Farrell, he spins through. He's come alive in this second half, Farrell, and he's still going.
It's good tag by Dark Conway.
The man who scored to level things up for Great Britain. This is going to be a penalty on halfway. Lau standing over the ball. Just over a minute and a half remaining. Loose ball there. Karim will have to clear up, and Great Britain lose a metre and a tag. Lau finds Pavlovic. He's not going to be able to get through that gap. Mullins does really well defensively. Farrell.
Ireland are up quick here. They need to be.
Detroit to McDermott. Great Britain approaching last chance saloon in this one, and therefore in the series if they want to win it.
Another good tag by Sandra Williams. You feel Ireland turn the ball over one more time, they should win the game, but GB still have a real chance.
And Dow just not able to get through. Tags made on.
Okay. Ireland need to come up fast here now to secure. Oh, GB,
Farrell
looks like they could be
frees
in.
the hands. Detroit is tagged, and that will be changeover with 40 seconds remaining. Farrell makes the tag, 1 point the margin. Ireland go through their set of 6 calmly here, and they will win this one.
Oh,
they do more than that, though.
Hogan looks like he could be in. He opts to go to the corner. He changes his footwork, and that looks like it could be a try.
It will be 1 point for Ireland.
And that should be the sealer.
6-4. And with final play, the final play hooter coming any moment now. This game looks to have been tied up by Ireland. It will take a miraculous effort by Great Britain, and they will be denied the opportunity even to run at that. The hooter going before the restart was taken. Full time signalled by Alex Davis. Great Britain 4, Ireland 6, and the first series awarded in this 2022 British and Irish Cup goes the way of Ireland, Barry.
Yeah, it does indeed. Good results for Ireland Mixed Senior. They were 4-1 up at half time. GB came right back at them and closed it back to 4-all, but Ireland responded and got the last 2 scores to win 6-4. But it's just an illustration of how close the teams are, that we've now played 3 games and the cumulative winning margin is only 5 points. So it just shows you how close the 2 teams are to each other. It's a single score effectively between the teams across all 3 games. So the final 2 games should be equally as close, and you would imagine that GB will be absolutely determined to win at least one, if not both, of the remaining games in this category.
Yeah, 120 minutes of tag played so far between these 2 teams, and as you say, Barry, 4 points the gap between them. It couldn't be closer, but what matters for Ireland at the final reading of those 3 games is that they were the ones with the narrow margin at the end every time. As you say, Great Britain have 2 games to bounce back. We've talked about how every win could be crucial if categories are tied, and so they will be very eager to go out and do their best to play for some pride, but also play for the opportunity to contribute to the overall GB cause. As we saw there, the final try that sealed the deal and put the icing on the cake for Ireland. And we will hopefully shortly be bringing you interviews with a couple of the Irish players, and Barry Keary conducting those. I would say
Yeah. Take the safety off there, Dave. Monkey off the back now. We can kind of just take it easy in the next 2 games and just go through our phases and enjoy it. Enjoy the tag down the rest of the day. It's okay, that was just a practice, lads. Now he knows what you're going to do, so he knows what
Everyone remember the last
Here we go again. Okay, joined by David Hayes and David Hogan.
Double D.
From Nick Senior. How does it feel, Dave, to have won your category?
No, we're delighted, thrilled. Monkey off the back. We've got 3 wins now and 2 games left, and we'll go ahead now and enjoy the day tag. Hopefully the rain stay off.
What about you?
It was great to get the winning try there, and luckily Alex passed it. I didn't think he would, to be honest with you, but it was a well fought win at the end, so we were thrilled.
Best of luck with the rest of the day, guys.
Cheers. And guys, just anybody that's commenting online, wish Barry a happy birthday. He's 50, so.
So next up is Ireland Mixed Open versus GB Mixed Open. At this point in proceedings, Ireland are 2 tests up, winning the first one 12-6, with the second one being a lot closer, only a couple of points in the second one. So Ireland, again, similar to Ireland Mixed Senior, in our first match today, will be looking to solidify their position here and try to win their category, to win 3-2. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on here. So a lot of the Irish Mixed Open are newish caps who would have started either this year or last year, with some more experienced players who would have played in the 2018 World Cup in Mixed Open. Some will play in the 2023 World Cup in the University of Limerick for their first time. So it'll be interesting to see how they go as they build towards that. They had a strong day yesterday and they'll be looking to replicate that again today. And their coach is Shane Landers, who's been coaching for as long as I've been Team Ireland manager, which is 7 years. It feels like 7 decades sometimes, but it's actually 7 years. But my my co-commentator hasn't been involved with try tag as long, so he's not sick of me just yet. I would imagine half my players are sick of me. So it'll be interesting to see how GB go in this game. If they play like they played in the second game yesterday, you'd expect that the game should be nice and tight, and maybe they'll get a result.
Yes, they will be looking to decrease the deficit 2 games down in this category after day 1. But that second game that we got to see on a live stream pitch yesterday, as you mentioned, Barry, was an incredibly tight affair. Could have gone either way, and in the end, it almost came down to the belief from Great Britain that they could actually seal the deal and take the win. So Ireland edging ahead in that one to give them a 2-0 overall lead in the series. 3 matches to play today. Great Britain Mixed Open looking to get off to a positive start. And just to bring you up to date with the other scores that we had in round 1 on day 2. Women's seniors, once again, was a drawn match. Game 1 ended 3-3. Game 2 ended 0-0. And Game 3 has unbelievably ended 3-3 as well. So after 3 test matches, still neither team able to get their opening win and to take a lead in that one. The other game that happened at 9 o'clock in our first round of matches on day 2 of the 2022 British and Irish Cup saw the men's seniors play. That one, I can tell you now, has ended Great Britain 3, Ireland 4, which means Ireland have also won the men's 30s category. So Ireland winning the mixed seniors category and the men's 30s category. 3 wins from 3 tests. And they are certainly in pole position now for day 2. They win this match here. That will be 3 categories tied up. And the best Great Britain can hope for at that point would be a draw on categories and to have a greater number of overall wins. So in this one, it will be Tom Entwistle for Great Britain to kick off. GB playing from right to left in the red and blue. And Ireland.
Michael Fenton on the ball. Ireland look to break.
Ball in hand.
So it's Fenton to Orla Dixon. Orla Dixon outside to Tom Duggan. Tom Duggan inside to Niamh Doran. Niamh Doran runs a nice line and gets tagged. Looks like there might have been a stray bit of contact on the GB player. Bit of consultation with the referee as we pause the game.
Yeah, just a moment being taken here by Reece Walker just to make sure he's okay. Something on his face.
Back to Dixon and on to Michael Fenton. Michael Fenton outside to Craig Glynn. Unfortunately, the pass doesn't go to hand.
Well taken by Entwistle, and it's Ryan first start on the ball now with a skip step. Card at dummy half. Finds Entwistle, fires the miss pass out to Lampkin. Space closed down around him well by the Irish defence. Entwistle winds up the big pass left and decides to go himself.
It's a good tag by Orla Dixon. It's very strong defensively in the middle of Ireland's line.
Ryan has to collect that ball behind him, but he does really well dancing around the defence. Lampkin now over to Field and contact made. And it's going to go against Ireland. Field picks and goes quickly and finds Lampkin.
Ireland looks in trouble here, and it's a try for
it's
GB.
the opening score for Great Britain.
Unfortunately, Ireland gave away the penalty there, and they weren't quick enough to reset their line, which gave GB the time and space to go quickly and look to move the ball to the wing, and they got in the corner for a 2-point try.
So Great Britain 2, Ireland 0 after the opening score.
Ireland making the mistake of turning their back there and not sprinting backwards, creating a bit of confusion and then time and space for GB to go wide. Ireland will look to respond, and you would hope that they would. Michelle O'Driscoll on the ball. She goes inside to Alana Burns, who gets tagged outside to Michael Fenton. Michael Fenton opts for the kick and the exit play. The kick chase is there. There's a bit of a confusion in the GB line, but I think it's because the ball went into touch. So it's actually going to be, there was a knock on, so it's actually going to be Irish ball. Back inside to Fenton. Fenton looks for Michelle O'Driscoll. She tries to go in, but she's tagged. Fenton will go back outside to Tom Duggan. Tom Duggan to Craig Glynn on a nice line, but he gets tagged close to the line. Duggan will look to come back inside to Fenton. Fenton looking for Duggan. Duggan gets tagged before he can get the ball down over the line, and it's back outside to Fenton again. He goes to Craig Glynn. Craig Glynn possibly blocking with the ball there. And it's GB, no, it's Irish ball. And it's back inside to Fenton. Fenton goes to Alana Burns, but she gets tagged in the middle. Ireland really probing here. GB looking to defend. It's an attempted pass to Danny Russell, but she gets tagged, and Tom Duggan's back up, and he tags. And it's good defence by Ireland, as GB don't get much yards for the first few, and GB deemed to have initiated contact there, so it's a penalty to Ireland, which Michelle O'Driscoll will opt to take. But the referee's not happy with the positioning of the kick, and he wasn't ready, so Ireland will retake and have another chance to attack. Michelle opts to pass to Alana Byrne on a nice reverse line. She gets tagged out, well watched by GB. Michael Fenton looks to move the ball. He opts for the kick, but unfortunately on the ground the ball skids away, and it's going to be a top kick to GB out 10 from the centre of their try line, and they'll have an extra tag. Ireland will have to work hard here now to turn this over. They need to get their line speed up and be up nice and quick.
It's Dunley on the ball for Great Britain. Last time he touched it, there was the contact call that went against him. And Lampkin now found on the right hand side and doing his best to escape the clutches of the defence, but they track him down eventually. Dunley involved once again. We didn't see him in the mixed open game on the live stream yesterday, bringing some pace into the midfield for GB, and that's knocked forwards by Ireland. It'll be 6 again, Great Britain, as they work up towards halfway through Reece Walker.
Yeah, Ireland
the son, of course, of Kat Lindsay in the women's senior side, that side that has drawn 3 tests out of 3 with Ireland so far in the BNI. Walker linking up now with Lampkin, as the loose ball meant that Great Britain lost a bit of ground. Codd in at dummy half. Walker finds Rowan White.
It's good defence by Ireland so far. GB not gaining much ground despite having the ball. Ireland up for the kick. Michelle O'Driscoll blocks it. She'll be deemed to have played it, and it's back again to tag 1.
So a well taken bit of play by Alex Ryan to draw that play that cool and give Great Britain another set of 6. They work it towards the right hand side of the field. Codd not able to run away with it because Lampkin had previously been tagged. The ball behind Dunley there, but he holds on. Again, this Irish defence up well, but Great Britain throwing passes behind themselves and not going to help.
Oh, nice.
And then the interception.
Craig Glynn, he looks to move the ball, but he gets tagged before he can make the offload, but that's okay. Made a nice little bit of space, and Michelle O'Driscoll with a nice direct run. She makes a nice break. She beats the first and the second. Third person tags her. That's nice yards.
She's done really well there, Barry.
And Mark O'Brien, the big man, is attempting to break the line, but he gets tagged just as he broke the line. And it's back inside to Conor Burke. Conor Burke to Rachel Healy. Rachel Healy does really well to hold on to the ball.
Spectacular salmon leap to hold on to that one. Whatever
Burke
it takes.
for the kick through, and it's going to be just a tag there.
Good tag by Dunley on Burke. just
And
as he
it's
was looking to
Michael
get through.
Fenton on the ball again. Rachel Healy offering herself as an option. Fenton offers for the kick through, but it's going to be a penalty for a late tag after the kick.
So Great Britain had done really well there defensively to hold Ireland out, but they're going to have to do it all over again. No, they won't. Ireland somewhat lazily running into Emily Codd, and here goes Reese Walker on the break, and he is through. One more defender in front of him. He finds Marcus Lampkin. Great Britain already 10 metres into the Irish half as they set to go again. But the call against GB.
I think it might have been
clarification there.
Might have been knock on at the roll, I think, which is unfortunate. They were looking
so
to go,
unfortunate.
They were looking to go quick, which you can understand given the field position on the line break. Ireland got a bit lucky there. So it's Mark O'Brien on the ball. He looks to go to Orla, who's offering herself as a hard carrying centre, and Mark again on the ball. He looks for the offload. It goes to Leah Cleary, who made her debut for Ireland yesterday and scored her first try indeed yesterday. So Jack Higgins on the ball. He opts to go outside to Ed Mahood. Ed Mahood opts to go back inside to Jack. Ed's on the ball again. He'll look to break up the pitch. He opts to go wide to Mark O'Brien. Mark O'Brien's looking for the option. He goes to Orla Dixon, but Orla Dixon is tagged right after getting the ball from Mark. It's back inside to Mark at the row. Conor Burke on the ball now. He's looking to kick through again. He does well, and it's going to be a tag there, and it'll be Rachel Healy to Higgins. Higgins has Mahood outside. Mahood looks like he has time and space, but he's caught in 2 minds what to do, and he gets tagged.
Really good tag there by Megan Lewis. A late injury call up into this side from Coventry and Warwickshire, and she's been involved impressively both in attack and defence, scoring the opening try of this game. And then in the opposite corner, making the final tag as Freya Entwistle took it up. Now it's her brother Tom. Tries to spin through, but the tag well made by Ireland, and Dunley, dummy half to assistant coach Charlotte Towerton.
It's a good tag by Conor Burke.
Dunley with the spinning kick. It's a tricky one for Ireland to gather.
Well, she beats the first.
Did really well, Niamh Doran.
Back inside to Ed Mahood. Ed Mahood looking for an offload option. He goes back to Doran, but he's tagged before he can make the offload, unfortunately.
Lucky there, because it looked like Doran had beaten her defender.
And it's Rachel Healy on the ball now. She gets tagged, and it's back to Tom Duggan. Tom Duggan outside to Mark. Ireland with decent 9-speed. Orla Dixon outside to Leah Cleary. Leah Cleary opts for the pass inside. Possibly would have been better waiting and taking the tag.
Yeah, thrown forwards. Great Britain escape.
It was a nice break.
High tempo play by Ireland. Found them space on that left hand side, and the ball picked by Nick de Jong from the roll. Our first opportunity seeing him in this game, and he was a particular highlight for Great Britain in game 2 yesterday, scoring an excellent try in the box. Here's Entwistle dancing around and trying to go again, but the tag had been made. I think he thought that one of them had been late or early. It's not the opinion of the referee, as de Jong finds Alicia Ahmed, who, like Megan Lewis, has come up here from Coventry. 2 representatives from that region in this squad. And here is Entwistle with some space. Well into the Irish half now. Dunley wants the ball to go quickly, so he picks and goes, puts in the kick, but it's a little bit of a chip over shoulder height by a fair way. And Ireland let off.
Yeah, it's good attack by GB. Again, turnover for them is in the right place, so they'll be happy enough to be down here. Ireland have to go the length of the pitch to get out. So it's out to Doran.
They will have to go to length, Barry.
Doran, she gets tagged. Mahood inside to Jack Higgins. Jack Higgins looking to break. He gets tagged. That's back to Mahood again. He's got Duggan outside. He passes to Duggan. Duggan goes to Michelle O'Driscoll. Michelle O'Driscoll gets tagged just at the line. Craig Glynn's there to take the roll. He'll look to go back inside to Duggan. Duggan has options, but he opts for the kick. He's looking for 50-10, but I think it might be short. and just go over the end line. So it's going to be a tap to GB.
Yeah,
Out
certainly
10
not
from the
short in
centre
the
line.
end, Barry, over the try line. So advantage Great Britain there from that 10-metre tap. And Dunley finds Ryan. And you were saying just before about Ireland needing to go the length to score, and you know they made it all the way to the Great Britain 10. We have seen a far more end-to-end game in this mixed open contest than in the previous mixed seniors one, where a lot of it was played around midfield.
Yep.
As Ryan darts around, he went left first, then right, and he's gained
Turnovers
good ground from
in
it.
In this match are less. There's less knock-ons, less handling errors, which means that there's more attack happening.
And Dunley looked for the pass out to Ryan. It would have been potentially a very promising one had it gone. The Irish hands were in there to prevent the pass. Dunley did the right thing and held on to it. Walker thought he was tagged. And it is now going to be a penalty to Great Britain. Just 10 metres out. Ryan, he's got Richardson outside, but she can't grab hold of that one. It was thrown behind her. Turning on the spot to try and rope it in, but not able to.
And
Ireland
now on the ball as she looks to come out back to Higgins. Higgins gets tagged, so it'll be back to Alana. Alana outside to Annie Russell. Annie Russell looks to break the line, but she gets tagged as well. It's good defence by GB. Ireland not really gaining many metres here. It's Mahood on the ball now as he looks to come up. Back to Alana Burns. Alana Burns to Higgins. Higgins to Tom Duggan. Duggan outside to Craig Glynn, who opts the kick. It's blocked by GB, played by GB on the ground. Looked like it might potentially be a knock-on. So it's going to be an Irish ball, roll ball, and it's back to Michelle O'Driscoll, who opts to go. And then it's to Craig Glynn to Duggan. Jack Higgins offering himself as a carry option. He breaks the line, he beats the first, but he gets tagged by the covering defender. Back to Michelle to Tom Duggan to Alana Burns. Alana Burns with a bit of time and space. She opts to go to Annie Russell. Annie Russell looks to make the offload, but unfortunately she doesn't quite manage it. I think it may be a penalty for contact here against Ireland on the GB player. I think there might have been a little bit of contact just as Ireland looked to make the offload there, but
yeah, contact to the head of Richardson, and the touch judge has seen something that he felt the referee hadn't, so I just wanted to go through that with him. Ultimately, though, it will be play on with Ireland in possession, no penalty for the contact.
McComb looks to attack the line, but he's tagged well, and Ireland with a nice bit of field position here, but the tag count is high, so GB's defence is really, really good. It's tag 5, last chance to score. Duggan looks like he might have got in, though, did he? Or was it a tag?
The referee just checking with Dave Metcalf, his touch judge, and
yeah, it looks like
Metcalf rules it as a tag. So Great Britain once again managing to hold their line and keep a clean sheet. De Jong looking to link up with Entwistle, who goes himself. Walker. And there's some space for field in front of her. Ryan does well to hold on to that one. Bouncing around awkwardly before McComb makes the tag. His field, Entwistle to Walker, and that pass flicks fast back into the hands of De Jong, and he offloads to Entwistle. Maybe not the right option, lost ground for Great Britain. This Irish defence, as we said before, up so fast. You've got to really make sure you are not giving them any advantage. As McComb shepherds that one out into touch, it was a good 5 metres short of the 50-10, but still a fairly lengthy kick from Walker as Ireland take over, and the ball in the hand of Jack Higgins. They come back right again.
Annie Russell outside to McComb. McComb gets tagged just before he jumped. The jump would have been a turnover. It's Conor Burke on the ball to Jack Higgins. Jack Higgins back to Burke. Burke opts for the little kick through. He's looking for an offload option. There isn't one there. He gets tagged. Back to Higgins. Rachel Healy offers herself as a carry option. She looks to break the line. She gets tagged, and it's going to be back to Orla Dixon, who'll go outside to Jack Higgins. Higgins looking to pass to McComb. Unfortunately, McComb's handling lets him down. Higgins does well to recover and make the tag.
Yeah, Cod scooping up that loose ball after the ball left behind by the Irish. And here goes Walker. Lampkin at dummy half. finds Ryan, that Irish defence once again up quickly, and Ryan unable to get around the outside of Higgins, who's having a very strong game in terms of his defence. Involved once again as Burke had come over to assist. It's now Lampkin, little step, finds Walker, ball's still alive, remains alive, and Ryan in support of Walker. Walker jumping to try and catch that one, but loses it forward, makes the tag. Ireland will take over. Burke
goes
to
back
Higgins.
to Higgins. Higgins looks to go. He shapes the kick, but he doesn't kick. Lots of hand waving in the air. I think just get on with the game. Conor Burke looks to offload, but his knee was on the ground, so that's going to be a tag, and it's back to Orla Dixon. Orla Dixon outside to Craig Glynn. Craig Glynn looks to go down the line, but he's tagged. And then it's back to Orla Dixon in the middle. She's looking for an option, but there's no one really close enough to take the offload. Again, it's Burke. He's also looking for an option. He opts to go back to Michael Fenton. It looks like he's going for 50-10. He goes for it, but it's long and over the try line, so it's going to be a tap kick to GB out 10 again from the centre of the line. And at this point, it looks like GB could be in the lead at half-time, Will.
Yeah, we're bearing down on half-time, just a minute and a half to go. That was a challenging kick there. Hit hard into the ground to bring a big bounce that went over the top of Charlotte Towerton's outstretched hands, but ended up ultimately over the try line. So not the desired outcome in the end for Ireland, and Great Britain looking to come away with it here as Dunley slips after being tagged. Two end whistles on the pitch, and it's Tom now that gives the ball back to Towerton. She's unable to break through the gap from her opposite number, Rachel Healy. Here is Dunley with a little bit of space, makes it up just over halfway.
Well watched by Mark O'Brien, who makes a tag there. Key for Ireland will be not to concede in this last minute of the first half.
Burke's done well to make the diving tag on Lampkin, and inadvertently has tripped Ryan as he did so. Ryan looks to be in a bit of pain. Hopefully one he'll shake off, but he's limping to the sideline. And on comes Tom Newsom.
GB will have one more
Final play of the half as Entwistle keeps the ball alive, but then is ultimately tagged by Niamh Doran. And yeah, we go to the break with that 2-0 margin still intact. Great Britain with the opening score through Megan Lewis in the opening exchanges, and nothing more since then. We've seen length of the field stuff from both teams. Their sets of six doing really well each time to get them into attacking positions, but then the defence always just about their equal. And we're going to see the replay of the try now for Megan Lewis. You see White take it up, hands it off to Lampkin before she's tagged, quickly through his hands, and Megan Lewis knows exactly what she needs to do. It all came from that quick tap penalty.
Yeah, quick thinking by GB there. Ireland caught sleeping after they gave the penalty away, and the maximum level of punishment with a girl try in the corner.
So Great Britain 2, Ireland nothing, and this an absolutely critical lead that GB have here. As we said going into the game, they are 2-0 down in games in this category, so they need to win this one to keep the series alive. Well, they're doing that at the moment, but we know how dangerous this Ireland mixed open team is. They won the International Tag Series just a month ago, Barry. They know their opposition really well. There's nothing to stop them coming back here.
No, that's correct. It's very, very finely poised. 2 points and mixed is a guy try in the box or a girl try outside the box, so it's a one-score game. Ireland possibly will be a little bit disappointed not to have come off at half-time at least 1 point on the board. Certainly had enough field position with tags to potentially convert a chance or two. Possibly a little bit frantic with 1 or 2 decisions, resulting in no scores. GB had some field position, but maybe not as much as Ireland, and will probably be happy to be 2 points up at half-time. This is really anyone's game at the moment. So it looks like we're about to get started with the second half as the ref signals the teams back into the middle of the pitch. So it'll be interesting to see how this half goes. GB with the 2-0 lead at the moment. Ireland with it all to do. You'd think Ireland have to have a fast start to the start of the second half to get back into this. So it'll be interesting to see how this half goes. Ireland look to start with Tom Duggan, Mark O'Brien, Michael Fenton, Michelle O'Driscoll, Ed Mahood and Annie Russell. So yeah, Ireland really need to get a score to get on the board here, get back in the game, put GB under pressure right from the start. They'll need this kick either to go dead or go out for a 50-10.
So Whites, Entwistle, Dunley, De Jong, Newsom, Richardson, Frey Entwistle and Ahmed. Great Britain's chosen 8 as we wait for the second half to get underway. Great Britain holding a slim lead in this one. 2 points, a single try. Ireland eyeing up the restarts. Looks to be shaping long downfield. Has the ball set, standing on its end in an effort to get a little bit of height on the ball and perhaps a tricky bounce as it comes down. Into the hands of Newsom. He takes that nice and calmly. And here's White, that first receiver. Entwistle with his good friend Jake Dunley outside him. Dancing around, avoids the attentions of the defender initially, and it's Dunley now picks and goes as Entwistle did before him, but loses his footing, and not for the first time. I'm not sure whether Dunley's maybe brought his London boots with him as Freya Entwistle breaks through a gap with Tom in support. The tag was made perfectly timed on Entwistle. Just as the ball came to him, and it's Great Britain needing to go again. White, De Jong outside her. The little skip step. They change direction. Dunley.
Good tag by Alana Byrne.
Didn't hand the ball off. And
so tag 6 and turnover. Absolutely crucial tag by Michelle O'Driscoll there. It looked like a box try for GB for sure.
It was. There were screams for Dunley to offload the ball to one of his supporting teammates, but unable to do so, and it's Ireland's opportunity now to come away with it.
Tom Duggan offers himself as an option. He looks to break the line, but he's well tagged by GB. Back to Annie Russell inside to Michelle O'Driscoll. Michelle O'Driscoll to Alana Byrne. Alana Byrne outside.
Hands on it by Nick De Jong. And it is going to be a changeover. Great Britain taking possession here, and Walker up with pace.
Yeah, Great Britain with good field position. If they can turn this into a score, they could turn this game into a mountain.
White to De Jong.
How close it is. Good
known for his
Mark
dives from distance, and we saw a number of attempts yesterday. He decides against the dive that time. The defender's too close in. It could have caused contact. And here's Walker outside to Ahmed. And it's all Great Britain. In fact, it's all Coventry and Warwickshire so far. Tries to open both halves. This one from Alicia Ahmed, the one in the first half from Megan Lewis. The Coventry girls combining well to put Great Britain into a 4-point lead.
Yeah, it's good play outside by Great Britain, and they take a 4-0 lead. And at this point in this game, given that it's so tight, you'd have to favour Great Britain to secure their first win in mixed open. It's going well for them so far. Ireland need to get a foothold in the game.
A tricky kick from Entwistle that just stays inside the touchline as Megan Lewis came up to make the tag, and Ireland through McComb.
Good break by Duggan. He has McComb as an option. Duggan looks like he's got time and space to make it, but no, it's good tag by Entwistle.
Entwistle did well to track back there, but a wonderful break by Duggan, the captain leading from the front for Ireland as McComb now with the ball in hand. The tag made by Megan Lewis. Ireland will come again.
Yeah, Orla Dixon looks to attack, and Niamh Doran inside to Rachel Healy. Rachel Healy to Michael Fenton. Fenton to Conor Burke. Burke's in. He opts to take the try. It looked like he was going to go for a box there, but he decided better of it and takes the try. Cuts the gap to 3, 4-1.
Ireland off the mark in this one. Well taken try by Conor Burke, coming from that initial break by Duggan down the right hand side. And yeah, good last gasp defence by Great Britain once Burke was over the line to stop him from getting to the box. But still, as you say, Barry, the lead narrowed. 4-1 the score. And that ball not staying on its end in the way that Ireland had wanted, but the kick still a long challenging one down to the try line. Dunley takes it up, gains about 10 metres before Towerton knocks it on, and Ireland with a really good platform to build from here.
Yeah, Orla Dixon with a hard carry into the centre. She gets tagged. Michael Fenton on the ball. He's looking to offload to Rachel Healy, but he's tagged before he can get the offload away. Rachel Healy looks like she's going to have a go. She stopped short of the line. Fenton with time and space. He opts to go outside to Orla Dixon. She goes to Niamh Doran, but unfortunately Niamh Doran is Orla Dixon is tagged before the offload was made.
I think Ireland will be pleased with that one, given the knock-on came just after it. Speaking of knock-ons, there is another, this time from the big man Mark O'Brien. Walker just gathering the ball, bringing it out 10 metres. Great Britain escaping there. It could have been consecutive quick scores from Ireland. Dunley with a gain of about 8 metres. Codd goes left over the head of White and into the hands of Alex Ryan. Right.
Ireland up
Here's
quickly.
Codd.
Making the tags they need to make. Holding GB in their half at the moment. GB will likely opt for an exit play in the next tag, I would think.
Yeah, up onto halfway, fifth and final call by the referee. Dunley puts boot to ball and it's headed down towards the 10-metre marker, but McComb
needs to get open here. He does well. He gets in the middle of the pitch, will give the team options to go left and right. Back to Fenton. Fenton's looking for Niamh Doran. Niamh Doran does well. She beats the first one. Second defender gets her. She rolls it fast. Fenton looks to move the ball again. Again, he's quick. He gets tagged by second defender. Inside to Michelle O'Driscoll, who opts for the hard carry. Conor Burke's looking for the offload, but there's no one there to offload to. It's a penalty though for offside, and Michelle O'Driscoll goes quickly. She gets tagged back to Craig Lynn. Craig Lynn looks to go outside. He opts to pass to Leah Cleary, who looks to go down the line, but she gets tagged, and it's back to Craig Lynn, back into Michelle O'Driscoll. Craig Lynn offering himself as an option. He'll go inside now, probably to Burke. Burke will look to go outside to Fenton. Fenton looking for somebody to run off him. He opts for the kick through. Fenton could be through here, but his handling just lets him down, just as with the line at his mercy. Another
so
escape for
unfortunate.
DB.
Really nice piece of solo play from Fenton with that little kick through that would have worked and been a try for him if only he'd been able to hold on to the ball. And there's Lampkin not able to take that one in, and Ireland immediately with possession back and the opportunity to decrease this deficit even further. 3 points the margin at the moment as the ball is flung back in field, and Glynn sets off over to Burke.
Burke looking to go at the line. Fenton with options. He goes outside to Mahood on a nice hard line, but Mahood gets tagged in the corner. Annie Russell back inside to Fenton. Fenton back to Annie Russell. I think that might have been a try, might it?
The referee and touch judge are going to confer.
It's hard to tell. It was close. Yeah, try. Was it a try?
Try given.
Try given, yeah. So it's four. That means it's 4-3 to GB. Ireland have closed the gap to a single point.
2 point female try there for Ireland. 4-3 the score. So Ireland with the kickoff now.
GB just need to hold the ball for 6, settle themselves down a little bit again. Ireland with the last 3 points to close what looked like a large gap in the context of this game based on the way it was going so far. But I think if GB are just a little bit more careful with the ball, they should be okay.
Yeah, it's handling errors like that inside their own half that counted against GB in the last few minutes. Throwing passes they do not need to force.
Yeah.
And again, Ireland will have possession.
GB a little bit frantic.
GB not able to even get out their own half at the moment, having played some really good end-to-end stuff prior to this in the match. As Fenton goes again for Ireland.
It looks like he might be in. Oh, he gets tagged just short of the line. It's back to Duggan. Duggan looking for the option. Rachel Healy with a little bit of time and space, but she gets tagged. Back to Duggan. Duggan to Fenton. Fenton looks to go. Is it a try?
Diving for the box. That will be a 2-pointer if it's given, and it is. And Ireland now move into their first lead of the game.
So that will be 5-4 to Ireland with the try in the box by Michael Fenton. And Ireland have really responded in style to being 4-0 down.
Significant comeback here as we see the step and the dive from Fenton. Neither Entwistle or Towerton able to take the tag.
And Ireland have really hit their straps now in the last 5 minutes or so, putting all sorts of pressure onto GB and forcing errors, resulting in getting the ball
Here's
back.
Walker around the outside for Great Britain, but good scramble from Glynn for Ireland to make the tag. GB really needing to get themselves back in it. The momentum has been well and truly stopped by Ireland and stolen, in fact, as Cod now with a little track up towards halfway.
Tom Duggan's
GB
there
just
to make the tag, and Ireland are up very quickly.
Stringing the
GB
phases
up,
together. Good
for
kick from Walker, and the
gonna be
decision
plenty
was
of
that it was a
advantage.
late tag, which is why Walker is still able to go with only the 1 tag on. And that will tie things up here. A 1-point try for Walker. Lovely bit of play. Great Britain managing to string a few early phases together before the ball ended up in the hands of Walker. He looked up, dropped the ball down onto his right foot. The tag was taken after that, and which meant he was able to regather the ball and go in for the score. 5-5 in this one. It's a thrilling contest. That's Walker himself who kicks it downfield and then subs. Interesting decision. And not
Duggan
one
has
I'd
to go
recommend.
inside to Michelle O'Driscoll. She gets tagged. Duggan now to Jack Higgins. Jack Higgins opts to keep the ball rather than offload to McComb, who was running a nice line on the outside. McComb offers himself inside to Annie Russell. McComb looks to go. He makes a couple of meters back to Annie Russell, who rolls possibly a little bit slow. Duggan again, offering himself and looking for the offload to Higgins, but Higgins wasn't really able to receive, and it's back to Orla Dixon. She goes to Michelle O'Driscoll with a hard carry, but it's good defence by GB, and the game is back to being even again with both sides defending really well. Mark O'Brien opts for the kick through, looking for McComb. Will McComb get there? It looks like he might have.
That is an absolutely stunning score from Ireland. McComb about 30 metres from the line and on the left-hand side, booting the ball down into the right-hand corner. It's set up perfectly for McComb. And over for the try. Great linking up between O'Brien and McComb to put Ireland into the 1-point lead once again.
Yeah, it looked like a kick to nothing by O'Brien, but it was clearly a pre-rehearsed move. GB probably caught thinking the ball was going to go dead, as I was thinking.
Yeah, I think that was the thought shared by pretty much everyone around the ground except for O'Brien and McComb. Dunley finds Entwistle out the back to Dunley again. He's still going. They can't get those tags off his sliding hips, and the ball loose on the ground but cleared up by Cod. De Jong now beats the first defender. In comes O'Brien, the action man at the moment. Field controls that with the feet as it goes back behind her, so scrappy pass, but one that didn't end up being lost forwards by Great Britain this time. Dunley, he goes for the kick. He shapes for the 50-10. It's going to go long and over the try line, so tap 10 to Ireland.
Yeah, Ireland will look to build out from the back now. Try and get another score and stretch their lead. Michelle O'Driscoll on the ball. She's looking for her offload back to Conor Burke. Conor Burke looks to beat the first one, but it's a tag. So it's back to Alana Burns, back to Michelle O'Driscoll. They work the ball well together. Alana Burns looks to take the roll outside to Conor Burke. Conor Burke to Higgins. Higgins looking for the offload, but Burke opts to continue on. Mark O'Brien.
Great tag by Megan Lewis just inside her own half as O'Brien had built up ahead of steam.
It needed to be, yeah. O'Brien looked like he was going to break the line there for sure. Rachel Healy in quickly for the roll, and Ireland going fast again. Back to Higgins. Higgins looking for O'Brien. O'Brien in space. Back to Healy. Healy looks to go outside, but she's well tagged.
Athletic diving tag from Entwistle, but they're going to go back for the late tag penalty just before that.
Oh, and they're going to have
that
contact
is,
against Ireland, I would think. There.
Yeah, as clear a bit of a contact by the attacker as I've ever seen. O'Brien engaging in a little bit of amateur dramatics. I think he took a fairly heavy fall, having cleared out Emily Codd. Entwistle offering a hand to help O'Brien up. O'Brien not quite finished with the acting just yet. And we're just checking on Codd. O'Brien potentially did injure his shoulder as he landed on the ground. It is a long way for him to fall, but it certainly, there can be no doubt about that one. It was contact against Great Britain. O'Brien the one that caused it. In 50-50 issues, the penalty goes against the attacking player.
No, I think there's no doubt there. There wasn't much of a gap. O'Brien probably should have slowed down.
Absolutely should have done, and it is a sin bin for O'Brien, so he'll have to stay behind that Great Britain bonus box.
Yeah, for the last 5, Great Britain will have 8 players and Ireland will only have 7. O'Brien's momentum just took him in, and he didn't check his run. Just unlucky. He's not a dirty player by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I don't think there was any intent there, just a bit of a lack of awareness and overexcitement about the try line getting ever closer, with just the 1 point separating the teams in this game. Main concern at the moment will be to make sure that Emily Codd is okay and able to get back to her feet. It will certainly be a substitution. And we will have some time added on. Our first aiders here at the British and Irish Cup now making their way to the pitch in order to make sure that Emily Codd is perfectly okay. She's chaired off there by a couple of teammates, including Lucy Riddler, who knows a thing or two about getting injured at international tournaments after the knock she took at the ITS just a month ago. Probably easier to chair off Emily Codd than it would have been if Mark O'Brien had needed chairing off.
That's definitely true. I don't think I'd be able to even carry Mark's arm, never mind the rest of him.
Yes. So we'll have a couple of minutes more than we have showing on the clock here. The referee did stop time for that injury. So probably about 5 minutes left in this one.
Yeah, that's correct.
As Lampkin should have the advantage there for the shortfall, and interestingly, nothing given. The touch judge, Dave Matkoff, seeing it and making sure the penalty is given. 6 again, 10 metres in front of Walker.
So Ireland with
Lampkin to Entwistle.
They have to play without a fullback. Be interesting to see if. Oh no, they are playing with a fullback actually.
Yeah, so one fewer player in the line then, Barry.
They're not marking the row.
Means the holes will be there, and Entwistle taking the ball up quickly with Alex Ryan outside him, and he's tagged before spinning and tripping over. This now with Ireland on their line is where the hole really ought to appear as Entwistle tries to work his way through. Megan Lewis, the try scorer in the first half, waiting on the far side, on the near side. Walker, scorer of GB's most recent try, not able to get through there. 1 tag remaining in this set. Lampkin to White. She finds Towerton, frees the hands behind Ryan. The fake pump. Ball's still alive. White gets it over to Lampkin on this right-hand side. Lewis switches. Lampkin goes himself, but the tag is made really well Duggan and Grace Goggin combining to take both of Lampkin's tags there, and the changeover coming in at the last possible moment. Ireland escaping there. 1 point margin still intact.
Yeah, so Ireland will look to use the 6 tags here and then kick for field position, given that they're down a player for the last couple of minutes of this game following the sin binning of O'Brien for the unfortunate piece of contact. So Higgins looks to run it. He's looking outside to Goggin. Goggin offers herself, she gets tagged. It's back to Higgins again. Higgins inside to Tom Duggan. Tom Duggan opts for the kick. It looks to be going. Is it going to go for 50-10? Not quite.
It's going to be just short of 50-10, just short of the touchline as well.
They make the tag in the corner. Ireland need to be up quick again. And
they are. Ryan with no options.
First 2 tags kept GB down inside their half.
Towerton is through here.
That's a good tag by Ireland again. Ireland scrambling to get back on side. A little bit tired. GB have the time and space to go outside. Ed Mahood makes
found
the tag.
Ryan, who danced but was caught by his defender. Walker goes for the kick again, not for the first time. There's a break here for Ireland.
This could be a box try for Ireland. This could be a box try for Ireland.
Will Mahood is going in, and the
Mahood scores.
Maximum points he could have scored. It moves Ireland a further 2 points ahead. 8-5 the score now, and it's a real hill to climb for Great Britain.
Mahood's very dangerous in open play like that. If you give him a bit of time and space, he's very quick. And he can score tries like that. I've seen him do it several times. So that's a big score.
Still a couple of minutes in this one for GB to come back, but a 3 point margin means it's at least a 2-score game to win it. A draw in this match would mean a draw in the series is still a possibility, but it would look unlikely now. Walker attempting to get across and make that tag. In the end, it's Towerton and Dunley that combine, but Ireland just about 12 metres out from the British line as Towerton tags again. 3 point margin, and they just need to manage the game from here to wrap up the series, and this would put Ireland in the position of having won 3 of the 6 series, and it all coming down to whether they can take another one or if GB can win on overall games.
So at the moment Ireland are just looking to run the clock down with the person in the bin. They'll opt for a kick. It's over the head of the defender. McComb looking for the ball. It looks like it's a knock on by McComb or into touch, but that's it. Game over, and Ireland win.
It had worked previously for Ireland. It didn't quite work that time. McComb knocking on, but no matter. A 3 point win, 5-8 the final score, and Great Britain will be so disappointed with that one. They had led 4-0 just after the break when Alicia Ahmed went over for their second try. Ireland, with a great comeback, put themselves ahead by a point. Walker levelled things up, but then Ireland again scoring a 1 point margin, a player in the bin. Great Britain down on the Irish line. But the break came and there was no stopping Ed Mahood as he ran about 60 metres into the bonus box to get the score, and Ireland wrap up their 3rd category here. We are waiting for the results to come through from the Women's Open and Men's Open matches that have been going on at this point. Potentially, Great Britain have the opportunity to wrap up the Women's Open category, having won 2 games yesterday. The Men's Open was tied at 1-1, so that category won't be being won by either side in this opening game of the day. And we'll see which of those 2 teams takes the advantage. And before we look ahead to the women's seniors match here, the category that's tied 0-0 after 3 games played, Barry Keary will conduct an interview with 2 more mixed open players from Ireland.
Guys, over here. Over here. You need to be in front of us. Okay, I'm joined by Craig Glynn, Ed Mahood and Michael Fenton from Mixed Open. So first of all, congratulations on the win. How does it feel to have won?
Great game. It's good to have see the competition overall. First game on Sunday.
How about you, Craig?
Yeah.
It's been a while since you played for Ireland.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, back in on the Mixed Open for the ITS, and good to win the series. Three from three, and can relax a bit and try some moves for the rest of the day.
Yeah, Michael, you're going to try some moves now?
Yeah, no, it was a good game. In fairness to GB boys, they came out really strong. I think we were 4 or 5-0 down. Reese and DeYoung, they were playing a good game, but we kind of picked up the tempo at the start of the second half and came back at them. But it was definitely the best game of the series so far. So yeah, I think both teams now can kind of open up and play a bit of ball for the last 2 matches since we're 3-0 up. But yeah.
Got your first try, Ed?
Second, yeah.
Congratulations.
Cheers,
I know
thanks,
you're making your debut this weekend. Best of luck in the rest of the games, guys, okay?
Yep, thanks, Barry.
Thanks.
Right, there's Simone Fenton watching at home. Hi, ma'am.
When everyone else people lose. They start winning, they always start losing.
So as we look ahead to the women's seniors match on pitch 1, as we know, Ireland have wrapped up 3 categories: mixed seniors, mixed open, and women's seniors. So it's the men's 40s match that we've got coming up next. Mixed seniors, mixed open, and women's seniors all have been wrapped up 3-0 so far by Ireland. 2 tests remaining in each of those. I can confirm that Great Britain have won their first category of the weekend. They won the 3rd game in the Women's Open, 10-2, which means that they have won that series 3-0, or are leading that series 3-0. An unassailable lead there, so 3-1 on categories. Great Britain bounced back in the Men's Open after their loss in the final game yesterday to win 13 points to 3. So advantage Great Britain in that one. Women's Seniors category, that's the one that's still tied 0-0 after 3 test matches played. It's crucial that Great Britain win Men's Open and Women's Seniors to take the British and Irish Cup down to games 1. That's the only way that Great Britain can claim victory in the 2022 British and Irish Cup now, with 3 categories having been won by Ireland. So it's the men's 40s that we'll see up next on pitch 1. This category, the exhibition category, currently being led 2-1 by Ireland. They won the first and the third test yesterday. Great Britain winning the second one. So the series has seesawed so far. We'll see whether Great Britain can continue that theme and get up in this one. So we are just about ready to kick off in this one. That hooter there was actually the hooter for starting the game. Men's 40s, I suppose, as a category, a little bit more laid back, a little bit more relaxed than some of the others, especially while being an exhibition one. So the players in both sides still just getting their tags on and heading onto the field, despite the fact that the game is meant to be underway. Great Britain shaping to receive this one as Baker, the referee from GB, knocks the ball back towards halfway.
I think that comes with life experience, Will, you know, being a bit more.
Well, the longer they take now, the less time they have to spend running around the pitch, Michelle.
That's also true.
So maybe they're hoping for a 35-minute test match rather than a 40-minute one. In fact, it will be Great Britain that kick off, and that is Andrew Davies, who is going to be taking the kickoff for GB. Andrew Davies wearing the number 6 jersey and is the head coach of Great Britain Mixed Seniors, who we saw on this pitch just 2 matches ago. Moonlighting this weekend and at the ITS as well as a player for the Great Britain Men's 40s in their opening year. There goes the whistle, so we are underway in this one. A long kick-off from Davis, taken well though by Ireland into the hands of Ross Allen. And a good bit of ground gained initially by Ireland, and a penalty that will go against GB. Sets them back onto halfway. Ireland coming up through Paul Tully. And the tag made before the pass got out to the wing there.
A little bit of experience on this team. Some of the players have been involved since 2015.
I'm sure, Michelle, many of them have been involved, as we see a good bit of play there from the Ireland number 4.
Gerard Shea.
Yeah, I'm sure many of these players in the Irish side, just like in the GB one, will have been involved in previous categories for their country before. And there's a player there with no tag on for Ireland, and so play will be brought back to where he caught the ball.
Dummy pass there. Connie.
Payne making the tag just in front of the box. A man that we pointed out yesterday had moved up since the ITS from Great Britain men's 30s into the men's 40s. And a little kick attempted there into the box, but it goes long. Gross back for GB to fling it infield to Davis, who takes the tap 10 metres out. And a bit of gamesmanship. They're running back up, hands in the air, I'm doing nothing. And you know exactly what you're doing, and that's getting in the way of the attacking player. as Brown was caught in possession there, takes the ball back. Holtz, dummy half in that one, be dummy half again. To Brown, Vinlewin outside him, Brown goes himself. Experience of Davis, so recently a player in the mixed seniors who took this year off to focus on coaching until the opportunity to represent the 40s came up. And Baker just explaining the decision here.
Great, the men's 40 teams. I expect that we will have some leagues around Ireland based on the success of this team. There's a lot of interest.
Yeah, I would imagine you would, Michelle. That's certainly something that we're looking into in the UK as well. The number of people that expressed an interest in representing the 40 side when we announced that we were going to run one. As the break comes in here for Ireland, but contact made, and that's why there was such a hole in front of the Irish runner. Jonathan Ellis breaking through there. So Great Britain escape. And Davis with the ball in hand again. Keeps it himself, despite Vinlewin running up on the speedy line on the outside. Brown to Andy Inglis. Tagged before the shorts were pulled. Goodfellow, player of the tournament at the ITS, plays dummy half. Flung over to the left-hand side. And Mark Day it is, number 9. Goes for the sliding try. And we're just waiting for the decision, but I imagine it will be a tag. That's what Blades and Baker are signalling, so Great Britain will have to go again. Vinlewin. Links with Goodfellow, back inside. Inglis, back to Goodfellow. Quick hands this from Great Britain. Davis tagged in midfield by Thomas Farrell. We're going to go back for a penalty to Great Britain. And it's Vinlewin, who has previously played football against Joe Cole and Gavin Henson, who takes it up. And Inglis going for the dive, but to me, the tag looked to have been taken. Not only that, but the knee was down before the line. So Great Britain will have to go again. Vinlewin, Goodfellow outside him. The interlinking play once again. Inglis tries to go himself. Finds Murray, assistant coach of this side, and over now to Rhys Jones. Still Great Britain come. Day. Attempting to go himself. Caught in possession once again. Davis. Murray. Vinlewin. Through the hands. Inglis. Once again, he dives short of the line. It's a bit of white line fever here from Great Britain. One or two players trying to do a bit too much themselves rather than working with their teammates. But we do see a nice example of that there between Murray.
Great defence from Ireland though
and Vinlewin. Yeah, Ireland holding out really well here. Wave after wave of British attack coming at them and equal to it every time, tracking left and right across the field as Great Britain look to create the space. They hold out, still no score in this one. Ball in the hand of Farrell.
Let's see what Ireland can produce now. They have the possession.
Working that right hand side patiently here in the early couple of tags. There's Cullinan.
A few skip passes there. Oh, lost possession.
And some contact made here. Goodfellow is down and heard a groan of pain there. He's clutching his shoulder, I think, as he got himself low to make the tag. And the kick was taken by O'Donovan. A knee has gone into the shoulder. Completely accidental, I imagine, but it doesn't change how much pain it's caused Nathan Goodfellow. Ben Payne sprinting onto the pitch to sub on for him. And he will need to head off there. He is moving the shoulder, although with difficulty. Hopefully not the last we see of Goodfellow in this tournament. And it is going to be a roll ball to Great Britain following that. Carl Smith at dummy half to Andy Inglis. Here's Murray, trucks it up. Davis with Captain Gross outside him. Looking to see what they can work on that far side with Jack Williams.
Ireland having to defend again now.
Davis over to Carl Smith. Ben Payne unable to get through. Once again, that Irish defence holding firm. The kick from Carl Smith, bouncing around, gathered by Tony O'Brien. And it is going to be GB ball once again, and a new set of 6. It will be another set of 6 again. There's an Irish hand in there. Murray just doing his best to reverse away from the diving Irish defender. Here goes Carl Smith on to James Gross, and contact made there. It's going to go against Great Britain. Ireland once again.
Back in possession. Now, let's see what.
So simple first hits, and Walsh managing to twist past the first defender, caught in the end by Murray. A nice step there, and it's over to O'Donovan on this near side once again, but the younger man Ben Payne able to make the tag on him.
Through.
Matt Blade signalling where that roll ball needs to be as it went short of a 50-10. Williams to Murray. And Williams involved once more. We see Alex Sadgrove, head coach of this side, on for the first time in this match. To Murray. Looking to squeeze through as he approaches halfway. Sadgrove, who claims to be faster than he looks, fires a pass, hits the chest of his teammate and goes forward. Ireland will take over once again. Of course, with a 2-1 lead, having played 3 tests yesterday, this is another match where Ireland could wrap up the series in the game that we see before us. Not one that will impact on a British and Irish Cup, but one that will still be a sweet victory for Ireland nonetheless. So GB looking to come from behind in this one, even if things are locked still at 0-0 on the field. Williams sets himself to make that tag, and worked well across the line to the left by Ireland. Space created. Ultimately ends up in the hands of Peter Moran. But a foot in touch, and Ireland unfortunate there. What was a well-worked move coming to nothing. Contact then against Carl Smith, and they lose a further 10 metres. So just as things were looking promising for Ireland, it's GB that will take over again. Murray so nearly through, but a wonderful tag made on him there. Diving one, taking both tags.
Both sides still looking for that score, that first try.
Murray maybe should have been looking for the ball as it went loose there. Payne still going. Irish hands flapping around by his tag. Eventually does manage to pull it off. Murray boots the ball straight into the hands of the Irish defender. Breaking down the right hand side. I wish I could have told you who that was, but the numbers I've been supplied for this Irish men's 40 side are at least 50% incorrect. So to avoid saying the wrong name, I probably won't say names.
Yeah, unfortunately there's a bit of, I think jersey swapping is the easiest way to explain it.
And Ireland's now in one of the more promising field positions that they have had in this match, as they still search for their opening score. Ball flung around in front of the bonus box, and those behind there did well to regather it. And try scored there for Ireland. And as we watch the replay here, it's a nice play running to the right, and then looks to be Darashin, who's got in for the 1 point score. And Great Britain now taking over once again. Jack Williams runs it up, so 1 point behind Great Britain, needing to get themselves back into the game and back into the series. And it's Sadgrove with the half break, but well tagged by the Irish defender Vinlewin.
So GB need to respond
to
now.
Holt and Brown. Vinlewin picks and goes again. Runs across the line of Sadgrove into the hands of Williams, who's spaced in front of him. Tries flinging it back inside. The loose ball off the shins of James Gross. Nope, it will be off the hands, and a roll ball to Ireland. So one of the better chances for Great Britain, as they manage to find some broken field and gain a good 40 metres. Comes to nothing, and it's Ireland with plenty of running, trying to extend their lead. It currently sits at 1 point, just a solitary score in this game so far. Here's Cliff Callanan with the long kick, and good to see Goodfellow back on the field, and he deals with that really well and nearly breaks away there. Sheeran with the tag, and Vinlewin up now. Goodfellow involved once again, but unable to break down that right wing. Roll ball just a little bit further back. Tag was made before the pass. Goodfellow caught again. Great Britain already on their final tag of this set. Forced to kick by Vinlewin. That will be played at by Ireland, so it'll be 6 again for Great Britain. So they get the ball through the hands to the left. Mark Day on that far wing.
He's been tagged.
Penalty now to Great Britain. The late tag made on Rhys Jones, and Davis taps and goes with Jones just outside him. Across quickly into the hands of Williams, who puts a foot in touch. Looks to be the signal from Blades. And so Ireland bringing the ball in 10 metres. Another attack comes to naught for Great Britain. Twisting through there to beat the first defender. Jones eventually makes the tag. Ireland coming well here. They're gaining a good 8 to 10 metres every tag. Progress down the field is swift from them. Lovely interlinking play there.
Johnston nearly made it away.
But stepping into touch. Sometimes at speed, hard to see these blue touch lines, and make sure not to put a foot over them. What it means is Great Britain have ball back in their possession. Inside Irish territory, Inglis skips through, and this could be the opening score for GB. The tag is made just before the line, and not for the first time in this match. Inglis denied.
Good tag by Ross.
And Great Britain throwing the ball across to the left, and it's going to be a score for them. Yes, it is the opening score for Great Britain on that far side. Levels things up. Baker's just double checking with Blades. But we have that confirmed. 1-1 in this one. And that was Tim Probert on debut for the Great Britain men's 40 side, scoring his first try in his country's colours on a live stream. A late injury call-up for the injured Andrea Abramo as Ireland lose control of that ball, and it's Gross that dives in there to make the tag. And Baker just judging that actually he's not able to do that, so penalty Ireland. It's gonna be another penalty here. So Great Britain giving up 20 metres fairly needlessly. And a skip through there.
A little bit of contact there.
Contact as we hear the hooter. Now I imagine Baker will probably play on by a minute or so, given that this game did not start on the hooter. Ross with Carl Smith outside him, decides to go for the kick himself. Smith does manage to clear it up, flings it back, and the bounce of a rugby ball can do strange things. It ends up going towards Ireland. Gross goes to clear it up, but all a bit scrappy, and so Baker will end the half with the score here 1-1. Ireland with the opening try. Well worked efforts on the right hand side with a bit of a switch that we're going to see once again here. Into the hands.
And scored by Dave. I think he's from, his rugby background is Mary's in Dublin.
Dave Kelly.
I think so.
So the opening score, we believe, for Dave Kelly. Not quite sure where that bubble that you can see in the replay had come from. Did see some bubbles floating around earlier on as well. And then we see Great Britain's effort. Andy Davis with the miss pass, the bullet one, out through the hands of Pete Murray and into Tim Probert's mitts for the levelling score. See the wind up from Davis. Superb quick hands from Murray there. Probert, the eager beneficiary of that bit of play. So 1-1 at half time in this one, and it's been a very close category throughout the weekend, Michelle. As we mentioned at the top of the match, Ireland have won 2 tests. Great Britain have won the 1. Went Ireland, Great Britain, Ireland. So we're wondering whether the seesaw will continue and GB will pick up this 4th test match. But whatever the result in this one, it's encouraging to see the level of play from the 2 men's 40 sides. Did you manage to see any of them at the International Tag Series a month ago?
I actually didn't, unfortunately, because I was running around looking at the other teams. But I've definitely had the opportunity, I think, to see them play more yesterday and today. But as we said, like, it's great to see the interest, and just really passionate still at this, as you said, this age kind of group and category. So hopefully we will see some men's 40s leagues now throughout Ireland and the UK as we move forward.
Yeah, and important to have the opportunity for them to be playing regularly as 40s teams.
Absolutely, yeah.
Obviously, many of them playing in leagues around Ireland or around the UK fairly regularly with younger teams, but often that's been something that puts players off when they get towards that 40 mark, is that they don't really fancy giving up their Wednesday or Thursday evening to be given a run around by some young 20-something. So the opportunity to play with and against players of a similar age, really valuable.
Yeah, absolutely.
And while it's great to have tournaments like Tag Nationals and the Irish Regionals with categories for the 40s, and then of course the ITS and the BNI, It's the opportunity to play regularly, week in, week out,
Yeah.
at that
And-
level that's
and
so
there's-
valuable.
Yeah, and there's a mixture of players coming in. Like as I said earlier, there's players there that obviously have been involved since 2015. You know, so they're kind of long-standing tag players. But then you've also got players, you know, joining at this level who, for whatever reason, through family and work life, throughout their 30s, they haven't had that time available to you know, play team sports. But you know, now that that time is back, they're looking to get involved, and you know, tag rugby kind of gives them that answer that, you know, it's non-contact, so it's great.
Yeah, it's one of the things that this category certainly proves is there's a greater longevity in the sport of tag rugby than players might be able to enjoy in the collision forms of the game. The union that we saw on this pitch yesterday when Leeds Tykes narrowly lost to Taunton, or the rugby league that Leeds is perhaps even more famous for. But these players, they're not only performing brilliantly on the pitch, but they're having to balance that with their home lives, Michelle. A number of these players are in fact fathers, partners, and I believe we've been asked to give a bit of a shout out.
Yeah, a special shout out to all the boys and girls at home in Ireland who are watching, with a special nod to Daisy and Jack, I think it is.
I think Daisy and Jake.
Daisy and Jake, sorry.
When David Lyons came over and said his kids had been watching all weekend, they were really eager to see their dad on the stream, and would love a shout out. So I hope you're enjoying the match so far, Daisy and Jake. Good luck to your dad in the rest of this one, but good luck to all the dads out there on the field.
Absolutely.
I'm sure there's many kids back home watching, hopefully falling in love with the game of tag themselves, as it's Great Britain who will be able to run with ball in hand first off in this second half. Andy Inglis picking and going from the roll ball. He's been looking sharp around the try line, but unable to be rewarded for his efforts so far, as Carl Smith is tagged before he makes the break down the right hand side. Sadgrove at dummy half flicks it out. Inglis involved once again. No gap for him to go through there. Closed in front of him as soon as it had appeared. Here's Alex Brown, head coach of the rugby league side, Coventry Bears, who have a close link with the Tri-Tag Rugby Coventry and Warwickshire franchise, and that's where he had started playing his tag rugby. As Ireland take over inside their own half, and they kick early, and it's played at by Mark Day, but played at superbly, chipping it up into his own hands and allowing Great Britain to have a changeover on halfway. And Brown to Shipley, head coach of the only undefeated Great Britain side in this tournament so far, the Women's Open. Another like Andy Davis, moonlighting on the pitch this weekend for the men's 40s as Carl Smith breaks through. A wonderful run there, carving into midfield and gaining about 30 metres. Inglis into the outstretched hands of Jones. Now Shipley doesn't go for Day, tries to step inside himself. The tag is made. Really well done by Ireland there. Play still alive though for Great Britain. Day, Brown, Sadgrove takes the ball stationary, looks for the options. Hits a mean golf ball, Sadgrove. Can he hit a mean pass here? Just a light one in the end to Inglis. Tries to step inside. Still Ireland holding firm as they've done for so much of this match. Brown beat the first defender, but tagged wonderfully just before grounding the ball. Shipley tracks it right now, the fake pump. Fourth tag, 2 remaining in this set. 2 more for Ireland to hold out, as they've done so well to this point. Sadgrove skipping around, flicks it back to Brown. It goes down behind him. Play on called by Baker. Tag made there by David.
I think it's David Lyons.
David Lyons, who just given a shout out to Daisy and Jake. And over to Nathan Goodfellow on that far side. Flings it back in field to Inglis. Frantic play this from Great Britain, but just no opportunity to get over until Sadgrove charges for the gap there. Baker just checking with blades, the near side touch judge. The try is awarded. A 1-pointer to Great Britain. Their first lead of the game. Wow, that was a breathless bit of play, Michelle. Flung left and right, one side of the field to the other by Great Britain, but Ireland holding out so well for so long.
Yeah, GB are hungry for that. You know, they want that win today.
They absolutely do, but they're going to have to combine their hunger with action, because it's not just the men's 40s that we've seen fantastic defence from. It's been a hallmark of all the Irish performances we've seen this weekend. Clearly something that has been worked on really well. I don't know whether that's something Gary Kincaid is particularly focused on, or just a work on in training, but very
strong across the 2 days.
measly defence, for allowing very few points across all the matches they played.
Yeah. Some of the matches have been very close, absolutely.
So Great Britain for the first time with a lead to protect and a lead to try and extend.
Cliff, number 13, back on the pitch. He's a player coach in this team and a long-standing player. Has been involved since definitely since the 2015 World Cup. He's always a good man for the Hats, which it actually is a little bit sunny out there today, and it was sunny yesterday afternoon.
It is, as he breaks through with the little chip kick to himself. He's done really well. Clearly the Hat keeping that little bit of sun that's peeking through out of his eyes. And now Ireland into the GB red zone.
It's GB are defending very well.
Yeah, they see out that set of 6 from Ireland. Carl Smith unable to get away on the first tag. Here goes Gross, the captain. Probert, GB's first try scorer at dummy half. Back to Smith. Murray will take it up now.
Jersey 0.
Ball flung back to Smith, knocks it backwards.
Just waiting for the ref.
But Baker signalling that it is a changeover to Ireland. Just back toward halfway.
Ireland will be looking to reply here.
So Ireland with a promising starting point. Just half the field to go. They've already made 15 metres from that.
Good hands. Oh, pitch. Oh.
Shipped all the way over. Onto this near side, the ball drops. Late tag penalty to Ireland. They will have another set of 6 just a few metres away.
Very lucky.
Where they will look to level this one up once again. And the spin coming in there. Baker just explaining it's not a try. He believes the tag was made beforehand, checking that Blades is in agreement. And in fact looks to be giving the penalty for contact, the wrap made around the Irish attacker.
Connie just clarifying there what was happening.
Yeah, so 6 more tags once again. And the good show and go there. Just dived for the corner. Tim Probert has made the tag. And in fact, a foot in touch as he attempted to dive for that one. And so Great Britain, the opportunity to relieve pressure away from their lines. They still look to work this near side through Gross and Probert. It's been a while since play has gone over to the far side where Ben Payne, the speedster, waits. Still keeping it on the left wing. And the early kick comes from Kevin Ingham. Bounces up challengingly there.
That was a little bit of a knock.
Yeah. Competition attempted in the air. Probert has run into the Irish defender. So that will be A penalty to Ireland. Probert back heeling to make sure he gets in the offside line.
Connell takes the penalty quickly.
And a good tag made by Murray, just as Ireland were looking dangerous off that counter. The Irish line mostly over to that left-hand side, fairly flat. Tag made by Vinlewin. Lions unable to get away. Play reversed and over the head of the waiting player. Unable to do anything with it initially. And GB will have the penalty, and that will be a second penalty. Offside there, needed to get back, and he's going to give a third away, and arguably could end up in the bin there. And that's one where perhaps in the opens category, a player on debut might be able to claim they didn't know what they were doing there, but there's no chance a men's 40s player wouldn't have.
I think it's a little bit of inexperience of playing at this level of tag as well.
Potentially. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, shall we?
Absolutely.
And a bit of an injury sub, and an interesting technique here. Again, a bit further gamesmanship, running off with one of the GB tags. All sorts of tactics being tried here, Michelle.
Error, absolutely. Human error.
I don't know, Cliff Callahan's got some tricks up those sleeves of his underneath his hat.
Underneath that hat.
Tag here was simultaneous, so when he regathers the ball it will be a tag, but it was a kick that's worked very well for Ireland. 20 metres further down the field and into the British half. Play quickly shifted over to the left-hand side, perhaps a bit too quickly in front of the player, but he manages to clear it up well. And the two teams frustrating one another here, hopefully in a fairly good-natured way, but just slowing things down. Of course, not in Ireland's favour to slow things down. They are 1 point behind on the scoreboard with about 9 minutes remaining. And here we see Ben Payne break, the speedster, formerly of the GB men's 30s, and he is going to go all the way. He was hounded the full distance that he ran, but he twisted and turned, shook those hips, and just escaped the clutches of the defender to move Great Britain into a 3-1 lead here in the fourth test of the men's 40s exhibition series.
Ireland will not be happy.
Great Britain, on the other hand, will be very happy, and just saw Dave Shipley with a big smile on his face. It's rare to see Dave Shipley with a big smile on his face, if you know him well. One of the few things that makes him smile on a tag field or around a tag field is are the performances of Women's Open, but he certainly enjoyed that try from Ben Payne. A man he knows well from the refereeing ranks of Tri-Tag Rugby, and that kick there from Ireland just coming off the knee, but dealt with by Andy Inglis. GB now with the opportunity, 10 metres inside Ireland's half, and Goodfellow over the ball to try and extend their lead further. Here's Brown and Smith again, who's had plenty of running in this match. Inglis with that skip that we've seen before, and into Callanan, and flat down on his back. Didn't move for a second, but I think that was just the initial disappointment at having caused the contact. The call is correct there. It did need to go against Great Britain. Callanan had his position. He held it and was run into, and Ireland making some good meters off these first couple of tags. Here is Callanan.
Good hands.
It's a shame I don't have the correct, well, I don't, maybe I do have the correct number 18, Paul Tully. Do you think, Michelle, it might be Paul Tully, because he's been a certain standout for this Ireland men's 40s side. Lots of loops and switches being run by him to great effect. But now it is Great Britain with hands on the ball. Gross tied up by Tully. Brown fires that one out to Carl Smith as Inglis went on the decoy line. Brown tries to step himself. Grove back in the line for GB. Finds Shipley. Shipley through the middle. One more to beat. Twist the hips, but the tag well made. That could have been a threatening score by GB. That would have moved their lead up to 3. It would be 3 unanswered scores. 4, in fact. But that ball ending up bouncing just in front of Goodfellow. Went off his legs. Ireland claiming it was off the hand. Not sure what you saw, Michelle, but the try has been given, so Baker and his touch judge obviously in agreement that it was off the shins rather than the hands. GB 4, Ireland 1.
Whatever the ref says on the field, that's what goes.
That's what you've got to go with. Nice to see that you're a bit more respectful of that attitude in tag rugby, Michelle, than Barry Keary himself is.
I think that's my background from being a venue manager in Ireland.
Yes, you do have to work closely with the referees and encourage players to see things from their side.
Yeah.
Ireland with a half break there that gained some good ground. And I don't want to tempt fate, Michelle, but the sun is certainly starting to force its way. You can actually see shadows from the players.
Yeah, no, it is getting bright, and it was. So it would be nice if we could hold on to the sunshine for the rest of the day. I thought you were going to tempt fate by calling the score the end score.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I wouldn't risk that one. But it was Ben Payne who haired back for GB to clear that one up. A man used to the Yorkshire weather himself from Middlesbrough. And Carl Smith, also from the northern ends of the UK, and Payne thought he'd broken through again there, but the forward pass gives Ireland the opportunity inside the GB half to launch an attack of their own and try and narrow this deficit. 3 points they're behind now. It's at least a 2-score game, even if they got a bonus box score. Murray making the tag there. Ireland continue working the left-hand side. The line stretching out diagonally to their right. Just using the first initial couple of runners and then once again switching left. And not sure that was quite the right decision. Numbers were certainly over on this right-hand side.
Pressure on the Irish team here to score.
Yeah, they really do need to, and passes like that are not going to help. Baker just judging whether the pass had been made before the tag, which he seems to think was the case. So Great Britain survive a further Irish attack, but had got the Irish further into GB territory than they've been for a while, but unfortunately for them, still for the same result that they've had this half. And a collision there. Days attempted to get round the inside of the player and come up against Connie Leahy. I think it was a fairly accidental contact from both sides, but one that looks to have caused Mark Day some pain. I think he may have twisted his ankle there.
Yeah, he's holding his foot. Just waiting for some medical staff, I think, to help. So
the first aiders at the northern end of the pitch, they were just walking away having finished tending to someone else, and luckily one of them looked over at the game and saw that they've another customer to deal with. Mark Day potentially slowly getting back to his feet. Just going to test out that ankle. Worth though him heading to the subs bench, getting checked out properly.
Absolutely.
And someone else coming on for him. So Tim Probert is jogging on to take his tags. Day trying again to get to his feet. The first aiders are here to help him out.
So we've just lost a little bit of time there.
Limping to the side. So while there's a minute and a half shown on the clock. The referee will have stopped time there, so we'll probably play another minute beyond the 40 in this one. And that obviously favours Ireland. They need that time, especially when GB have the ball in hand, because management of the game here from Great Britain with a 3-point lead will see them level this exhibition series up 2-2 and take it to a decider that we will be bringing you on the live stream at 1:35 today. So Daisy, Jake, all the other kids watching your dads in this one, you will get to see it go down to a nail-biting 5th and final game at 1:35 on the live stream. So do join us then. That is, of course, if we don't have a miraculous comeback from Ireland in this one, as Gross goes around the outside the defender, then puts in the kick, isn't able to gather it, goes out into touch. Ireland take over. We're in their last couple of throws of the dice in this 4th test match here. The opportunity to wrap the series up, still there, as Ireland break for the box. This will be a 2-point effort. Baker just double checking with both referees that they're completely happy, but he will award the 2-point try. Great Britain 4, Ireland 3, 1 point in it, and still time in the game. There's the final play hooter. We estimate we've probably got another minute to play in this one. There's me tempting fate. I said I wasn't going to, Michelle, and I did. I tempted fate. I talked about the 5th and final test being the decider, but Ireland now with the opportunity to tie things up. No, Jason Baker does go off the hooter. Ireland not happy. They're complaining about the fact that the time should have been stopped for that injury. A little bit of disappointment here. Irish players going in to speak to Jason Baker. So slightly controversial end to this game. Baker will be making the point that the games are meant to be centrally timed, and we move to see some of the Great Britain tries scored in this second half. Here was the effort from Sadgrove that broke the 1-1 deadlock, sneaking through a tiny gap. Here's Payne's effort from halfway. Twists his hips around the outside. Has got the pace. He kept looking back though. He could hear the Irish defender herring after him. Number 50 on his back, which was originally meant to be David Lyons. I don't believe it was, but it is number 50 for Ireland that not only managed to nearly stop this try by Ben Payne, unlucky to fail to do so, a 1-pointer for GB there, but then scored the try that potentially could have seen Ireland claim a famous come-from-behind win. That try there we saw from Nathan Goodfellow as the ball ricocheted off his shins and gathered before the line for Great Britain's 4th score. But here was the break. Galloping downfield, diving into the box, because your knees are allowed to be down over the try line. And still a try scored at international level. While that wouldn't be allowed at domestic level within the UK, and knees down before the try line wouldn't be allowed at international level either. We saw a couple of GB tries in this game ruled out for that reason. It is allowed here. So this one ends Great Britain 4, Ireland 3, and we're going to have an interview now with a couple of the Great Britain men's 40s players, James Gross and Michael Vinlewin, heading over.
All right, cool.
Just give me a count and then
Okay, so I'm joined by 2 members of that victorious Great Britain men's 40 side, Michael Vinlewin and Captain James Gross. What a performance in that one, guys. You were in a tight one through the first half, 1-1 at half-time, and then ended up in a 4-1 lead at one point. They nearly came back at the end. Really exciting to watch. Was it just as exciting on the field?
It was very exciting to play. It was really tough. From the last 2 games, we had to cut out our mistakes. And today, in this one, we finished more of our sets and we put them under far more pressure rather than them putting us under pressure. So it was a great game and a great win.
Great, and the tries shared around the team. We saw multiple different scorers, including head coach Alex Saggrove getting over. Michael, though, you were full of running in the middle and helped to create a lot of those chances. Tell us a little bit more about your role within the team.
Yeah, I think that's basically it. I played middle yesterday, moved down to Rove today to try and give me a bit more time, a bit more space and get running at them basically, which I hopefully did. Just give us more space and use it out wide, which we said we could do.
Fantastic. So we've seen this series seesaw, Ireland winning game 1 and game 3. You guys have won game 2 and game 4. We go to a 5th test decider, which will be played on this pitch on the live stream at 1:35. Have either of you got anyone back home that's going to be watching?
I've got a bunch of friends, hopefully, of taking their Sunday off from important activities to watch this. So, hi guys.
Great. Do make sure you share the link with them. Michael, anyone watching for you?
Yeah, basically shared it with all my WhatsApp friends or my WhatsApp groups, so family, friends. Yeah, hopefully watching at home as well.
Brilliant. We know that there was a dad in the Irish squad, David Lyons, who asked us to give a shout out to his kids. We've got a few dads in the GB squad as well. Do we know, are there any kids watching back home cheering them on?
It will be for some of them. Some of them got, look, how many's got Paul got? He's got like 5 kids.
Pete's got 4.
Yeah, Pete's got 4, one's got 3, one's got 4. There's a load of big families in our team, yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Well, I hope that support that you've got from friends and family back home, you'll be able to feel as you run on for the 5th test. Really looking forward to seeing that one here. Hope you'll join us for it. Good luck, guys. Well played.
Yeah, I'm looking like I'm actually lose the pressure of what I'm
So the next game that we are going to be bringing you on pitch 1 here at West Park Leeds is the 4th test of the Women's Seniors series, a series that has been tighter than any other in history. This is the first year that we're playing 5 Test series in the British and Irish Cup. Previously, it's always been 3 Test series. Now, had this been a 3 Test series, it would have ended 0-0 to the two teams. It would have ended 0-0 to the two teams with 3 draws apiece in 3 draws across the first 3 tests. Great Britain and Ireland tied 3-3 in game 1. They were tied 0-0 in game 2 and tied 3-3 once again in game 3. We go into this 4th test now with both teams looking to get off the mark and claim their first win of the weekend. Unbelievable that we're into day 2 and the 4th match without either team having to succeeded over the other one yet. This category could be absolutely pivotal. Ireland has secured 3 categories, Great Britain 1 and leading in a second. Great Britain winning this one will take the British and Irish Cup to a decider based on overall games won. Ireland winning this one would mean that the British and Irish Cup would once again remain in Barry Keary's Dublin office. Do you ever let it get taken around by the teams, Barry, when they win it?
For most of the last year, Alex Mullen was looking after it. So I didn't actually see it until last month was the first time I saw it after we won it in UL. Alex drove it home to Dublin with its own seat and everything. Well,
and of the trophies that sit in your office that I've seen when we've had video calls, Barry, how many of them are actually won by you?
I just won the Corporate Cup a few times. That's all. One summer Super League or Premiership, as we call it.
Okay. And is there footage of that anywhere in black and white?
I don't know. You'd have to search through the archives, because I'm pretty sure it was a very long time ago.
So it is Great Britain with possession first of all here, and they do look to be full of a bit of running. And they'll be pleased to have Nicky Bryant back in their ranks today. Of course, Nicky Bryant involved at Oaklin, and Steffi Geertsen breaks now into the Irish half. And
good tag by
really encouraging signs from Great Britain. But here is Bryant back on the ball, puts in the kick into the ground before it bounced up high over shoulder height, which is why play was allowed to continue. And Bryant follows up with the tag there. Plenty of support from her teammates on the side. As I was mentioning, Bryant, who works for Oaklin, Great Britain's new associate partners, and yesterday we did have 2 members of the organisation coming up to Leeds to watch the play. Grant Leighton and Josh Carhart, and Ireland now break through with Carmel Egan up to halfway.
Yeah, it's a good break by Carmel Egan. Well stopped by GB just on halfway. Ireland have to go wide, but unfortunately there's a bit of a handling error, so it's a turnover back to GB again.
Yep, Geertsen in purple socks today rolls the ball at halfway. Halfway, of course, marked with a blue line over the white ones. It's the blue lines on the field that we are using for the tag, not the white rugby union lines. Tag pitch slightly smaller.
To make the tag in the middle, but it's play on.
All the way over to Holly Johnson on the far side via Frances Warewine and M. Stone, and it is now Warewine at first receiver, who flings it into the arms of Bedford. She's been a player of the match for Great Britain in the previous game, previous drawn test, and Geertsen clings on there over to Maureen Ogier on the right wing. And there's Bedford with the break. Clutch tag made by Claire Cunningham.
That was close. She was nearly at the line there, Will.
Almost the opening score, and the looping pass there.
But it's
unable to be taken by Johnston, and Ireland will take over. Yeah, key role played there by Claire Cunningham, much like the role she plays for the Rugby Academy, Alkali Quarters in Uganda. For the last 2 years. She helps with members of the Springbok team. I think Jack Lee is involved in. Helps to send out supplies to that charity to help them with their rugby playing efforts. So a very valuable piece of work that she does there, just like the work she puts in on the pitch for Ireland women's seniors. And here she is, Cunningham. Ball back over to the far side and into the hands of Clossy.
Back inside to Rachel Furlong. So Laura O'Mahony on the ball now to Cunningham. Cunningham has Emer O'Mahony and Niamh Kennedy outside. She makes the tag after the kick through. First time Ireland have been in GB's half.
Now Bedford with a second break.
It's a good tag though by Rachel Furlong.
Here's M. Stone. Just up over halfway. Lindsay at dummy half.
Conditions perfect now for playing tag. No rain anymore. Good tag by Christine Archer.
O'Neill looks to link up with Lindsay and does. Lindsay winding away 10 metres inside the Irish half. Final
Good
tag of this
defence by
attack for
Ireland.
Great Britain. Hunter goes
GB
with the
up
kick,
for the kick
and
through.
it's just on the left hand side, unable to be gathered though by Anita Barton. Change over, Ireland take possession.
Yeah, just a little knock on there on the kick through. I think tag would have been made anyway. But it's good play by GB as they get right up to the Irish try line, and Ireland look to come out again with Valerie Power popping to Niamh Kennedy, but Kennedy's gets tagged. So it's back to Rachel Furlong, who looks to go through the middle, but she's tagged. Back to Valerie Power. Valerie Power outside to Katie O'Sullivan. Katie O'Sullivan to Claire Cullen. Claire Cullen looked to go outside. Well cleaned up there, and it's back to Carmel Egan, back inside to Claire Mullen. Claire Mullen opts to go herself. She gets tagged by the defender, looking to roll quickly to Carmel Egan. Carmel Egan to Katie O'Sullivan, who opts for the kick, which hits a GB player, and it'll be not played at. Referee indicating that kick was over shoulder height. I think, I don't think it was, but okay.
Lindsay showing how tough she is, taking that impact, and ball immediately into the hands of Karina Litcher. Seeing some wonderful running from her there. We know from the International Tag Series and so many appearances by Litcher in the GB singlet before how dangerous she is. The ball comes right now where Wine has to reach behind her, but she claws it in.
Good tag by Katie O'Sullivan.
She's got Totsi outside her, and the whistle blown here. There's contact, and the referee wants to make sure the player's okay.
Rachel Joy on the ground.
Yeah. We hope that she's able to. She's certainly back to her feet, but we hope that her arm and shoulder is okay. Let's see what she was clutching. It is going to be GB ball.
It's going to be GB penalty, and they've 6 tags in field position to attempt to try and get the score to take the lead in the game.
Well, they've had no difficulty scoring in the games we haven't seen on the live stream. Scoring 3 points in each, but conceding 3 points in each. As Frances Warewine athletically dives towards the ground, but the pass to her was forward, and Ireland escape on that one. Because the draw that we saw in the live stream yesterday, Barry, a 0-0 draw, the first one that you can remember there ever being in a British and Irish Cup.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever been one. I don't think I've ever seen one in international tag, full stop, Will, when I've been to 2 World Cups, as well as like several V&Is. Just illustrates how close these two teams are to each other, as you can see 7 minutes into this game. There's a penalty there for contact against Rachel Joy. GB attempts to take quickly, but not from the mark, so the ref pushes them back to the mark.
Yeah, the ref needs to make sure on a changeover penalty like that they are in position to set the defensive line and to see the play. He wasn't quite ready there, so play was brought back, but now it's GB running forwards. Hunter Litcher will take the opening score for Great Britain. Wonderful play through the hands by the GB women, ends up in the arms of Karina Litcher. She was running to the left, steps back inside of the defender and dots it down for the opening score in this one. Great Britain 1, Ireland 0.
So GB with the early lead 8 minutes into the game, and to be fair, probably have had most of the field position on the play, with Ireland only been down in GB's half briefly.
They certainly have, but they have to capitalise on this, because clearly that's what they've not been able to do in the game so far, which has led to 3 successive draws. And this category has history in that area as well. Of course, it was the one drawn category at the 2021 British and Irish Cup, Barry. Ireland opened up with a win. GB then got a draw in game 2, and Cunningham now breaks through and looks for the kick as she reaches halfway and into the defensive realm of Steffi Geertsen. And the ball deflects off Geertsen, and the ref just checking with Collingwood, his touch judge on the far side, what he saw as to whose ball this will be. It'll be GB's ball. Johnston will take the roll. And Stone picks and goes, and it was Stone who played a key role as she breaks through the line here and heads for the box. The second score for Great Britain, and it's a 2-pointer for the team. M. Stone returning to the GB side after missing the ITS. A key player when GB won that 3rd test to level the series in the 2021 British and Irish Cup. And a key player right now, extending Great Britain's lead to 3 points.
Yeah, correct. Good run by M. Stone there, and as always, she makes the box. She's reasonably quick if she gets into space like that. She's almost definitely going to score, so it's a good finish, and it's a good lead now for GB in this game, where Ireland have been tight to them up until now across the previous 3 tests.
Reasonably quick, Barry.
Well, she's definitely a lot quicker than me anyway, Will, that's for sure.
Certainly one of the speedsters of the women's game. Wonderful to see her in full flight there and getting maximum reward as a result, but Ireland now need to bounce back. They've done it before this weekend, so they just have to have the faith that it can happen again. Great Britain, no. They need to be confident that they can build on a lead. 3 points, the maximum they've scored in any of their games so far this weekend. An opportunity now with only a quarter of the match played
Good tag by Amy
to
Carter
increase that margin. Bedford, who's made a couple of encouraging breaks, involved again there, and Geertsen takes it up. Hampton now at dummy half with Bryant outside her.
Again, good
unable to play on day 1, Bryant, so at least she had a wedding.
The turnover.
Yeah, Ireland, good pressure in defence, characteristic across all of their sides.
Grace Carsey out.
And dancing around in midfield goes Katie O'Sullivan. Ball flicked to the left.
So Amy Cotter, and Cotter to Carmen Egan. Carmen Egan just gets tagged just as she looks to break the line. Cotter back inside to captain Valerie Power. Valerie Power goes for the offload to Rachel Joy. Rachel Joy gets tagged. Ireland will look to go outside now to Claire Cunningham. He's had a good game so far, breaking the line a couple of times. Cunningham gets tagged on this occasion. Back to Valerie Power. Valerie Power opts for the kick through. Looking for the chase from Ellen O'Regan, but unfortunately the kick's just a little bit too heavy and it carries across the try line.
So tap 10 for Great Britain to relieve the pressure, but the best attack we've seen from Ireland so far in this one, Barry.
Yeah, those encouraging signs there. Got into the position, unfortunately couldn't get the score, but it's good to be down there.
Bedford breaks past the second defender, nearly up to halfway.
It's a good tag by Rachel Joy there with a couple of missed ones just before. Again, GB with field position. Ireland a little bit scrambled, but they do well to get the second tag for only 5 metres gained. And Ireland need to be up again quickly.
O'Neill dancing in front of the defence. Lindsay has to track back to be dummy half once again. Flings the ball out right to Bedford. Finds Totsi. Totsi through the gap. Winds her way inside the defender, and it's Carmel Egan having to work hard to get back and make that tag. The ball now in the hands of Frances Warewine and Sarah O'Neill. Over to that left-hand side. It's M. Stone once again.
So she's in again.
And she does get another score. Her second.
Score for
Great
GB.
Britain's third. And the 4th point on the board for this GB side.
Yeah, you'd have to say in the context of this test, 4-0 is a big lead.
Not just this test, Barry, but this series. It is a giant lead, one of the likes of which we haven't seen before. However, only 2 games ago, we saw Great Britain Mixed Open get into a 4-0 lead against Ireland Mixed Open, and we know what happened there, Barry.
Yeah, we do indeed. Ireland Mixed Open managed to come back and get the win, 8-5. Despite a sin bin near the end, Ireland managed to close out that win, recovering from a large deficit. GB again with field position. Ireland under a little bit of pressure in this first half. Possibly need to get on the ball, hold it for 6 and then look to exit.
Litcher, who got that opening score for GB, gaining a few metres there. Nice interlinking play between Warewine and Hunter.
It's a good tag by Ireland though.
Over to O'Neill.
Ireland are up nice and quick again, looking to shut down the options and doing so.
It is O'Neill to Warewine, and cramped space on that left-hand side for GB, with Ireland getting their defenders over there, shutting the space down and taking over with ball in hand now. Most of the field to go to try and get themselves on the board. Rachel Joy back up and running after the knock she took earlier. That's encouraging to see.
Back to Claire Mullen, who opts to go out to Laura Manny, who passes to
Emma Jordan.
Emma Jordan, who gets tagged, and it's back inside to Laura. Ireland look to push for the score, trying to get Eleanor Regan on the ball and try to use her pace. Valerie Power opts for the kick. Kick looks a shade high, so it might be a penalty for over shoulder height.
And so a let off for GB. A kick that should have gone deep down into British territory and forced them to play out from well inside their own half. Actually ends up with a tap just inside the Irish half, which Hunter takes up on the first phase. Here's Warewine now. And she's through. No one in front of her, but the defence tracks across. The pass goes though to Anita Barton, and she scores in the left-hand corner. Another point for Great Britain. They hit 5 in this one. 5 points to Ireland, 0.
Big lead for GB now. Ireland looking in a little bit of trouble at this point with most of the play in their half. GB dominating to an extent. So Ireland really just need to get on the ball and try to hold it for 6 and have a clean exit, just to stem the momentum flow a bit. It's Claire Cunningham on the ball. She opts to go outside to Katie O'Sullivan. Has to go high to catch it. She's tagged. It's back to Carmel Egan. Carmel Egan looking to break, but she's tagged. It's to Valerie Power. Valerie Power inside to Christine Arthurs. Back to Valerie, back to Claire Cunningham, and to Katie O'Sullivan offering an option. Bit of a mix up in the middle, and it's going to be GB ball, unfortunately, for Ireland.
Really unfortunate that for Ireland, just as they were looking to come away with something there. Losing control of the ball, and M. Stone, she's already got 2, searching for a hat-trick in this one. We've got 3 minutes to play until half-time. 3 minutes for Ireland to try and get on the score sheet. 3 minutes for GB to extend their lead even further, and they are the ones with ball in hand at the moment. All the way over to Holly Johnston. She is over the line. There's a question about whether the tag had been made prior to that, but no such luck for Ireland. Holly Johnston scores the try. Great Britain moving into a 6-point lead here now.
Large lead there for GB. Looks like based on the replay is a fair try yet.
And Barry just lending his TMOI to that one to make sure he was in agreement. And Great Britain, they've scored as many points in this half as they've managed in their previous 3 games in this competition.
Yeah.
Ireland
Playing
yet
really
to
well.
get off the mark. But here's an opportunity for them, breaking downfield through the legs of Niamh Kennedy, up to halfway. Now over to Cullen. She has to jog back to where the tag was made.
Back to Laura
by
Manny.
Bryant.
Laura Manny looks to use Niamh Kennedy again. Kennedy breaks the line again. There's a chance Kennedy might make the line.
Ogier and Topsy combining to take both of Kennedy's
Valerie
tags
Power
off,
on the
and
ball. She looks to swing it
GB
wide. To Emma Jordan to Angela Sheen. She gets tagged in the corner. Emma Jordan back in to Laura O'Mahony. Laura O'Mahony to Claire Cullen. Claire Cullen gets tagged.
and that's a
GB
change
ball.
over there, unfortunately for Ireland. Niamh Kennedy with 2 incredible runs downfield, Barry, nearly breaking Ireland off the mark. She got so close to the box as well. Could have been a 2-pointer.
Yeah, she could have made box there. All right, really good play by Niamh, making those 2 breaks, and you'd have to hope that Ireland just take that little bit of momentum and maybe try and get a score before half time.
Unfortunately not to be. The scramble of the GB defence. As I say, Ogier and Topsy had combined to make the tag in front of the box, and Lindsay got across on the far side. Held Ireland out once again as the kick comes from Nikki Bryant. It's going to go out just around halfway in this one.
Yeah, it's Ireland ball just on halfway.
Ball played out to Laura O'Mahony. She scored in possession as the hooter goes. The whistle blown by the referee, and the first half of this 4th test in the women's seniors category ends. Great Britain 6, Ireland 0. Plenty of tries for us to enjoy in that opening salvo, and we're going to see some of them now as we see Warewine and Hunter combining to get the ball to Litcher for the opening try. She stepped back inside the defender. Sunnier points those. And just this from another angle. Here we see that lovely step inside. Eleanor Regan had worked hard to get across to cover the outside there for Ireland. And this is going to be M. Stone's break. Picks and goes from the base of the ruck herself through the gap. Twists around the Irish sweeper and into the box. Cunningham, an excellent player, but unable to lay a hand on M. Stone with the pace that she had when she got on that curving run. A wonderfully taken try there. Great Britain weren't finished. They kept their onslaught coming. Once again, working the ball in spectacular fashion through the hands. M. Stone again the beneficiary. She had to do a little bit less running in this one than in her first try. But you still got to be in the right place at the right time to dot that ball down. That was Great Britain's 3rd score, their 4th point. And the next one we'll see Frances Warewine break through and find Anita Barton in the corner. And this was the one, Barry, where you wanted to have a little look to see whether any tags had been made. We'll get another look here. Warewine breaks through that one. Ball goes as the tag is made. And no one anywhere near Anita Barton.
Yeah, no, it was fair call. It was right just as the pass was made.
And then the last try here was over the top to Holly Johnston. So 4 tries coming in that left-hand corner. As far as Great Britain are confirmed, the back right-hand corner for Ireland. So fairly easy for them to see where they need to improve. But Great Britain exploiting those gaps in that area to great aplomb. 6-0.
Yeah. Big hill for Ireland to climb now. It's 6-0 at half time. You'd probably favour GB to win this test, which means that it goes to the last test to decide the category. With GB leading 1-0 most likely. Ireland will need to work harder now to get back into this one at 6-0. Will.
They will do, Barry, but such is the evenly matched nature of these two teams that even if Great Britain take this game, as you're predicting they will, who would bet against Ireland then picking up a win in Game 5 to tie the whole series? It's been so evenly matched between the two.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Definitely could go like that. We'll just have to wait and see. But at the moment, Ireland just need to get on this ball. They need to keep it for the 6 tags. They need to go at GB as fast as they can for the first 5 minutes, try and get a couple of scores on the board and come back into this game. Here we go with the second half, with GB kicking off to Ireland. Ireland to receive. Ireland needing to get a score early doors to have a chance in this game.
And these two teams resplendently decked out in their British and Irish colours. Kits made up here in Yorkshire by Stag. Official kit providers to Great Britain Tag Rugby and to Irish Tag Rugby as well. Wonderful to see such well-made and well-designed kits on show in this tournament. As we wait for the hooter in this one. Second half coming at you very shortly. We are underway. Great Britain protecting a 6-point lead. Ireland desperate to get themselves on the board, and it will be Ireland with the first opportunity through Emer O'Mahony.
GB are up very nice and quick, like they need to be, putting all sorts of pressure on Ireland. O'Mahony looks to break out. She manages to get the ball away, but it looks like it's foot and touch, so unfortunately it's going to be a turnover and GB ball. GB with the opportunity to attack now.
Yep, Nadine Mason-Bertrand brings that ball in field and rolls it for Sarah Hunter to then take up into the line. A good tag made on her. Steffi Geertsen switches to the blind side. She's got pace to burn, we know that. Ireland equal to the threat so far. Couple of tags down in this set. GB making a little bit of ground. 3 tags gone. Lindsay steps through, nearly beats the second defender, but when the second defender is Rachel Joy, you've got a difficult job. Such experience that she has. And the pressure then put on Sarah O'Neill. And Ireland taking it quickly through Holly Jenkinson.
Katie O'Sullivan tag. Jenkinson looks to go outside to O'Mahony. O'Mahony to Carmel Egan. Carmel Egan earns the penalty for a late tag. Emer O'Mahony looks to break now.
Ireland approaching halfway. Rachel Joy will take this one next. Out to the winger, but unable to be caught by Grace Clohessy, and it's Kat Lindsay who clears it up, and Anita Barton into the hands of Sarah O'Neill. Through the gap and over halfway, and well tracked back by Carmel Egan. Not the first time we've seen her doing that for Ireland. Steffi Geertsen now, the purple socks, getting moving. Over to Sam Bedford on the far side. Breaks once again, but again it's Carmel Egan that makes the tag after a teammate misses. Geertsen, Lindsay, caught in possession just as that move was starting to build encouragingly to the left-hand side. Now Geertsen takes it up again, twists the hips. Taken by Trish Dunn. Play just slows down again. M. Stone, Warewine, Bedford. Over to Marine Ogier on the far side. The kick from Warewine, and Ireland see out that set comfortably with Katie O'Sullivan clearing up the kick confidently. Carmel Egan picks and goes.
Claire Tierney on the ball, she gets tagged. She looks to roll quickly to Holly Jenkinson. Niamh Kennedy offering herself as a runner outside. And Ellen O'Regan on the ball now. She gets tagged. So Ireland looked to run the ball again. Claire Cunningham was there just on Valerie Power's shoulder, but unfortunately Valerie doesn't pop the ball. Niamh Kennedy offering herself as a runner. Inside again. Ireland tagged, but Ireland are moving the ball at pace. That's a good exit play by Ireland. They'll be happy with that.
Very good exit play. I think unfortunately it did stop just short of the 50-10 marker. No, it hasn't. It has gone. That is a 50-10. So Ireland with their best chance, you had to say, to get on the board and start eating into this British lead. 6 points behind at the moment.
Ireland looking to get in all right here. Back to Claire Mullen. Claire Mullen gets tagged. It's back to Valerie Power, back inside. And Claire Cunningham in space. She looks to pop outside to Ellen O'Regan, who's just tagged, just short. Kennedy offering to go.
And that's Kennedy that we saw with 2 fantastic runs in the first half. In Ireland's best chance in that period.
That looks like it might be a try for Ellen O'Regan now. Yeah.
And it is given.
Yeah.
The ball was grounded before the tags were taken. Ellen O'Regan goes over for Ireland's opening score in this one. This game is not over. A long way from it, Barry.
Falling asleep at pillar there and got punished for it. No, still a chance. Ireland really need to get the next score though.
6-1.
Valerie Power with the kickoff. And it goes to, it's well dealt with by GB on the back line. Niamh Kennedy with a nice diving tag to stop the counter attack. And Ireland are up quickly again, making their tags. Claire Cunningham. Ireland looking to force the turnover here to try and get some space to attack. And again, it's another good tag by Niamh Kennedy.
As Johnston flings that ball slightly
GB
behind.
looking a little bit hurried. Ireland up to punish the small handling error.
Possibly a bit rattled by that score. It
Ireland
had gone all GB before then, but the try first for Ireland, getting them back into it, and then, as you say, Barry, a couple of handling errors before the kick then went over shoulder height, and Ireland once again have a set of 6 that will start inside British territory as Cunningham takes it first.
Cunningham opts the scoot. Valerie Power looks to go outside. Claire Mullen is with her, but it's back for a penalty advantage. So Claire Cunningham to take the penalty. Ireland with time and space here. Cunningham looking for the box, but she's well tagged by both British defenders. Ireland still looking to go in on the outside. Carmel Egan with a nice line, but she gets tagged before she can make the line. It's back to Valerie Power. Valerie Power to Claire Cunningham. Claire Cunningham looks to go to the line. Claire Cunningham looks like, I think it's back to for a penalty for contact. No try. Ireland look to try and run something off the penalty now as they go to the line. Claire Tierney on the ball. She goes to score, but unfortunately she's tagged just before she can ground. Valerie Power now. Ireland need to be careful that there's no intercepts here as GB come up quickly looking for the intercept. Valerie Power again outside to Rachel Joy to Carmel Egan. Carmel Egan looks to go into the corner. Could that be a try?
Looked to me like the tag was made by Nadine Mason-Bertrand before the ball grounded. Referee in agreement, but Ireland will still come.
Ireland go again to the corner. And it's another good tag by GB. Really good defence by GB here. Carmel Egan, or Valerie Power looks to get the offload away, but she can't quite get her hands up to make it. Claire Cunningham looks to scoot, but she's well marshalled by GB, and it's another good tag. Really good defence by GB there. Ireland with a lot of tags down on GB's line, but unfortunately unable to score.
Yeah, superb defence by Great Britain to hold out multiple waves of British attack, and now GB have the penalty. Naomi Hampton on the ball. She started playing tag, having broken her ankle playing rugby sevens. Tag for her was her way of returning to play contact rugby, but she enjoys tag so much she's not looked back since, and you can see why with the ability she brings to the tag field. She ships the ball out now to Nikki Bryant and Warewine herself. former Sevens player over in the USA.
Forward pass there by GB. Again, another unforced error giving Ireland field position. You feel Ireland really need to score in the next 5 minutes to have any chance in this game. Zima Mani looks for options, but there's no real options there. Back to Carmel Egan, outside to Rachel Joy. Rachel Joy to Katie O'Sullivan. Katie O'Sullivan looking for the support to get the offload away, but it's not quite there. It's back to Rachel Joy. Look to go back inside to Carmel Egan, who looks to use Emer, and it's out to Holly Jenkinson. Holly Jenkinson looking for time and space. She gets tagged. Back to Grace Clohessy. Grace looking for someone to run the support line, but not quite there again. And Holly Jenkinson again. Back to Rachel Joy. Back to Carmel Egan. But Rachel Joy gets tagged, so it'll be her roll to Carmel Egan. Ireland will probably look to go to the centre again now where they have players. Emer O'Mahony on the ball. Emer O'Mahony back to Katie O'Sullivan. Katie O'Sullivan with the nice reverse pass back outside. Unfortunately, it's just knocked on by Angela Sheehan from the pass from Rachel Furlong, and again GB's defence holding Ireland out.
Here's Bedford, finds Litcher. Geertsen to O'Neill,
Ireland
former
up quickly.
hurdler. She's not able to hurdle that challenge. Tag made on her, and a loose ball bouncing around. Ogier manages to pick it up, a player who initially started playing her tag in Ireland, so we've got to thank the ITRA for the fact that she got involved in the game and to the level she's at now. And this is Kat Lindsay breaking down the field so well.
Tag by Emer O'Mahony, because there was a bit of time and space there that looked dangerous for a minute. It's good coverage.
Hunter.
Nice exit kick by GB. Holly Jenkinson as fullback picks it up and looks to go open. She's tagged by the kick chase. So it's back to Rachel Furlong, and it'll be to Rachel Joy, and then Katie O'Sullivan's outside her. If she opts to offload, it's to Katie. Katie back inside to Rachel Furlong. Rachel Furlong has Holly outside. Holly looks to step inside, but she gets tagged, and it's back to Katie. Katie demanding the ball. Rachel Joy right on her shoulder. Rachel looking for an option. Unfortunately, the pass doesn't go to hand, so I think it's going to be... No, it's not turnover. It's still Irish ball. Valerie Power to Emma Jordan. Jordan looks to break the line, but she gets tagged. So it's back to Angela Sheehan down to Claire Tierney, who looks to step the defender. Unfortunately, she puts her foot in touch in the process, and it's going to be turnover and GB ball. GB to attack again. Ireland need to get up quickly and try and force a turnover.
Here's Geertsen, twists and goes through backwards, breaking through up to halfway. Ireland scrambling back to make the tag. O'Neill waits at dummy half. It's a big 7 that Ireland was set back on there, but it gives GB plenty of space to run into. And tag well made on Sarah Hunter. Remstone flicks it out to Kat Lindsay. Tag's blowing behind her in the wind as she gets up to speed, finds Sarah O'Neill. Lindsay will be involved once again. Pops the ball off to Naomi Hampton, who is caught by the Irish defence before she can get herself up to full speed. Lindsay gets herself out the line. Hunter it is who takes it up, finds M. Stone through the gap. She will look to twist around the defender once again and goes for the box. We're waiting to see, is this a 1-pointer or a 2-pointer? It is 2 points held up by the referee. Great Britain moving to an 8-1 lead. And Barry, that hill's turned into a mountain.
Yes, it has indeed. Brilliant piece of footwork by M. Stone there. Nice to break the line in the first place, but then she absolutely stepped the fullback and into the corner of the box for 2 instead of 1.
And no mean feat to get round Holly Jenkinson. She's a multiple international, has represented Ireland in indoor hockey and netball as well as tag rugby. So herself a supreme sportswoman, just like M. Stone, who plays rugby sevens as well. I think that's where she got the injury that kept her out the ITS. Cullen to Carmel Egan. Will be Cullen involved again, the full-time YouTuber. Offloads the ball to Niamh Kennedy.
And Cullen inside to Valerie Power. Valerie Power outside, good footwork.
And Great Britain will take advantage of that loose ball from Ireland once again in Irish territory with ball in hand. Nikki Bryant now representing Great Britain and Oaklin this weekend. Bedford caught there, has to jog back to the mark. The ball flung in field by Warewine. Into the hands of Litcher with space. A lovely decoy line had been run, and Litcher will be the beneficiary over for the 1-pointer. A wonderful try for Great Britain. Moves them to 9-1 now.
Yeah, you feel GP have this game sewn up at this point.
We see there's the decoy line by Lindsay, just drifts to the left, drew the defender, created the gap, and there was no way Litcher was going to do anything but take full advantage. Great Britain 9, Ireland 1.
Yeah, it's a good try by GB. Nice lines, nice decoy line. Good finish, good decision to opt to not take the box as well and just take the 1. Unfortunately for Ireland, time now very much against them in this test. Katie O'Sullivan opts to pass to Emer Manny and outside to Emma Jordan. Emma Jordan looks to make the offload, but she's tagged before offload was made, luckily for her, because the ball was going loose. And Katie O'Sullivan back inside to Emer O'Mahony. And Rachel Joy looks to go outside. Unfortunately, the pass doesn't go to hand. And it's a good tag by Trish Dunn. Rachel Furlong up quickly to close that down. It's good defence by Ireland, great line speed there. As they come up again, hinted forward about that one, but you get away with those ones when they're on the margin, Will.
Well, when things are going your way, they seem to go your way in everything, and that is the case for Great Britain in this one. It's taken them 3 matches of draws to get to this point, but finally at the 4th time of asking, they've hit their straps and really shown their true colours as Bedford again beats the first defender. Katie O'Sullivan did well to get there the 2nd time. Bedford should be desperate to beat the 2nd one. A number of times she's gone through the 1st and then been pegged back in the 2nd. Totsi, who takes it up now.
GB up for the kick through. Claire Cunningham comes up to deal with the kick through. She's tagged out as she looks to move. Ireland look to move the ball outside to the right through Katie O'Sullivan and Rachel Furlong on her shoulder. To Emma Jordan. Emma Jordan gets tagged. Ireland gained a few metres there, but not like what they would need to mount an attack. So it's back to Rachel Joy. Rachel Joy to Rachel Furlong. Holly Jenkinson on the ball to Grace Cossey, who gets tagged. Holly Jenkinson looks to go back inside to Valerie. They up for the exit play. It's a good kick. Nice line speed, really well tag
to keep that in field, because that was a very challenging kick from Ireland. Here we go, Warewine.
Ireland look to be up quick to try and make the tag again. Claire Cullen makes the tag. GB look to move the ball again. Ireland up fast. The 9 time in space.
Hampton does really well. She saw there were no options to her left, went to the right before being tagged by Rachel Joy, bronze medalist at the 2018 World Cup. Although I don't think that was with Ireland, was it, Barry?
No, the Irish team actually won silver medals. She was playing for GB.
She was playing for GB when she got that bronze medal.
You walked into that one, Will.
I did walk into that one. Touche, Barry Keary and Ireland
back
women.
to Carmel Egan and outside to Angela Sheehan, who gets tagged. And she looks to go inside to Valerie. Valerie to Rachel. Rachel looks to go outside to Claire Cullen. Claire Cullen's tagged. GB's defence has been very impressive in this game, and Ireland not really getting beyond halfway and having to kick most of the time. Eleanor Regan looks to run, but she gets tagged. And it's back inside to Claire Cullen, who opts to kick this time into the open. Stone will probably get there first, but she's well tagged by Rachel Joy.
Let that ball bounce into her arms, and again we see Rachel Joy up in defence and making an important tag. And again, that Lindsay at dummy half to Sarah Hunter, namesake of the England Women's Rugby Union captain. Yesterday they won their 24th consecutive match in a row, beating the United States of America. They'll be heading into the Women's World Cup in New Zealand later this year with the opportunity to become the second England women's side to achieve great success on the world stage this year after the England women's football team won the Euros in July. I'm sure both teams are an inspiration to this GB women's seniors side as they look to build on their 9-1 lead in this 4th test of 5. This will be the first test won by either side in this series. 1 to go, that will be the decider. And there was a bit of a knock on there from Ireland, but escapes the attention of the refereeing team, and play continues for Ireland with Niamh Kennedy running a decoy line, and then Katie O'Sullivan busting through a small gap.
Back to Valerie Power. Valerie Power opts for the kick. Kick looks good, I'd say, but I don't think it's 50-10 because I'm pretty sure she was in the GB half, so I think it'll be GB ball.
It will indeed. And Great Britain have the luxury for once of not feeling like they've got to rush themselves as they get this ball back in field. There's half a minute to play in this one, and an 8-point margin for Great Britain to celebrate at the end, but time for them to get another on the board potentially. They would love to hit 10, I'm sure, and give them the confidence and the momentum going into game 5, which we won't be able to bring you on the live stream, I'm afraid, but for those of you down at West Park, that will be taking place at 2:30 on pitch 2. The decider of the Women's Seniors Series. Ball in the hand of Sarah Hunter as the hooter goes. She kicks it downfield. The next tag, and the game will be over. Cunningham caught by Anita Barton. And that wraps things up here in this one, Barry. Great Britain 1, Great Britain 9, Ireland 1. So used to announcing Ireland as the winner. Have the luxury this time of getting to announce Great Britain as the winner in this one. 9 points to 1, the biggest margin that we have seen on pitch 1 today, the second day of the 2022 British and Irish Cup, and a result perhaps inspired by the tremendous performances of the Great Britain Women's Open side, who we will see up on this pitch in just under 10 minutes time. They've already wrapped up their series. They won 2 tests yesterday, including that 14-1 demolition we saw on the live stream. They won their first one today to take the series 3-0, and they will be up next on this pitch as they look to try and whitewash the Women's Open series. Remember, just 2 series still alive in this one. Ireland have wrapped up mixed seniors, mixed open, and men's 30s. Great Britain wrapped up Women's Open, so it's the men's open. We'll be bringing you the results of after they play. They're going to be playing at the same time as Women's Open on another pitch. That one's still alive, and of course this one where Great Britain have just taken a 1-0 lead over Ireland with 1 test remaining. And an interview coming up now with 2 members of the victorious GB Women's Seniors team.
Yeah, congratulations to GB Lady Seniors there. Big win and puts them in control of the category potentially. So it'll be interesting to see how the final test goes as we switch over to interview for... Will's going to interview 2 people from GB Ladies Senior.
That one, yeah, no worry.
Happy?
Yes, a lot happier than we were.
Right. Yeah, I'll ask about the draws.
I really liked
that
your
one. Hey?
Even my football team drew yesterday.
Who's that?
Bristol Rovers.
Okay. Mention that. So I'm joined by 2 members of the Great Britain Women's Seniors team. Vice Captain Sam Bedford, although you might be stepping up into the captaincy role this weekend with Phoebe injured, and Em Stone returning to the side after missing the International Tag Series. Sam, we've had 3 draws in this category, finally a win, and it's in Great Britain's favour, 9-1. How did that feel?
So much better than 3 draws, especially that kind of 0-0 grudge match on the first day. That was a pretty kind of tough thing to happen on your first game.
Back in the side, after missing the ITS, as I mentioned. I think it was a sevens injury that ruled you out. And we've seen you amongst the tries in that game there. Had you picked up a few in the other games?
Yeah, I got one before, and then Alice told me that I'm not back until I score a box try. So we're back in the game now, but it feels good.
It was an excellent box try, galloping down the field, and no one could catch you as you went round the sweeper. Sam, you were beating the first defender on a number of occasions, but you've been integral in sort of setting up the plays. Can you just tell us a little bit more about your role within the team?
Yeah, well, I normally play rover, but we've had quite a few, including Phoebe, our captain, a few injuries at middle, so I've had to kind of step into the middle role and take a slightly different role in setting people up, but also I don't have the gas to finish them off, so we need people like Sona to do that.
Great, and sharing the tries around as well. It wasn't just you getting on the score sheet, but are you going to finish as the top scorer of the team at the end of the day?
It doesn't really matter as long as we get the win, but it was good to put on an entertaining game because I had a few people message me about the 0-0 game being streamed. So I hope we entertain the crowds.
You absolutely did. It was a bit like last year when you guys had the loss and the draw and then came onto the live stream and won 11-1 or 10-1 or whatever it was in that one. Yeah, absolutely, the showboaters. One test left in this one. Sadly, it won't be on the live stream. Obviously, in a way, it's winner takes all. If Ireland win that one, then it will mean that the category's drawn and Ireland win the British and Irish Cup overall. So no pressure. Who are we tipping in the final game?
Us, I think after coming off the back of that, we've just got the momentum and our heads are in it now, so let's go.
All right, really hope you do get the result. Crucial for the whole tournament. Congratulations on that one. Good luck for the final game.
Good. Thanks.
Cheers. So 2 minutes until we get underway with our next game of the day on pitch 1, which will be the Women's Open competition. 3 tests played so far, all 3 won by Great Britain and by fairly comfortable margins. Their 3rd game of the day, the first one they played today, was won 10-2 by Great Britain. To wrap up this category, we mentioned at the same time Great Britain Men's Open had won 13 points to 3 over Ireland to take a 2-1 lead in that one. At the same time as we saw the women's seniors put on that consummate display to win on pitch 1, mixed seniors finally got off the mark as far as GB are concerned, winning 11-3. So after 4 points had separated the sides over 3 tests, Great Britain suddenly turning things around to win by 8 points and reach double figures. And the first mixed seniors team to do that this weekend. The men's 30s, though, followed a more familiar script. Ireland once again taking the win 7 points to 4. Matt Kennison, the player of the match in that one. Jackson Dalton and Jane Pilgrim, players of the match for GB mixed seniors in their most recent game. Moving on to the Women's Open, Barry, as we say, 3 tests won by Great Britain so far, 2 yesterday, 1 this morning. What do Ireland need to do to bounce back and salvage some pride in this?
I think to bounce back here, Ireland need to, I suppose, start well, control the ball, maybe play with the wingers slightly withdrawn, cut down on the breakaways, because a lot of the tries yesterday in the match that we commentated on the live stream came from breakaways as opposed to general attack play. Yeah, I mean, I guess Ireland just need to try and get something out of this game. It's been a tough 4 tests for the team. It is our most inexperienced team, so would have expected it to have a tough time at the start. For a lot of them, this is either their first or second year playing international tag, and it's hard to come to the UK, especially playing the standard of player that is coming through try tag now. But you just hope that this game goes better than the first 3 have gone, as Ireland look to attack at the start. Good defence by GB. It's inside to Rebecca Conway, who gets tagged. Back to Cara Coleman, and Ireland with a nice exit play to start with. That went well.
Lovely volleyball from Anne Broadley, though, to pop that ball up in the air and take it safely. As we see Great Britain for the first time since their demolition 14-1 yesterday, when Emily Rona-Roper, who's on the ball now, scored 5 spectacular tries, including a couple in the box, and it's Hannah Kent now who takes it up, the physiotherapist.
GB up for the early kick, look to collect it.
Oh, it's like gone well. It looked like initially it had been taken by Lucy Saunders, but just lost forwards, and it's going to be a roll ball for Ireland, taken by Lydia Looney.
Back inside to Megan Carroll. Ireland well marshalled there. Orlamar unable to get the ball away. She looks to go outside to Lydia Looney, who's well tagged in the corner. It's back into Eddie Boyce, looking again to use Orlamar, but GB are up very quickly to make the tags. Ireland look to move the ball through Fiona O'Shea, but unfortunately GB are up very quick again. GB's line speed very strong here, they're defending really well. Ireland opt to exit again with a kick, and again the GB fullback steps across to take the ball. Ireland are up for the kick chase this time though, and it's a good tag by Fiona O'Shea.
Hawkett's taking it up after Broadley once again showed a cool head at sweeper. Laura Riches, the World Beer Mile champion, and the Great Britain Tag Rugby boat race champion, involved before Anita Snowden decides to go for the kick. It's not quite worked. Michaela Fitzgibbon clears it up well and beats the attempted tag from Snowden. Ball through the hands to the right for Ireland now. Ends up with Sinead O'Reilly for the forward pass before that. So Lucy Saunders jogs it in field. She's previously worked on a cowboy ranch, Lucy Saunders, which is a bit of a more unique fact about one of our players. No, it was in America, she says, during her summer at university. And Great Britain, having worked from left to right, now come back the other way, and good to see Ellen McGuinness on the field. She was unavailable on day one, a key weapon in this women's open side, so I'm afraid for Ireland things only get harder today with Ellen McGuinness joining the side. Hannah Wilson, captain of this side, unavailable for this tournament, so crucial for GB to have as many of their top line weapons available as possible. As Rach Livingston, Yorkshire woman, takes the ball up, and McGuinness all the way out to Golvin and over to the far side, and Alice Kendall tagged short of the line. McGuinness will go in at dummy half, flings the ball out. Here's young Izzy Bruton, just 16 years old and already playing at the top level of this sport. Sorry, no, it's Emily Golvin. And
tag by Ray Lawless just on the line to stop momentum there.
Lawless, we saw one of the most standout players in the Irish side in the Women's Open live stream match yesterday, Barry.
Yeah, good tag by Shauna Birmingham. Ray had a fine game in the live stream game yesterday. A lot of ball went through her. She carried a lot of ball effectively. It's good defence by Ireland here, and they've managed to hold GB just down on their line. So they look to try and get out from behind now. With Fiona O'Shea on the ball.
An All-Ireland long and triple jump gold medalist.
Back inside. Back to Fiona O'Shea again. Ray Lawless carrying her just like she did yesterday, looking for the pop offload to Kat Galvin, but not much time and space there. GB defending really well and up nice and quick, so it's making it really difficult for Ireland. Ireland look to go outside with Zoe Carroll nearly getting away there, but unfortunately she just got tagged just as she broke the line. Megan Carroll opts for the kick through. So Ireland to chase, nice chase by Fiona O'Shea, and it's a good tag. It's good play by Ireland as they look to shut GB down in their half. It's a good tag by Tara Coleman.
Riches frees herself from the attentions of the defenders, finds Golvin, Snowden in dummy half, over to Hawkins. Now Rona Roper.
You can see her
any tag made on her is worth its weight in gold.
Absolutely, as we saw yesterday.
Riches, more than a sniff of the forward pass there, and well spotted by the refereeing team. Pressure put on, as you say, by Fiona O'Shea, Barry. She will take the roll ball here as Ireland an opportunity to take over inside British territory through Conway and Marr. And Conway involved again.
Back to Coleman. Conway opts to go inside. Oh, the ball's a bit messy. Ireland unfortunately don't seize the ball, and it's back in GB hands. Ireland need to work now to get the turnover up here. Now that they're up here, they need to try and force the turnover. It's good tag again by Ireland. Good defence. Ireland are holding them down here. They need to keep doing that. They need to force the kick, or hopefully force a knock on. That's it. Good pressure by Ireland.
Play on allowed though, it went backwards, and Emma Jackson looks to break down this left-hand side. Well tagged by Coleman. Ball back in field to Rona Roper. Snowden runs the cut line.
Ireland are up
ends
quickly
up
again.
out to Hannah Kent.
It's good defence again by Ireland ladies open.
Broadly. Rona Roper with a kick. That's going to be a challenging one, but Coleman does well.
Dealt with by Coleman. Good footwork and nice hands. Now Ireland look to need to go wide. Unfortunately, forward pass by Ireland, so it's going to be a turnover.
That's a real shame when Ireland had gained possession inside British territory to give it up after so few tags with an error like that. And Snowden looks to punish them, twisting and winding away through the first couple of defenders. Hawkins throws a heavy pass at the face and neck of Emily Yip. A difficult one for her to take, and understandable she wasn't able to, as Looney goes now for Ireland, and O'Connell will feed the ball in field. Here is Marr. O'Reilly out to...
Good ball inside to Rachel Furlong. Ireland with field position for the first time in the first half. Ireland look to attack the corner, looking to try to get in through Cat Galvin, but she's tagged just before the line. It's back inside again and over. Looney looks like she might be in, and she is, and it's the first score for Ireland.
It is the opening score of the game. Really incredibly valuable win, incredibly valuable score for Ireland, given the context of this series, given the fact that they have lost 3 tests on the bounce to GB here, the ITS champions in the women's category. Ireland need to capitalise on this.
That's a good kick, but it's well dealt with by GB. That's a good tag. Ireland need to keep working now. That's it. They need to seize on the error, and it looks good for Fiona O'Shea. I think she might be in here for another try. And she is. It's 2-0 to Ireland. Fiona O'Shea seizes on the error there and punishes it with a nice little run.
Well, we were mentioning her achievements in the track and field arena earlier in this game, and she showed every bit of athleticism there, pouncing on a loose ball and sprinting to the line. Moves Ireland into a 2-point lead. Great Britain need to find an answer. 2 quick scores against them, not something they will have dealt with much in this one. And a bit of a hit there to Conway. She just looked a little bit dizzy, so the referee is going to go in and check she's actually okay.
Potentially should be substituted here, because I'm pretty sure that was a knock to the head.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, Barry. I think she should have gone off just to get checked, and I think that's what her teammates are now saying to her. Zoe Carroll actually checking in, someone who herself has taken a couple of nasty knocks to the head playing tag rugby before. And McGuinness passes the ball out now. Richards caught in possession by the Irish defender. Pennyfather coming in.
Oh, it's a good line by GB, but it's a great tag by Shauna Birmingham in the middle, stopping probably what would have been a certain try with GB with at least a 3-on-2 overlap. Another great tag by Shauna Birmingham in the middle. GB off for the kick chase. It'll be up to Ireland to deal with this. Ellie Boyce on the ball. She looks to break down the line. She gets tagged in the corner.
Good tag by Saunders.
Back to Looney and inside to Megan Carroll. Megan Carroll to Ray Lawless. Ray Lawless looking to break the line. She gets tagged, and it's back to Megan Carroll. Megan Carroll to Rebecca Conway. Conway has Shauna Birmingham as an option outside. Shauna doesn't get the ball. It's back inside again, and outside. Good break by Ireland there. Nice play by Ireland. And they just need to keep this level of speed up, as they're causing problems, but the pass isn't quite to hand. It's tidied up by Conway. Shauna goes outside to Megan Carroll, who opts the kick. The kick is partially blocked by GB, but it's going to be GB ball on halfway.
So GB take over. McGuinness, to Livingston and Richards.
Ray Lawless makes the tag.
Decided to swap her jersey overnight. Ray Lawless now a number 6, not 61, just to confuse things.
You know who she is, though, at this point, Will. You're all over the little details, more so than me.
And it is Ireland now moving into the British half. And this is Lawless calling for O'Shea to come onto her outside shoulder. Space was shut down well by Livingston. McGuinness making the tag there on O'Reilly, and it's Ireland now working the ball to the left-hand side. Good pace shown by Galvin.
Good pace shown by Gavin there, offering herself as an option, and nice little break back to Rachel Furlong.
Quick hands, but it's gone loose. Tag was made, however, by McGuinness already, so once Ireland sort out who's going to roll this ball, they will be able to continue with this set, and the kick is going to come. It's a bit of a gentle rolling one that was cleared up by Laura Riches, and now the ball in the hand of Emily Rona Roper, and how GB need her to do something, and she is all the way up to halfway before a really good tag made by Orla Marr stops her progress. And Great Britain will look to come again now through Alice Kendall, Snowden and Golvin firing the ball out.
It's a good tag again by Ireland as they look to defend the British breakaway.
Here's Hawkins at middle. There was nothing on to the right. Ran round to the left, but not able to get away from the defender. Broadly into the hands of Snowden. Puts in a little kick forwards. It bounces up perfectly for Fitzgibbon. Snowden manages to make the tag, but still another Great Britain attack ends with no points on the board as it makes the tag there, and Ireland look to play away from their own end. That ball into the hands of Orla Marr and straight back out, and it's going to be GB possession, and this really their best opportunity to get themselves finally on the scoreboard. We've been playing for 15 minutes in this one without a try for Great Britain, and Snowden holds on to it and goes over herself. That will be GB's opening score. 1 point on the board for them. The deficit halved. Great Britain 1, Ireland 2. So you see Snowden out to Broadley, the former surf lifesaver, pops it back to Snowden, and over she goes through that gap. The Irish, having defended so well for so long, unable to see out those consecutive sets, and Snowden.
Yeah, Fitzgibbon just wasn't quite able to make the tag there. She got close. Birmingham looking to break out from behind the line to Rebecca Conway. Rebecca Conway goes inside. And Ellie Boyce is in open country here. She's looking for an option. There isn't one. Great break by Ireland, but nice covering by the GB fullback. Rebecca Conway looks to go back inside. Back to Boyce again. She goes outside. Back to Boyce. This looks like it could be a try. Oh, it's a good tag.
Tag made by Broadley. Wonderful stuff. Ireland will need to go again if they want to restore their 2-point lead, and the opportunity to do so in the far corner, but Emma Jackson makes the tag on Zoe Carroll. Ireland work it back to the left. The kick comes in now from Megan Carroll and bounces up and over the hands of Emily Golvin. This play is going to be stopped. We're going to check whether or not this try is to be awarded. Referee conferring with his touch judge. It's Lydia Looney who is the scorer.
Try.
Another point. GB 3, GB 1, Ireland 3.
Yeah, nice decision by Megan Carroll to kick there, and we got lucky. The GB player just lost track of the ball slightly, and it dropped into an Irish player's hands, resulting in a score.
Lawless will thump this one downfield. There's only minutes remaining in the first half as Anita Snowden gains good ground off the kickoff.
Good pressure by Ireland, forcing the knock-on by GB as Ireland again have field position. Look to attack again.
The tag made by Florrie Greenhill, but Ireland.
Inside to Zoe Carroll. Jane Ponyfather on the ball and back inside to Ray Lawless. Lawless still has 2 tags. She's looking for an offload option. There wasn't one there. If Ireland go quick here, they have the numbers on the outside potentially to get in. It's a good tag by GB just short of the line. Fiona O'Shea on the ball. She goes back inside to Birmingham. Birmingham to Pennyfather. Pennyfather opts for the offload to Gavin. Good hands by Gavin. Ireland might be. No, it's good tag again in the corner.
Kate Merson doing really well to get across there as Ireland made maximum use of the space that they had. But that will be the 6th tag, and that will be a changeover. Great Britain managed to hold firm on their line this time. 2.5 minutes remaining in the half. A 2-point margin between the teams as Florrie Greenhill attempts to come away with it. Her 11-month-old daughter will be watching on the sidelines, while her partner Ollie Greenhill plays for Men's Open on pitch 2. And here goes Anita Snowden, but she's tagged by Ray Lawless. A threat in attack and defence. Lawless, McGuinness with the miss pass. Bounces over to Emma Jackson on the wing, but a really good tag by Fiona O'Shea. Avoids any ground being lost by Ireland. The kick now comes from McGuinness. Bounces up. It's a tricky ball, but well taken by Ireland as Hannah Kent raced up in defence.
Kat Gavin looks to go outside to Fitzgibbon. Fitzgibbon looks to make yards down the wing. She's tagged. It's back to Kat Gavin inside to Ireland. Oh, ball not to hand, but Ireland recover it. But the ref saying knock on.
Yeah, tough call that one. It did look to go backwards off the hands, but the referee not wanting to be seen to let anything go. Does call it as a knock on, and a bit of a trip there from Laura Richards. No contact though. Here's Emily Rona-Roper. She's space in front of her. She had support through Ashley Carson on her left. She didn't use it. Went the hard way, winding her way through multiple defenders, but she does go over and score once again. 5 tries yesterday on the live stream. This is her first of this game. Great Britain narrow the deficit. 3-2 now, as we see her go all the way over to the right through a sea of green jerseys to get that score.
Close the gap to 3-2.
With a minute to play, there's a point in it in this half.
Ireland has come out from the back now.
There's the final play. Hooter as Ireland gallop up the left wing,
like
and they're going
to
get the score to end the half. A lovely try by Zoe Carroll. And 4-2 will be the half-time score. Great Britain 2, Ireland 4 at the break. 20 minutes played in this one. 20 minutes to go in the 4th test of this series. Great Britain lead it 3-0, but Ireland hold the advantage in this test.
Yeah, Zoe Carroll doing well there, using the show and go to get down the line, and nice finish in the corner. Just what the pick-up Ireland needed after GB dominated the last 5 minutes of the game. Closed the gap back to 3-2. It'll give Ireland real heart now at half-time. So at this point, Ireland Ladies Open will be happy with how the first half has gone, particularly given how the first 3 tests in this series have gone, with GB winning all 3 pretty comprehensively. But Ireland will be happy to be in a winning position at half time, so it'll be interesting to see how the second half goes.
It certainly will, Barry. Much more positive display from Ireland, scoring 4 times as many points just in one half on the live stream as we saw them score yesterday, while Great Britain have been kept to just 2.
One being a fabulous individual effort by Rona Roper.
Rona Roper, yeah.
Maybe we should just not let her play. Maybe it should be against the rules for her to play in ladies. What do you think?
Well, you say that, but she wasn't able to play at the International Tag Series, so she was representing England in touch, and Great Britain did win the women's category there. In fact, they locked out the final. So
they certainly did.
Still a threat even without Rona Roper. Still a threat even without Anita Snowden as they were on day 1 at the ITS. Without Ellen McGuinness as they were on day 1 here at the BNI. Or without Hannah Wilson as they are all weekend here. So a number of people, Barry, that you would have to remove from this Great Britain side to bring them down a notch or 2. But it's a talented Ireland team as well. We obviously talked about Ray Lawless and Fiona O'Shea a lot. Rebecca Conway and Lydia Looney have been involved in much of the things that have gone right for Ireland, and then it was Zoe Carroll there that scored an excellent try down the flank as the hooter went to end that first half and restore Ireland's 2-point lead.
Yeah, it's good. It's good position for Ireland to be in at half time. So I just hope that they hold the position from here on out, because this team could really do with the win.
So just a reminder that taking place on pitches 2 and 3 at the moment, we have the other mixed categories. Great Britain find themselves 3-0 down against Ireland in mixed open, despite being very, very close in all of the games, in fact leading the third test by 4 points at half time. In the men's open category, GB won their first test convincingly. Ireland put out a display for the ages in the final game that we brought you yesterday to square that series up 1-1 overnight. And GB came out this morning and won the third test to take a 2-1 lead in the men's open category. So that category very much in the balance. This category here has gone the way of Great Britain, but wins are crucial in the awarding of the British and Irish Cup in the event that we end up tied 3-3 on categories, which I believe was both your and my prediction going into this one, Barry, ahead of the weekend. Obviously not everything works out the way we'd expect, otherwise Barry and I would be far richer than we are. Would have probably predicted some lottery numbers by this point. But
yeah, potentially.
It is Ireland currently leading 4 points to 2. 20 minutes for them to defend that lead. 20 minutes for Great Britain to rediscover the form of their opening 3 tests and look toward trying to whitewash this series, which would be an amazing achievement for the side.
Nice bit of defence there by Kate O'Connell. She looks to make 3 tags in a row. She's going again for the 4th one. She doesn't quite make it, but she's covered by
Hannah O'Sullivan. Tara Coleman. And a break down the left wing. And a bit of a trip on Emily Ip as she got round the outside of the defender. Play will continue with McGuinness at first receiver, putting in a challenging kick. Lawless is after it, and so are 3 of the Great Britain Women's Open players. And Lawless, she wanted to just shepherd that ball over the try line so Ireland could have the tap 10, but it was a matter of millimetres.
It was close, but she was probably just okay.
Yeah, Carson, Golvin and Kendall all there ready to take advantage if the ball had just sat up for them. And Kate O'Connell managing to spin her way through the first tag there as Lawless back on the ball, tagged by Florrie Greenhill.
Back inside. Have to go wide again through Lydia Looney where they got a bit of change in the first half.
It's Penny Father now picking the ball up and going in the number 1 jersey, having played in the number 6 jersey yesterday. I'm assured by Barry Keary fines will be handed out to all the Irish players that have swapped jerseys and made jobs harder today.
They're doing that just to test us. Well, Fitzgibbon chasing this one, but unfortunately the ball just beats her into touch. Ireland need to close this down quickly if they can. It's a good tag by Michaela. Michaela opts to chase again. Another good tag. That's 3 now by Fitzgibbon.
Snowden
back up quickly
wriggling
by
around.
Fitzgibbon.
Hawkins with the kick and being
kick
chased
again.
by Kendall. This one, it does sit up this time. He even went back away towards the GB try line, and it means that Lydia Looney is tagged just in front of the line as Fitzgibbon tries to come away from it.
Fitzgibbon does well there, eking out a few yards and not much space.
Greenhill unable to make that tag, but Kendall does. Looney with some pace around the outside. And
Ireland do well here to get out from behind their line on that kick. They look to go wide through Boyce. Again, good hands on the far wing. Boyce O'Carroll.
Carroll reliving memories of her try at the end of the first half. Actually turned to face the wrong way as she rolled the ball.
Kick by Ireland. They need to get there now on the kick chase. Ireland look to gather. And looks like it's going to be GB ball.
She'd done so well there, Looney, putting the pressure on. That caused the fumble, but then unfortunately a bit of a knock on herself according to the referees.
Ireland are up nice and fast, making their tags here, putting GB under pressure.
Snowden to Rona Roper, quick hands, finds Anne Broadley. No, the tag was made on Rona Roper. Broadley was through there.
She was indeed, true. Ireland living dangerously,
They
just
are.
making the tags. They opt for the kick through, but it's dealt with well by Megan Carroll. Megan Carroll back to inside, and Ireland look to go down the wing again with Ellie Boyce. Back inside again, Tara Coleman looking for options, but there isn't really any options outside. Ellie Boyce runs at the ball, she opts to pass. It's well caught despite the high pass by Orla Maher. Back outside to Coleman to Carroll. So Ireland are probing down the right wing. They look to go wide again, this time moving the ball well, and they opt for the kick. GB are a bit slow to get up, but unfortunately the kick just takes a bounce and goes wide, so it's going to be a GB ball 10 metres in. Shauna Birmingham marking the row.
Kent flings it to Emily Rona Roper, who unable to get through the attentions of Shauna Birmingham, and the ball into the hands of Snowden.
Good tag by Birmingham again.
Yeah, Ireland just seemed to have recovered from perhaps the shell shock that they had yesterday of the pace of Rona Roper and Snowden combining together and shutting the two of them down fairly well. Laura Richards now takes the ball up, and again Ireland seeing out the tags, and McGuinness forced to kick. This one goes back and bounces over the head of Fiona O'Shea, and at the moment could go dead. It could go, oh, I think she should have left that one, Fiona O'Shea, and they would have had a tap on the 10 Ireland. As it is, Emily Rona Roper tags her a metre out from the line, and Ireland have to go coast to coast if they want to score here. Rona Roper makes another tag, this time on Conway, and looks to make a third. The ball thrown under pressure from Fiona O'Shea. She didn't want to be tagged again on her line by Emily Rona Roper, and GB take over. That all came from the kick from McGuinness that was about to go dead but was gathered in field, and now Great Britain with 6 tags in the Irish red zone. McGuinness works it left, misses Broadley to Riches. Will it go over to Jackson? No, Riches takes it in herself. Broadley picks. Now Jackson's involved. Loops round the ruck. Just short of the line. Lawless makes the tag. Broadley to McGuinness. Finds Snowden. Back to McGuinness. Into the hands of Rona Roper and spilt forward by Kent with the try line begging. And that would have been a wonderful try for Great Britain. That would have drawn them back to just a 1-point game. As it is, Ireland can play it away now from their own line through Pennyfather and through Lawless.
Ireland needed to just exit there, but they opted to try and play the ball out, but unfortunately there's a turnover. Cat Gavin with the tag now. Ireland forced to do a good bit of defending. They could really just deal with next time they get the ball, putting it down the pitch.
They could. Handling errors on both sides. Scuppering their most recent attempts. McGuinness moves it left now and provides an option for Broadley. And the pass just out in front of the outstretched arms of Jackson. Another opportunity goes begging for Great Britain. Another time that Ireland have seen out a British attack and preserved their 2-point lead.
Lawless offers herself as an option. She breaks the first tackle, breaks the second, and you'd say go downtown now, Ireland. but it's turned over again as a hand in air, but Ireland sees the ball go into touch. GB with field position again. Ireland under a lot of pressure. Ireland really just need, if they turn the ball over here now, to get the ball down the pitch. Otherwise there's a danger that Ireland will concede, and the momentum will definitely have shifted the opposite way in the game. Ireland having to do a lot of defending. It's a good tag by Kate O'Connell there.
Rona Roper.
Michaela Fitzgibbon goes in for the tag. Great tag by Michaela Fitzgibbon. She's having a fine game in defence, making a lot of good tags. Back up again, Ireland. It's a good tag in the middle.
Let's not underestimate, Barry, how much of a effort it takes to hold out this Great Britain women's open side with the threats they have in attack. So really a performance that Ireland can be proud of, even just at this point in the game, as Hannah Kent goes for the diving try, and I believe it is going to be awarded, and she'll be delighted with that, having just knocked on short of the line only a few minutes ago. The gap is down to the single point. Great Britain 3, Ireland 4, and we have just over 10 minutes left in this one. 3 quarters of the way through the game.
You feel Ireland need another score.
How crucial for either side could a box try be? All the scores so far, single pointers.
Back into Fitzgibbon, Fitzgibbon into Kate O'Connell. Kate O'Connell opts to run it. Fitzgibbon saying where she wants the offense to go. Ireland look to go down the right wing, and it's a good tag in the middle by GB, but Ireland have a little bit of field position this time. Ellie Boyce gets on the ball, but she gets tagged, and it's back inside to Sinead O'Reilly, who shifts it into the middle again. Another handling error by Ireland though, and it's turned over and it's GB ball, but at least it's in the GB half the pitch. So Ireland will look to try and force a turnover here. GB look to be going around the outside.
Goldman to Kendall, space in front of her, and she will get the try. Consecutive scores for Great Britain. Wonderfully worked play. Goldman saw the opportunity, scoots round the outside, hands it off to Kendall, and the game is all tied up. 4 tries apiece, 4 points apiece. With 9.5 to play, we have a test match on our hands here, Barry.
We do indeed. It's a very close game and could now go either way. You'd have to favour Great Britain though. They've been dominating for the last 5-6 minutes, getting the 2 scores to level up the game, and in truth probably should have a couple more. Ireland need to just get a grip on the ball, hold it for 6 and then look to clear, regardless of where they are, or even look to clear earlier, because they're getting penned in, they're forcing passes.
Kendall involved now defensively after her try.
They should just play territory at this point.
Well, they've achieved job 1, Barry. They're into the British half, still with ball in hand. Now comes the kick. But then, again, it's the kind of thing you've been saying, Barry. They haven't gained any ground off the kick, and GB able to launch an attack only halfway down the field from the try line. It's better than the last few sets have been from Ireland, but not as good as they were in the first half, and Snowden twists her way through.
Yeah,
uses the spin to great effect.
You suspect you're right as well, Will. I think Ireland are getting a bit tired. They're starting to miss tags. They're a little bit slow getting up to the line. All the momentum is the other way. It's good defence by Ireland. They just need to turn it over with no penalties. Well done by Shauna Birmingham. Takes the kick through. And it's back. Ireland look to attack again. On tag 2, Ireland just need to go wide now and then kick. Fiona O'Shea opts to run it. They need a kicker in at first receiver, and it needs to be kicked.
Conway wasn't planning on doing it herself, and
Megan
the
Carroll
pressure
gets
on.
tagged. Ray wants someone to go in, but no one's offering themselves. No one's there. Lawless is looking for the offo, but she's got no one with her. Ireland are just slowing down now, big time. Carroll opts for the kick, which is the right call. Zoe Carroll looks like she could be in there. And it looks like it could be a
well spotted by the referee. A definite push in the back of the British player as Alice Kendall went back to collect it. I think it might have been Zoe Carroll who put in the push, chasing the kick. Apologies, Zoe Carroll, if it wasn't. And Kendall, she breaks round Carroll, and tag well made in the end. Before Kendall looks to get in for her second. Golvin now caught in possession before the pass went. Emily Rona-Roper will stand at first receiver. Call this play. She looks to go through herself. Conway making a good tag on her. Otherwise that would have been very dangerous. McGuinness now.
Yeah, GB still with a lot of ball.
Over to Snowden, into the hands of Lucy Saunders.
It's a good tag on the outside by Ellie Boystow.
It is about 10 metres to go. McGuinness ducks. She doesn't want this one. Snowden has to go herself, and she's caught by Looney.
Yeah, it's a good tag by Lydia Looney.
Fifth and final now. Great Britain. Last opportunity of this set to try and score. Rona-Roper again goes herself, and nothing happening there.
Yeah, too many defenders would have been possibly better off going for the offload. Ireland look to come out again. Just need to be careful with the ball. 1, 2, 3, drive it, and then look to kick for field. Ireland have had no ball really in the GB half beyond about 5 to 10 metres. So they could do with going downtown early. Force GB to try and come out from behind their line. Look to go down the wing again. Back inside. Ray Lawless is going to exit here, I think. She wants an option. She gets it. Good play. Lydia Looney opts for the kick through. But it's a tag just as she kicked. It's a pity because she got to the ball first. Harlan with the ball in GB half. Ray looking for an offload option.
Oh, she thought she was tagged and went back.
Back
final
inside.
Opportunity.
Lydia Looney gets tagged, and it looks like it's 6, and it's a turnover.
It is. Tag comfortably made by
But at
Snowden,
least
and Saunders will now take this up for the roll ball. Rona-Roper coming in at dummy half as Great Britain ring the changes, and that possibly distracted the Irish defenders and created a gap that's allowed Rona-Roper 20 metres broadly, picks and goes herself 10 metres off that roll ball. Now Emily Yip involved.
Good tag by Ellie Boyce on the far wing. Ireland a little bit disorganised there, but they got away with it.
Just clinging on at the moment. Livingston thought she'd broken through. Just a run back. Great Britain lined up to the right.
Oh,
over the top from Rona-Roper to Kent. She scored herself, and
good tag by
into
Shauna Birmingham.
the hands of Kate Merson. Kent. Hawkins goes for the little kick, and
I think that's a try.
She has dotted it down. However, if this tag is simultaneous, then as soon as she caught the ball, it was a tag, and that's signalled by the referee.
She's got to go out 5 metres.
It's the final tag, and oh, the ball just not able to be held onto by Broadley as time ticks away in this one. Just 4 points. Score 4 points. Just 4 minutes left in the game, if I can get my words out properly, Barry. 4 minutes left in this one, and 4 points for each
keep
team.
the ball. Nice yard, Shauna Birmingham. Good decision as well, not to pass. Ireland look to move the ball again, going into midfield. This is better now from Ireland. Lawless offers herself as an option. She makes the pass to Kat Galvin. Kat Galvin carries hard into midfield, and Lawless looks to go back inside to Sinead O'Reilly, who opts for the kick through. But unfortunately, the GB line was a little bit disorganised, so this part of the line was just back, and they were able to deal with the kick through pretty easily. So it's back in GB hands on halfway. Ireland again with the responsibility to defend. So it's going to be a turnover here. Not sure what that was for, to be honest. Will, what was that for?
Yeah, not particularly clear. There.
Ray Lawless does a hard carry into the GB half, and Ireland with field position on halfway. It's their first real piece of proper field position, bar when Lydia Looney did the kick earlier in the half. Kat Galvin opts to go herself, makes a couple of metres before she's tagged. It's back inside to Sinead O'Reilly and back to Kate O'Connell, who carries her, but she gets tagged. Ireland now looking to go wide. Sinead O'Reilly opts for the kick through. hits a GB player and it goes back. It's not played at. It's given as just a unintentionally played at, and Ireland kicked the ball long and it goes dead, which means it'll be a tap to GB out 10 on tag 0.
2 minutes to play. Still tied up at 4-4. The draws we've seen so far have all come in the women's seniors category. They finally got a win in that one. It was Great Britain who were the team that came out on top, 9-1, and perhaps now that they are sharing wins and losses, they've shifted the draws over to the Women's Open.
Good tag by Ireland again. Nice defence by Orla Maher.
Kent first
Ireland
receiver.
are up quickly to make the tag again. It's a good tag by Kaka. Ireland outside. They need to work the defence. GB look like they might be in the clear on the outside. And it's tag 5, turnover. Ireland ball on halfway. Ireland are going to be the ones that will get the chance to score if they can keep the ball for 6. Ireland don't look tired though. Ireland are the ones who look tired now. They look to run it. Goes wide. It's Birmingham, but unfortunately Birmingham loses control of the ball. She makes a tag, but now it's going to be GB that get the chance to score. GB up to go wide. Birmingham makes a tag, obviously determined to make up for a slight handling error just before.
40 seconds left in this one with GB taking over again. Just short of halfway. McGuinness.
Good tag by Rebecca Conway on halfway.
And Snowden picks up from
Ireland
dummy half.
quickly
Gets
again.
it to Ashley Carson.
Determined not to lose the game.
And McGuinness.
Ireland up again. GB up for the kick through. Ireland have the ball. So Ireland will get the chance to counter. There can't be more than 1 or 2 plays left to go. Rebecca Conway on the ball, looking for options, but there's no real options. Ireland look to go out. And the game ends as a draw, 4-all.
So another draw in one of the women's categories. The first one though in Women's Open, and Great Britain, unfortunately, they're not going to see that as a draw really. That feels a bit more like a loss when they had the opportunity to whitewash this category, and they know that it comes down to games won. That draw there means that Great Britain aren't able to make any impact on the overall games won. It was 11-7 in favour of Ireland going into that game. We obviously await the results of Men's Open and Mixed Open that were playing at the same time. To see whether either of those went in favour of Great Britain. Currently it is advantage Ireland across the tournament so far. So Great Britain will win the Women's Open category with 1 match remaining in it. The best they can hope for now is a 4-0 win.
Yeah, correct. Ireland dug deep there to get the result there in that game, and probably would be happy enough with the draw, given that they were so well dominated in the last 15 minutes with most of the play happening in the Irish half of the pitch. Ireland defended really well and only conceded 2 tries during that spell. Held on to the draw. Didn't really create any chances to win the game, but we'll be happy given how the previous 3 tests went.
And with it being a draw, we're going to be bringing you an interview from one player from each side. And they're just heading over at the moment. Davis. Sorry, what was your name? Tara. I can't remember. You guys just come over here. Bacon sandwich. You. Okay, so following that 4-4 draw in the Women's Open category, I'm joined by a member from either side. 4-4 the result, joined by Tara O'Connor from Ireland and Hannah Kent from Great Britain. Hannah, we'll start with you. The category has been dominated by Great Britain so far, with 3 wins from 3 tests going into this one. What do you think Ireland managed to do in that one that kept it so tight throughout?
I think they really came at us with some different plays, like really just shook it up. So yeah, it was a little bit of a shock for us, kind of obviously prepping for what we've seen so far. So yeah, we just need to be quick thinking on our feet to adjust to the game, to keep it with a win. Okay, and Tara, I mean, the way that you guys managed to shut down some of the key threats from Great Britain, we saw in the stream match yesterday, Emily Rona-Roper going in for 5 tries for Great Britain. She only got 1 in this one. Her and Anita Snowden, you managed to shut down. Had you specifically spoken about that going into the game?
Yeah, I suppose we did. We kind of learned from our mistakes massively this time. You have a lot of ballers, like you have a lot of players who are very good with their hands and them short kick throughs, so we don't see kind of like close on those. We talked about it. We're not falling for dummies anymore. But yeah, no, we really enjoyed that game. It was much more enjoyable from an Ireland point of view, because we are better than what we started. But yeah, it's been a pleasure playing with you. Yeah, it's been very good.
Great, and now the opportunity to go one better in the final test and pick up a win. Confident?
We are, yeah. We're going to give it our go. Yeah, we're kind of tired. That's probably a year, and it's warm, but we'll give it our best shot, yeah.
Brilliant. Hannah, just talk us through your try. We saw you have the opportunity to score 1. The ball went through your hands and forwards. It was obvious you were desperate to get over the line, and you managed to at the second attempt. How did it feel?
Well, I had to redeem myself on that one. Yeah, just kind of went rogue and threw something different in there. So like what they'd been throwing at us, I was like, I'll throw that at them and just see what happens. So yeah, nice to get a dive try on the stream. Yeah, sure.
It was a big dive. It looked impressive. I'm sure you'll want to clip that one up and put it on the highlights package. Well, thank you both for joining us. Good luck to both of you and to your teams in the final test. And we'll see you later on for the trophy presentation. It's still all in the balance. Cheers.
So just coming up next is Ireland men's 40s versus GB men's 40s at the moment. It's nice and tight. It's 2 tests all. So this is the deciding test. When they were deciding on the number of tests for this category, I asked the Ireland coach how many tests he wanted. He said he'd like 5, and I said, is it wise for old people to play 5 test games? That's a lot of tag over 2 days, and his response was that the GB team is just as old as us, so it'll be fine. They'll be equally tired and old by the end of it. So it turns out he's right, because at the moment both teams are very evenly matched, and it's 2 tests all. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. I'm told that when I wasn't here in my absence, somebody's name was wrong. So let me just apologise to David Lyons' son, Jack. I'm very aware that your name is Jack, but unfortunately I wasn't here, and apparently my colleague was overruled when trying to insist that your name was Jack. I also need to say happy birthday to Jaden, who apparently is 18 today. Hopefully that means you're now entitled to get in trouble. And I'll also give a shout out to Ellie, Levi and Isa, who I'm told are watching their dad in action today as well. I'll be joined on commentary for this one by Al, who'll probably know more of the GB players than I know of the Irish players. And I'm sure there'll be a test later. So it'll be interesting to see how this game goes. This test series has gone Ireland winning the first one, Ireland winning the second one, and then GB winning the third and the fourth, which means we come into a decider with it all still to play for. So both teams will be determined to start strongly in this game to try and get into a winning position, to try and win. All the tests have been close. At the recent international tag series, similar to today, it was actually two draws between the sides, and it came down to who beat the Ireland men's 50s team more in points difference to decide the winner. So it looks like this will be just the same, so we can expect this to be just an arm wrestle like the previous games have been. So interesting side fact here about the Irish team, we actually have 4 ex-Mary's players playing today. Alan Shirley and Alan Comboy, who has a hair that's better than mine, has to be said. He's also way quicker than I am, and he's having a good test series. And we've 2 Davids as well, David Kelly and David Lyons, who are both ex-Marys. Huge interest in men's 40s tag in Ireland, particularly in Dublin, where we actually have an active league with 6 teams playing 35s and 6 teams playing 40s tag every week. It's great to see the skill on show, and it's good to see them here today, and it's good to see that the talent is equally as impressive in GB, which with GB tests now 40s for the first time in this exhibition category here at the British and Irish Cup. So here we go at the start of the game. Hi Al, how are you?
Good, Barry. Yeah, it's good to be here. It's been a great weekend so far.
Care to venture a prediction as to a result, Al?
It's hard to say. Well, we have 2-2 in the series, aren't we? So yeah, I think we're at 2-2 in the series. And I think in the
yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, okay, so GB on the ball as they look to counter, Ireland look to make the tag. And we're just trying to sort out a comms issue here, just take a second or two. Then we will properly be joined by Al and Will has it sorted now. He made the same mistake that I made yesterday. as GB looked to attack down the wing, but Ireland looked to defend. So it's GB on the ball as they pressurise Ireland. Ireland defending well. Looks like there might have been a foot in touch there, which means it's going to be a ball for Ireland. Brendan Walsh on the ball. He looks to move it inside to Dara Sheeran. Dara Sheeran to Alan Comboy. David Lyons with the loop around with Comboy, and Lyons looks to go wide now to... Oh, sorry, that's David Lyons now. And it's a good tag by GB, but referee saying there's contact with a wrap around there to make the tag, so it'll be a penalty to Ireland, which is going to be taken by David Lyons. And Alan Comboy looks to attack as he looks to go down the middle of the pitch. GB look to set, Ireland look to go wide. They opt for the kick through. Potential contact there, but the referee's not interested. The player receiving the ball is missing a tag, so it's going to be a turnover ball to GB. Yeah, David Lyons appears to have been put in the sin bin potentially for dissent. Possibly a little bit upset that he didn't get a penalty for contact there and may have said something to the referee. It'll be 5 minutes in the bin, so Ireland will have to defend for 5 minutes with one less player So GB will look to capitalise now on Ireland's numerical disadvantage. We saw sin binning earlier in the mixed game. Ireland opted not to mark the roll in order to attempt to deal with the number mismatch, but GB are in for their first try of the game. Yeah, so GB scored there, and that makes it 1-0 to GB. And they have to take the kick-off, and Ireland look to counter with Brendan Walsh on the ball. You just want to go up with the first tag. Brendan's looking for penalty for cross-body, which is given, so Ireland look to run the ball again. Ireland moving the ball quite well, but GB are up reasonably quickly. Ireland will look to counter now, having conceded a try at the start there. Nice attempt at a loop play, but unfortunately the ball doesn't go to hand. And as a result, it's going to be a turnover, and it's going to be GB ball about 10 metres into the Irish half. We still have another 3 or 4 minutes to go on the sin bin, and so GB with a numerical disadvantage. It's a good tag by Ger O'Shea. Ger O'Shea having played mixed senior and men's 30s for Ireland in the past. So will be one of our more experienced players, along with the person who just made the tag in the middle, Brendan Walsh, as we stop for an injury assessment. So Connie Leahy on the ball now, he looks to counter. And it's Ger O'Shea on the ball, he gets tagged in the middle, and it's back to Brendan Walsh. Brendan Walsh looks to go wide to number 30, Paul Tully. Paul still plays in the top league actually in Dublin for the Baboons. Now have one of my favourite kits.
He's doing well if he's over 40 and he's still playing in the top league in Dublin.
He is, yeah. He's much quicker than I was then.
I know what it's like, Barry. I had to give up playing in our top league a couple of years ago. It gets tough once you get to the wrong side of 40.
I got sick of chasing young 20-year-olds out.
Oh,
that was the problem.
Well, those 3G pitches when they got that extra bit of spring in their step as well.
That's it.
Tough.
That's it, exactly.
Oh, there we go, there's a penalty.
And is there big interest in men's 40s tag in GB?
Yeah, well, we started our men's 40s team off the back of our nationals tournament in May last year. So we put word out that if we could get decent numbers for the nationals, then we would look to run a GB team off the back of it. Because there was a few keen advocates around who were looking to get a 40s team off the ground, and yeah, it spread like wildfire. I think we had like 6 or 7 teams played in nationals in the end. I think 3 of the London regions and a few regional teams. So
the interest is definitely
good. Yeah,
there.
the interest is there. Haven't got any like sort of regular leagues for the over 35s or 40s yet, but that's something we'd love to do down the track.
It sounds like you have the interest there. So it does. It's a bit similar to Ireland. There's 6 men's 40s teams and 6 men's 35s teams playing in Dublin on a regular basis.
Yeah, it's on, we're saying, on sort of Monday night, is it?
Yeah, it's on a Monday night, in UCD.
That sounds a good concept.
There's definitely the interest there, and it's just something that you can do. If you've played rugby at a high level, you effectively have the skills, and you no longer have to go home feeling like you've just been beaten up.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we always say it's a good sport for everyone, from under 6s through to 60-year-olds. I mean, if you go out to Australia and you see their nationals, and they've got the categories all the way up to over 60s, I think they do now. So there's absolutely no reason you can't be playing, but it's a bit hard when you've got 40 and 50-year-olds running around against 20-year-olds.
Yeah, that's it. But if you're playing people at your level, then it's fair enough.
It's still a great game.
Yeah, Ireland are probing here, but GB are holding fast.
Yeah, it's a good defensive.
They've made some nice defensive tags. Yeah, player coach Cliff Calnan looks to go inside to Dara Sheeran. He looks to go wide to Paul Tully. Tully attempts the offload, but the tags are made, and it looks like it's a turnover for ball into touch.
Pretty sure the ball's gone there before the tag. So referee Dave Matcock from London has called a turnover.
And GB look to go wide again. Ireland up fast to try and close them down.
Good thing about this tag at this level, at the over 40s level, I'm looking through the GB team and I'm like, referee. they're all referees. So there's a load of experience out there.
So a lot of your refs are playing, are they?
Might be a bit short on our weekend leagues this weekend.
Well,
all the refs up here. But no, there's plenty of experience out there. And it helps. I mean, refereeing, the beauty of refereeing is you learn the game more. It's just your ability to read the game increases so much by being out in the middle as a referee. So they should be able to take advantage of any opportunities and read the game in defence as well.
Yeah, you'd hope so. And you'd hope they know the laws inside out as well.
I would think so. Do you do any reffing yourself, Barry?
Not anymore. I used to years ago. I gave it up though. Came across too many people who knew the laws better than me,
Yeah.
or maybe they thought they did, and they definitely had the courage of their convictions. That's for sure.
They're the prime candidate to tap them on the shoulder and say, mate, I think here's the whistle. Fancy giving it a go.
Oh yeah. Everyone knows better than the ref. That was my experience.
But no, it's been good watching the referees this weekend. That's what I've actually been most of what I've been doing this weekend. I've been out and about assessing referees, sort of working with Don Collingwood, who's a very experienced referee from GB, who's been sort of head assessor, and pleased to say that I think the standard refereeing's been excellent across the board.
Yeah, it definitely has.
Much improved on.
Oh, it was good play by Ireland there. Conboy looking to get in. A little bit of a show and go, and then there's a knock on. So it's going to be GB ball again. At the moment, it's still 1-0 to GB. Ireland are looking to score, but GB have turned the ball over again. A lot of play down at the GB line, but Ireland don't have anything to show for it, unfortunately. GB defending quite well, as has been the case in the previous 4 tests in this category.
Andrew Davis on the ball there.
So GB look to move the ball, but the Irish defence up quickly to close it down.
Looking like Davis twice there, looking like he was going for a 50-10, but then I think the defence was too much in his face to do it. So that's Dave Shipley on the ball there, who's actually our referee manager in the UK.
Okay, so GB would field position here. They'll look to go wide, I would imagine. Innovative way to go wide. Luckily for them, it wasn't intercepted. Had it been so, Ireland might have been away there.
That one would have not pleased the coach, I'd imagine, on the first tackle. The no-look flick over the head, not ideal. It's not the kind of move you want to come off if you're going to do it.
If you're going to do it, down there is where you need to do it.
Maybe on the 3rd or 4th tackle, not the first.
You never know. Oh, GB look like they could. Oh, good tag by
Michael Van Leeuwen there. He has been one player that's really impressed me with the men's 40s this weekend. I've never seen him before.
I think it's a try for GB, which might be 2-0.
Yep, try there to Pete Adams from the Thames Valley. Probably one of the best athletes out there, I'd say. When you look at him, he moves very well. But yeah, comes out for the Thames Valley. He's been playing out there, I think, in Reading since we started, probably about 8 or 9 years ago.
Yeah, so GB take a 2-0 lead.
So it's 2-2 in the series, isn't it? So
yeah.
So it's a big game.
That whip by Ger O'Shea, who opts for the kick through, but I think there's a covering defender there. So, O'Shea causes a bit of havoc with the kick chase, and manages to make the tag.
Yeah, good cover.
Oh, and there's a spill ball here, so Ireland will field position again. Ireland will look to try and get something out of this now.
Yeah, it was good
They're here on low tags.
Good work by Ben Payne, who was back there in cover defence, but then first play's gone to Michael and there's an obstruction.
Unfortunately, there's a bit of crossing there by Ireland, so it'll be a turnover, and it's going to be GB ball.
That was as clear a shepherd as you'll ever see. Straight round the back of the lead runner into a hole. The referee was never going to miss that one. Yeah, so player coach Alex Sadgrove on the field now, one of the coolest players you'll ever see on a tag pitch. Doesn't look like he's going to do much running, but he makes things happen.
Ireland miss a few tags, and it's a great run, but it's a good tag by the covering defender.
Fantastic run by number 13, Alex Brown. Zagreb on the ball now.
Oh, it's interception. Oh, but unfortunately the ball's just spilled forward.
I think they would have struggled to catch him, Barry. He looked like he was halfway on his way.
Yeah. And such things do games turn.
Ball's with the captain now, James Gross.
GB doing a lot of attacking here, Ireland doing some defending. Good tag by Alan Conboy.
Brown looking dangerous again there. Tim Probert was away down the left wing, but it's been called back for a tag. I'd like to see old Magic Hips Dave Shipley here take the line on. I think he'd be half a chance of going through. He's close to the line.
Good tag by player coach Cliff Callanan. He's Cliff's first international coaching appointment. So far he's doing well. He won the ITS on points difference, and he's 2-all in this series.
Yeah, he was our assistant coach for our men's seniors, I think, at the World Cup.
That's correct, yeah.
So
he was
he's
assistant coach.
Coached on both sides of the.
He definitely has, yeah.
No, he's great. He's a good bloke, Cliff. I've known him for many years, and I thought when I was watching the men's 40s yesterday, I thought he made a real difference when he was on the pitch as well. You could just tell the sort of energy he brings to the Ireland side. You can see him there just on the ball.
Ger O'Shea on the ball, he's looking for the option outside. That would have been Cliff, but unfortunately Cliff had decided to sub off, so he wasn't there.
Very short stint by Cliff.
That's it. Ooh.
So looks like the Irish team have run a switch there straight into GB player coach Alex Zagreb, who just went straight to the ground, and his former GB men's 30s teammates found it quite amusing. But he's got the penalty. So GB on the attack now. That was Shipley on the ball. Goes out to Zagreb. Beautiful ball. That's Alex Zagreb at his best with his ball playing best. Looks at one man, gives it to the other. Oh, now through the legs, it's all happening. I think he's playing for the crowd. Out to captain James Gross. Good cover defence there.
Good cover defence by Ireland, as Ireland look to hold out GB as we head towards the last quarter of the half.
It's Carl Smith on the ball now. The big raps from Yorkshire. That's Ben Payne.
Handling error by GB, so Ireland with the turnover. Looking to come out. Question about whether that was forward or not.
Was that a polite word? Flat.
Yeah, no, that was definitely forward. But we're more or less in line with it. The linesmen weren't quite, because Ireland took the roll quickly. Nice line by Darragh Sheeran, but he gets tagged just as he looks to break the line. It's back to Alan Conboy. Alan Conboy looking for the option back in. It's David Lyons, the player who was sin-binned. Unfortunately, once the pass was to hand, there's a slight handling error by Connie Leahy. And at this point, GB are back with possession and 6 tags.
When I watched a bit of the men's 40s yesterday, I like this number 18 playing out here in the left wing.
That's Alan Conboy, yeah.
Alan Conboy, yeah, he looks very sharp.
Yeah, he used to play for Mary's at St Mary's RFC in Dublin at a fairly high level.
Yeah, you can tell.
You can tell based on the skill set.
Yeah, and has the skills.
He's one of 4 Mary's players we have. The 2 Allens and the 2 Daves are all from Mary's.
It's a strong club then.
Yeah, he used to be one of the best clubs in Ireland at one point. Still pretty strong, not quite as strong as it used to be. GB up for the kick through there, which doesn't work out, so that'll be a top kick to Ireland out 10 as we get towards the end of the first half with 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it was a nice idea there. I mean, Pete Murray put a good inside ball on to Andrew Inglis, who did hit it at pace, and there wasn't anyone behind the line, but we were that close to the try line that really he needed to kick would have had to have been absolutely perfect. End over end, bounce up to be any chance of scoring in that situation. He just had too much meat on it.
It's back now to Ireland. Ireland with a chance to counter. David Lyons back to Conboy. Conboy looking for the offload option. He gets it. We roll to Ireland as they approach halfway. Ireland probing, looking for the options. Connie Lee opts to go wide to Tully. Tully outside to number 14, John Scully. Played men's 30s in the 2015 World Cup.
A little knock-on spotted by the officials. So a good opportunity here for GB with a fresh 6 from good field position. The run from Carl Smith down the blind side. Looking forward to seeing a bit more of him. He comes with big raps from our team in Yorkshire. So it's Pete Murray on the ball now. He's the assistant coach. There's Andrew Davis.
Ireland looking to attack. Oh, it's good line, good try.
Pete Adams in the corner. Fantastic. So
GB stretched their lead to 3-0.
That was a good exhibition of how to play tag. It was some good ball playing from Andrew Davis and Pete Adams was hard and straight. Look how hard Pete's gone through. Pete Adams has gone through the line there. Dives into the corner. Made absolutely no doubt. GB pretty comfortably on top at this stage. I think it's fair to say, Barry. So Pete Murray with the kick-off now, looking to send it deep, keep the pressure on. Just fielded by the Irish team on the try line. Good chase by GB. Murray making the first tag there as well.
Yeah, GB definitely in control here at the moment. Ireland really could do with a score just before half time, but I don't think that's going to happen because we only got 15 seconds left in the half. So this will be a case of Ireland trying to come back in the second half, I think.
And that will do us. 3-0.
So 3-0. Happy enough with that, Al?
Yeah, happy. Wish we'd said men's 40s counted overall, Barry, but that would have been that would have been nice right now. We could take it. We could take a win.
No take backsies.
Here we go. So it's Nathan. So there's Nathan showing the replay now of Nathan Goodfellow with some fantastic footwork, cutting back in, getting close to the box to make it 1-0. He opened the scoring for GB. That was Pete Adams again, scored the second try. He runs really hard lines, Pete Adams, and I think at this level when you've got that little bit of extra speed, it makes a difference. And there's Andrew Davis onto Pete Adams. So yeah, it's a very sort of multi-talented team, this GB men's 40. So you've got Andrew Davis who's through the pass there. He's the GB mixed seniors coach, so he's wearing 2 hats. You've got David Shipley. He's the GB Women's Opens coach, so he's just come fresh off coaching the 4-all draw we saw on this pitch just before. Also wears the hat as the referee manager for Tri-Tag Rugby. So he's a busy man, bit of a jack of all trades when it comes to tag as player coach, referee manager, and the like. But plenty of experience in this GB team, and I'm sure there's plenty of experience in the Irish team too. But GB on top. What are your thoughts, Barry? Think Ireland can come back from here?
I think 3-0 in the context of this test series is a big lead. I think Ireland really need to start very hard at the start of the second half, look to turn the ball over as quickly as they can and look to get on the scoreboard. If they can get a point or two, they can turn it into a bit more of a battle, and then there's every chance. But at the moment it looks like it's going to swing GB's way this time around. But Ireland still in with a shout at 3-0, so a lot depends on the first 5 to 10 minutes of the second half.
For sure. How have you found the weekend, Barry? The Irish teams enjoying themselves? First time in Leeds?
Yeah, it's my first time in Leeds. It's not my first time in Yorkshire, but it's my first time in Leeds. It seems like a really nice city, and yeah, the Irish teams are having a good time. Most of them went bowling last night, which is a team bonding exercise. Worked quite well, I think. And a lot of them had good days yesterday, which always helps.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we've been enjoying it so far. Like, pitches are nice. We've been lucky enough with the weather. The rain hasn't been too bad. We had a little bit today, this morning, but it's gone now. Hopefully it stays away for the rest of the day. And overall, yeah, we've really enjoyed it.
It's been good. So it was all coming down to the wire as with my GB hat on, and we went into the last round and thought if we can win the games we're expected to win, and jag a couple of wins in the ones we're not expected to win, it was going to be game on. And then I went and watched our men's open get defeated 4-3 out on the back pitch, which was one we were hoping to win, as VGB were hoping to win. So that's that and the women's open draw here is, I think we're about 95% there that Ireland's going to win the British and Irish Cup unless a miracle occurs from here. But we've enjoyed it. It's very competitive across the board.
Yeah, it's competitive. Like, it looks like it's going to be 3 categories all, as we expected before the start, or at least that's what I expected and what Will expected.
Yeah.
And it was always likely to come down to number of wins. And it looks like we might edge it, but yeah, it's not over yet. It's going to go down to the last round with results required across the board.
Definitely not. I mean, it was interesting. I watched a fair part of the mixed seniors game. So I think GB won that comfortably. I can't remember what the final score was, something like 11-3 or something, but it was 9-0 at one point, and the Ireland was 3-0 up in the series in mixed seniors, but they'd all been, I think, 2 points, 1 point, and 1 point up until that point. So
yeah, that's correct, yeah. 4 points over 3 matches turned into an 8-point margin now.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
I
hadn't seen any of the previous games, and I was watching it going, wow, how have these guys not won a game all weekend? The way they were playing, but it's amazing what a dead rubber can do, isn't it?
They were unlucky not to get at least 1 win in the first 3 games, because the games were so tight they could literally have gone either way.
Yeah, true. I did actually speak to one of the seniors players before, and he did say there were bad opportunities, and at least 2 of them to get a win there. So
yeah, particularly the 2 1-point losses.
It is what it is. That's sport for you.
Yep, you got to close out the games. GB off for the kick, but unfortunately it's straight out in the full and also over shoulder height.
Take your pick. It's going to be a turnover.
Either way, it's a turnover.
On halfway. But yeah, I mean, I think that's been the story of the weekend for mine, with some of the GB results. Like, I was watching the game that was on this pitch earlier in the mixed open, where GB were leading 4-0, and I couldn't believe it that it finished 8-5.
Yeah, it finished 8-5 to Ireland.
And I think it just came down to a little bit of game management. They could have probably managed the game out from there.
Yeah, they definitely could have, especially with an Irish player in the bin, but unfortunately, as they pressed to try and get the equalising or winning score, there was a slight breakdown in possession, and one of the Irish players, Ed Mahu, got away and he scored a box try, which meant the margin was 3 at the end rather than just the 1. But it was very tight. It could have gone either way.
So Ben Payne showing his experience there. I was saying about the number of referees in this GB team. Ben Payne's probably the up there with the number 1 or 2 capped referee in London. So he saw an opportunity for with no marker to play the ball forward, and he caught the marker offside and basically marched him down the field 10 metres. Oh, now he's giving away an obstruction penalty. So
oh, GB with a little gamesmanship.
I've mocked him there.
Throwing away the ball there, Al. Care to comment?
He's gone one way. Oh yeah, and he's been marched 10 metres as well, has he?
He has.
He should have been better.
Tully opts to go inside to Scully. This could be a score for Ireland. No.
I don't mind that.
Scully was tagged just before he got the ball.
I don't mind that.
Back inside to Cliff.
Yeah, it's Cliff.
Cliff winds up. It's outside to Ger O'Shea, but unfortunately just hands him down just as the ball was coming to him.
A little bit of argy-bargy in the
the British player wouldn't let the Irish player get his tag. The referee turning the ball over as a result.
Yeah, number 20, Rhys Jones. He gave him a little bit of, I didn't see the holding, but he definitely gave him a little nudge, and then the Irish player nudged back. And it was probably the right way to go.
He was standing on the Irish player's tag, and he wouldn't move his leg.
Yeah.
Gives Ireland field position and a chance to attack. They look to go inside. Alan Shirley on the ball. He gets tagged just short of the line. Ireland will look to go wide here, I would think, through Ger O'Shea. Yeah, Brendan Walsh on the ball. He's looking for the offload, but no real options. He had Tony O'Brien outside. He was holding his wit really well just on the line, and it's back inside to O'Shea. O'Shea to to Leahy. Leahy inside to Dara Sheeran. Dara Sheeran opts to go long to the winger, and he scores in the corner, and it's a try for Ireland. So it's 3-1 to Great Britain.
Yeah, good try. Ireland, good ball movement. Get the pressure on. Come off the back of a bit of ill discipline from the GB team. We had the penalty for going, well, the obstruction penalty going round the play the ball, and followed by throwing the ball away for 10 metres, and then a little bit of a argy-bargy in the ruck. So the GB team really need to get back on top of their discipline. From all reports, this has been a pretty clean series, played in good spirit and well disciplined. So GB need to just get their heads back on here.
Yeah, GB look to go wide. Ireland are up quickly to make the tags. Alan Conboy and Thomas Farrell up quickly. Oh, it's a break by GB though.
Yeah, Rhys Jones, good run there.
And it's a good tag by Ross Quinn, the fullback for Ireland. And Ross Quinn makes tag again. It's good defence by Ireland, but GB with a nice bit of field position. He'd favour them from here. Potentially with Dave Kelly making a tag. They're looking to go back in again, and it's a good tag again by David Lyons.
It's a good little run by Andrew Inglis. So here's the action.
And it's back to...
Oh, he was looking for Pete Adams, the danger man. He's already got 2 tries. Just couldn't quite find him. Back to Jones. Just takes the line on. It's the last. What have we got here? The ball's undoubtedly going to go to Sadgrove, I'd imagine, as well. So it goes from Murray out to Sadgrove. He's got bodies in motion, looking for a... No. Breakdown. I think they were looking for a block play, but it just went slightly wrong.
Ireland look to counter. It's a good counter by Thomas Farrell. Outside to Ross Allen. Looking to Dara Sheeran to make some ground. He makes a few metres. Back inside to David Lyons. Lyons to Conboy, but unfortunately hands left Conboy down. Probably a little bit of tiredness creeping in at this point in the day.
Jeez, I can only imagine it.
Yeah, fair play to the lads.
Game of the weekend.
5th game, 40 minutes.
Yeah, at this age.
200 minutes attack, that's a lot.
Yeah. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Barry, did we originally, actually that might have been our nationals, I think we played with less game time for the men's 40s, because we thought the old boys really wouldn't appreciate the amount of game time that the young guys get.
Yeah, I discussed that with our coach before this series. Was he really sure that they wanted to play 5 games? Yeah. His comment was absolutely. He said that the opposition there is old and as tired as us.
Exactly.
Which is probably fair comment.
Yeah, this time of the day it just becomes a battle of wills. To
Very much so.
Keep yourself running, keep moving. Great little run by Pete Murray.
Yeah, it's a good tag by Ross Allen. Stopping the score. Looking to go outside.
There's the Inglis.
It's a good tag again by John Scully.
No, the referee's
indicating contact though, I think.
Yep, or maybe knock the ball out of his hands, possibly. Either way, it looks like we got a fresh set.
Yeah, 6 tags for GB now down the 10-metre line, which puts them in a really good position to score.
Yeah. You see Sadgrove talking to Adams out here on the left. It's undoubtedly going to be a play coming between him and James Gross. Here we go.
Oh, GB look like they might be in the corner. Oh, foot in touch. They may well have been, but I think that the player just lost track of where the sideline was in eager anticipation of getting the ball for the dot down.
Nope.
It's back for a penalty though. Penalty advantage for contact, I think. Ireland closing the gaps. It's going to be a penalty again, back on the 10 or the 5. GB will look to attack again, I think. Ireland being calm and collected to making their tags.
Settler there whilst Sadgrove gets his next play ready. There we go. At the back.
I think it's a try for GB in the corner.
Should be a try.
Stretches their lead to 4-1. So that's a 1-point try, so it's 4-1 to GB.
I think it might have been Andrew Inglis who scored. We'll have a look at the replay. Yep, he slid in the corner. Great ball from Alex Brown. Good hands. Got it onto Inglis. He's got in for a try, and it keeps the GB, or takes GB back out to a 3-point lead, which is going to be hard hard to defend from here, or hard to come back from here for Ireland.
Yeah, Ireland under the cosh a little bit now, and they probably need to score immediately in response to that to close the gap back to 2 points, which is just a bonus box try. Scully opts for the kick through, but he gets tagged just as he goes to come down the wing. The referees just explained the reason for the decision there. Dara Sheeran opts to go long down the wing himself, makes some yards, but the ref again is pulling it back. I don't think the tap's taken from the right place, and Scully opts to have a go himself. He gets tagged, and so Ireland look to come back inside. There's options now. Shirley on the ball. He passes to player coach Cliff Callanan, who goes outside to number 4 John O'Donovan, and Cliff Callanan to O'Donovan. Sheeran back to Scully, but unfortunately the pass doesn't go to hand, and it's a knock on by Ireland. But it looks like it might be a penalty for contact. Oh no, tag must have been made just before the pass was away. So Ireland will get another chance. Conboy looking to go in to the box. He spins, but he initiates contact. So I think the referee is going to give a penalty against him, and it will be GB's chance to counter. So 10 minutes to go. Ireland really need the ball at this point. They need a score to close that gap. That 3-point gap is pretty big at the moment. It's a good tag by number 16 there on Shirley.
Dangerous man with ball in hand, Shipley. At this level, for sure. I think Jack Williams is now on again now. So I see some fresh faces down there. See, towards the middle is number 5, Kevin Ingham. Watch out for him. He's new to this level. He comes from Sheffield. We're going to be playing tag for a year. Unfortunately, he's given a poor pass there to Michael Vinruin from Reading, and it's been spilled.
So Cliff Callanan on the ball now, inside to Alan Conboy. Alan Conboy looking to go wide. Players offering options. Might be better off just taking the tag rather than running backwards, which he does. And now Ireland look to move the ball again through John O'Donovan. He's tagged. He looks to pass to Tony O'Brien. O'Brien opts for the scoop, but he gets tagged, and it's back to John O'Donovan again, inside to Alan Conboy. Alan Conboy to Shirley, inside to Ger O'Shea. Ger O'Shea opts to do a little clip pass to Ross Quinn. Ireland look to attack again. You really feel that Ireland need a score here. Tony O'Brien does well to catch that. He's got time and space. He gets tagged. So Ireland examine their options now. They've got a penalty, so they got 6 tags just on the GB 10-metre line. Cliff Callanan with the options goes back to Conboy. Conboy gets tagged. So Dara Sheeran comes in to take the roll. Goes outside to Shirley. Shirley to Cliff Callanan. Back to Ger O'Shea, who gets tagged on the wing. Back inside from Cliff. Ireland looking for options. Conboy to Callan. Conboy ups to keep the ball. He looks to go inside off Ross Quinn, but it's well stopped by GB. GB still, Ireland still moving the ball. They're still having a go. Tony O'Brien has an effort. It's another penalty to Ireland, so there's a good bit of pressure coming from Ireland as they look to get inside. It's a good tag on Alan Shirley. Cliff Callanan on the ball now to Shirley. Shirley gets tagged back to Cliff. Looking for Conboy on the line. Conboy does well to hold on to the ball, and it's a tag. GB defending really well here under a lot of pressure. Ger O'Shea looks for the ball. He wants an option. He wants Tony O'Brien outside, but he opts to go himself, but he gets tagged. Back to Tony O'Brien, back to Tully. Tully brings it inside to Cliff Callanan. Cliff Callanan just gets it away to Ross Quinn, who gets tagged.
Another penalty for going across the body while he was tagging. Just a bit of contact. So fresh set again. But the GB defence has been outstanding so far.
Yeah, it certainly has, because Ireland have had a lot of penalties up on the line. They have no scores to show for it. They'll be disappointed not to have converted the pressure into scores at this point. Connie Leahy on the ball now, looking for an option. looks to go himself, but he's tagged. Back to Tony O'Brien, inside to Ger O'Shea. Ger O'Shea to Shirley. Shirley has to go himself, and O'Shea looks like he might be in the box, and he is.
That's a very, very big score. In the end, the pressure was too much for the GB defence. But
so that's a 2-point try for Ger O'Shea in the box. So it's going to be 4-3 to GB.
It just needed someone to straighten up a little bit, and he went
nice wrap around with Shirley, and then show and go creates the space, and he gets in.
Yeah, it was too much. I think GB had made probably 20-25 tags on the line there or something. In the end, the pressure was too much. Good dummy. I think it was Alex Brown fell for the dummy there on the outside, but they might have been done for numbers on the outside anyway.
I think they were
all to play for. 6 minutes, 1 point in it.
Yeah, 1 point game.
Interesting to see if GB look for an early kick here. Put the pressure
Yeah,
on.
this is it. Ireland had a lot of ball there, so GB will look to probably kick to get field position.
Yeah, Saggrove's getting himself in a dummy half here and really controlling things.
Bit of a head injury there to Brendan Walsh. He got a little tap on the head there, I think, just as he was making that tag, possibly with a knee. Nothing malicious in it, but play needs to be stopped for a second or two, and he probably needs to be subbed off.
Yeah, he's still holding his head. Like I said, the referee.
He doesn't look too happy.
The field here.
So it's going to be.
Now he's giving away a penalty.
It's a penalty given away there. Somewhat distracted by not getting a penalty he felt he deserved. Good defence by Ireland. They make the tag, but GB with time and space.
A little half break by Pete Adams again, who's probably been my man of the day for GB. Pete says Pete Murray over the line. He didn't put the ball down.
Oh, he didn't realise he wasn't tagged. He thought he was tagged.
Yeah, is that
he stepped back to take the roll, but he hadn't actually been tagged.
Is that old Chestnut where you
Bit of a let off for Ireland there, but GB are in anyway for 5-3.
Yeah, so that was Carl Smith.
That's 1
line
point,
out
so that'll
wide.
be 5-3 GB.
Yep. No, it's good hard running again on the fringe. So it's gone down the blind side through Saggrove, got block pay out the back of Andrew Inglis and Carl Smith, who comes with big raps from Yorkshire. I think he plays out Bradford way. He's gone in to make it 5-3.
Ireland off for the early kick, and there's a bit of a chase on here, but it's gone into touch. Good attempt at a chase by Thomas Farrell, but unfortunately for Ireland the ball bounced into touch, so GB will get a chance to counter.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise tactic, a bit of an all or nothing play there with 4 minutes to go to kick early. I mean, there's still only 2 points in it. With box tries, you never know.
Yeah, as we saw with Ger O'Shea's.
I suppose that raises a question, Barry. Do we know the points difference if it ends in a draw?
I actually don't know the points difference now.
Let me see if I can.
No, it's possible to have a drawn series.
Yeah, possible. We're not going back to points difference.
No, it's just a drawn series.
Yeah.
But at this point, be 2 up. Unless there's a breakaway, most likely GB will win.
Well, it's been a very evenly matched series so far. So
yeah.
You wouldn't say if it ends in a draw, you wouldn't say a drawn series is an unfair result, I'd say.
No.
Oh, beautiful ball by Saggrove, but Pete Adams really had to move to get it. And showed some good movement off the ball to attack it at space. A good tag as well.
Yeah, there's a good bit of pressure from GB now. In fairness, they reacted in the right way to the concession of the box try. There's a lot of pressure and got another score. Pushed the difference back out to 2 points again, and now they're back attacking Ireland's line. And it's another try.
It's going to be a try, I think. He's gone down on knees over the line, but that should be fine.
That's okay once you're over the line.
Referee Matkov has said knees before the line. No try.
Okay.
I think he got a tip by touch judge Jason Baker over on the far side. So the score remains 5-3.
Yeah, a bit of a let off for Ireland.
They got
Ger O'Shea on the ball. Gets tagged inside, and it's back to Lyons. Lyons looks to go outside to Tully. Good yards by Tully there. And back down again to Lyons and back inside to Cliff Callanan, Alan Conboy.
Got 60 metres,
looking
metres
for
to go.
options. And it's back outside to lines.
This will be really testing their fitness now after game 5 with a minute and a half to go. A little kick from
Your dad's doing really well, Daisy and Jack.
Well read by
He's still
Andrew
running,
Inglis.
and he's still trying to win this game for Ireland. So come on, Ireland. See if you can get the ball back here as we run out of time.
This could be
the clock very much against Ireland at this point.
This could be one of the slowest sets of 6 you'll see this weekend, I'd say. Well, maybe not. They've gone wide and they've dropped it. That's the referee said backwards.
Backwards,
no,
yeah.
The touch judge called a knock on. Touch judge Jason
No,
Baker's got him for a knock
backwards,
on.
yeah.
So
Ireland will get a chance to break out. One more chance to try and score. Tully with the ball. Sort of trips. Maybe semi-jump.
Contact.
So it's going to be contact penalty against GB. Ireland with the ball. They've got 6. They're still in their half though, so it's going to be hard for them to get down the pitch in 30 seconds. Tully on the ball. He's looking for offload options. He doesn't have any. He makes about 10 metres. It's back inside. Ireland looking to go wide through the coach, Cliff Callanan. Conboy on the ball. He does well to hold on to the pass because it was just above his head. Back to Ger O'Shea. Ger O'Shea looking to break.
I like the dummy of the flick pass.
And it's back to Conboy inside to Cliff Callanan. Cliff Callanan inside. Oh, nice hands by Ireland as they look to probe to try and put GB under pressure here. But the clock very much against them. It looks like Ireland are going to run out of time. With time almost up. And that's it. GB are the winners, 5-3, and secure the series. The first exhibition series, 5-3. Very close overall, with GB winning by 3 tests to 2, and then winning the deciding test 5-3, which is a 1-score game. So very, very close, but deserved winners on the basis of that match. Been slightly better and just a little bit more clinical than Ireland, but Ireland pushed them hard nonetheless, and Ireland can be proud of it. And they'll have another go at the B&I next time, right, Al?
Yeah, absolutely, Barry. And next time it's going to count towards the standings. And but no, I thought it was a very, very good game.
Oh, you're changing your mind now. You want 40s to count all of a sudden.
I should have listened to Simon Bewley. He was texting me a few weeks ago, going, "Why is it not counting?" I was like, decision's been made. But no, it was an exhibition category at the British Irish Cup this year, and from what I've seen, standard was very good. Everyone did well and played in exceptional spirit as well, and I think both teams got on really well with each other, so I'm sure there'll be no hard feelings there from Ireland towards the GB boys who managed to get the win there, and I think it was well deserved in that game. I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they just, as you said, they controlled the game a little bit better. I thought probably the difference for mine was some of the hard line running from the likes of Pete Adams, who got 2 tries. There's a nice little block play out the back there we're seeing on the replay with, again, Carl Smith was another one who ran some very hard lines, and it was good to see. I think for mine it was good to see the mix of players from all over the country as well. You've got you had Brown from Coventry, you had Smith who plays in Bradford, we had Ingham from Sheffield, so there was a real mix of people from all over the various sort of Tri-Tag rugby regions across the UK. So it was good. It was a great result. It certainly leaves me with happy feelings from this stint in the commentary box, Barry, but all to play for now is hopefully we'll see what happens in the last couple of rounds of the British and Irish Cup proper.
Thanks for joining me, Al, and co-commentary.
No worries, it's been a pleasure.
I'll say it now because Will's here. Will, Al's way better than you, by the way. just so you know.
I wouldn't even take your opinion on
Will says I don't know what I'm talking about. He's probably right, to be fair. Most of the time I have no idea what's going on.
So I'm looking
I totally rely on Will.
One of the disappointing things about being here working all weekend is not being able to tune into the commentary, which I got the pleasure of doing for the ITS. We didn't make the trip over to Ireland, and it was a pleasure to listen to both of you guys over the Friday and the Saturday in Ireland, and it was high quality commentary, high quality stuff. So I think you've both got to change your career there if you ever fancy it.
Are you sure he was listening to us, Will, and not somebody else?
Yeah, possibly the Aussie one.
Alright, that's it. That's probably it.
I'd say that Aussie ITS was good watching too. That was some high quality tag. So anyway, good stuff, Barry. Best of luck for the remaining games, but not too much luck because GB needs a bit of luck.
Thanks, Al. Talk to you soon. Bye bye. Okay, so Michelle and Will are going to take this one, which is GB men's 40s versus, GB men's 30s versus Ireland men's 30s. Ireland having won the first 4 tests, I think, in this category. Ireland looking to go for 5 here in this one, and GB obviously going to prevent the whitewash and try to win this test. So it'll be interesting to see how this game goes. Okay, so we're just waiting for the 30s to start here, and Ireland in their huddle, getting ready. GB also in their huddle. Started to rain there slightly, but it's stopped again now, so hopefully it holds off, because it can interfere with the play. Obviously, if the ball gets wet and so on, it makes handling a bit of a nightmare. But it'll be hopefully it'll ease off for the actual match itself as we wait for the game to start. So, the match is about to start with men's 30s taking the field on both sides. Ireland looking to win here and secure a 5-0 series. And Michelle's going to take over for me now, and Will be commentating for GB.
Behind there. Just so you know, you got my name wrong in the last game. I'm number Pete Adams, number 2.
Oh, okay, what did we do?
Carl or something.
Oh, Carl Smith, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll let you know when you're ready. So, just play out there to him. I've done this before. Stand out here. Not like
rookie mistake.
Two tries in that one. Two tries in that one.
So we got James Gross and Pete Adams here from the winning GB men's 40s team. How does it feel, boys?
Oh, it's pretty good. We drew with them in Ireland a couple of weeks ago, and so to win a series and at home is like a big deal. So yeah, we're really pleased.
And how are the legs after 5 40-minute games over the course of 2 days?
Well, I'm glad we're not playing another one, and I'm glad game's finished just as it starts raining, so we can be in the bar and watch the rest of it.
And what's the plans for the celebrations for tonight now that you've got the win?
Oh, I don't know, early night, couple of Ovaltines, maybe some, some deep heat, that sort of thing.
So Pete, I was impressed with some hard lines out wide, a couple of tries. Did it feel good getting across the line twice?
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, so my first time playing for GB, so yeah, it's great. Great to get it on camera as well. So.
Cool. And to tell the viewers, where do you guys normally play your tag?
So I play in South London, Wandsworth and Clapham usually.
Yep. Thames Valley.
Out in Reading, correct me if I'm wrong, yeah. So no, thought that was a fantastic performance, guys, and I'm sure Coach Saggrove and Assistant Coach Pete Murray will be very happy with it. So enjoy the celebrations, and yeah, we'll see you guys next year for round 2 in the World Cup.
Cheers. Thank you. See you later.
So after the men's 40s exhibition category was wrapped up there in the 5th and final test by Great Britain with a 5-3 win, our attention returns to the men's 30s category in our penultimate round of fixtures of the entire weekend. Now this category has been utterly dominated by Ireland so far. 2 tests yesterday, 2 tests so far today. All 4 of them have gone Ireland's way. This is the only category where there is still the opportunity for one team to completely whitewash the other. The Women's Opens, Ireland haven't picked up a win, but they have picked up a draw. So it's not just pride on the line, though, in this one. It's not just can Ireland secure themselves a 5-0 win, can Great Britain get a consolation victory. Essentially, the maths is as simple as this, Michelle. It comes down to the fact that if Great Britain want to win the British and Irish Cup, they need to win at least 5 of the remaining 6 tests.
Okay.
We've got 3 tests being played just about to kick off now. Men's 30s on this pitch, mixed seniors and women's seniors on the other pitches. And following that, we'll have men's open on this pitch. A series that will go down to the 5th and final deciding test, 2-2. GB won the 1st and the 3rd, Ireland the 2nd and the 4th. And Women's Open and Mixed Open will take place at the same time. GB taking wins in the most recent mixed games. But here we are, men's 30s underway, and really important for GB to pick up a win for the overall cause as the kick goes long down into the far left-hand corner. Rob Chance for Great Britain fields it and does a little backward roll to ensure that he doesn't lose possession. Rob Murch for Great Britain takes up the short run. Now it's Az Lombardo, former captain of this side, dances through the first 2 defenders and the 3rd, eventually caught about 5 metres short of halfway. Here's Rona Roper. We've seen, of course, his partner Emily Rona Roper tearing up the stream field for Women's Open. Lombardo caught 10 metres inside the Irish half just as that attack was building. Roper to Murch. And almost solely Kiwi hands on the ball so far for Great Britain. And here is the changeover and our first opportunity to see Ireland in possession in this match. And they play initially to the right-hand side. Keith Maloney, the vice-captain, and the white cap on the ball first. Here's the break now. Jack Levens for Ireland. He's been so dangerous in this series, and he starts this one as he's played all of the previous tests, opening with a good try for Great Britain.
For Ireland. Yes,
Ireland 1, Great Britain 0.
Fun fact about Jack Levens, I claim that I introduced him to tag rugby, but he started as a referee. And then we had a ref VM team in Ireland. He might deny this claim as well at the same time.
Does he ref as well as he plays?
He doesn't ref anymore, so he's abandoned his ref roots to concentrate on his playing.
Well, it's obviously worked well as far as Ireland men's 30s are concerned. Great Britain conceding the early score here. They need to make good use of this second set of 6 of the match as Liam O'Keefe gets tagged short of halfway.
Tagged by Darren Mullins.
Rona Roper picks, and a kick made by Murch. Kenny Hunt is after this, and the ball bobbling around. A penalty given by Simon Edgecombe, offside Ireland. So another set of 6, Great Britain. And that will be something that Miles O'Hagan, captain of this Irish men's 30 side, will be disappointed about, giving away a penalty. And at a point when Great Britain had kicked the ball and Ireland would be expecting to pick up the ball. Here's Murch, finds Rona Roper, he's through, offloads to Aidan Wilkinson.
I think he was
And
tagged,
another penalty now, another offside. Consecutive calls going against Ireland. Rona Roper flicks it to Adam Morrison, captain of GB men's 30s. Looks to go around the outside, tagged in possession. Morrison inside to Raphael Himiona. Tries to weave his way through, but the Irish defence equal to it, as they have been for so much of this weekend. Murch can't get past O'Hagan. And some interplay between Rona Roper and Murch. Morrison to Himiona, and Himiona completely cleaned out by Padraig O'Brien. That is a penalty against Ireland. 3 penalties in a row, 2 offsides, 1 contact. Morrison.
Some good defence on the Irish side, though.
Tagged by O'Hagan, who's certainly not going to be walking off this field wishing he'd made some tags. He will not let a single one go. And the diving try coming from Aidan Wilkinson, and it is awarded. Looked to me to be just outside the box. We're just waiting for confirmation from Mark Scoyne.
Irish captain just
1 point try. Great Britain 1, Ireland 1. Scores are level. And here's Flo Hodgson-Tuck, captain of the Alpacas social side, and owner of 2 Alpacas himself, actually, who kicks the ball down towards the Irish defensive line and taken up now. Here is O'Hagan in centre field, dancing around in front of Dave Wilkinson. Tag made over to Diamond Rohan. Diamond Rohan, sorry. And a fast blitzing line from Murphy just to the right-hand side of the ruck. Here's Dara Mullins on the ball now and looking to potentially switch play, but Dave Wilkinson with an athletic diving tag. Here is Mullins, puts the kick in down towards the GB10 and well fielded by Nick Stanworth. He's done excellently there, but so too
tagged by D. Rohan. Yeah. It's Dermot, but he goes by the name D.
And so Ireland pinning Great Britain back in their own end at the moment. Another contact penalty goes against Ireland. And then this against Great Britain. And Ireland go quickly, which technically they shouldn't be allowed to on a changeover penalty because Scoyne needs to get himself set. Anyway, the roll is going to come from Jack Reels.
Yep.
And over to Rowan. Here's Kennison.
Long pass out to Westman.
Kennison again takes that in with just his right mitt sticking out to pluck it out of the air. Harris not able to keep control of the ball, and it's bobbling about and ended up in the hands of Jack Levens, who wasn't able to do anything that time. And the kick comes in from Maloney. Stanworth retrieves the ball just over his line.
Well tagged by Keith, though. Another great
and
tag.
the run there from Mark Crowley. Back to Stanworth. He's been involved quite a bit in the last few moments. The man with a master's degree in renewable energy and sustainability. Certainly an important thing to be an expert in these days.
Absolutely.
As Lombardo goes for the kick. It goes inside the Irish half and slightly outfoxes Jack Reels momentarily. There's Lombardo up to try and make the tag. He misses it. And
nice
in the end, penalty goes against Great Britain for the contact. And that's going to be a penalty again. He was tagged without the ball. Scoyne telling him to go back.
The ref just clarifying there.
And the tag missed there on Maloney, and the shirt pulled, so another penalty goes against Great Britain. We had a run of them against Ireland, now a run against GB. Harris looking to take the tap. Scoyne wants to make sure the line is set. Harris runs at Hodgson Tuck and over to Kennison on the right hand side, and a wonderful speedy line from Darren Westman.
Unfortunately tagged before the line.
The little kick from Alex Murphy. And the penalty is being given against Great Britain again. All a bit messy and a bit frantic so far. 6 again then for Ireland. Maloney dancing around on the ball. Westman. Nothing able to be done on that far side for Ireland, so they'll move the ball left. Kennison caught in possession by Dave Wilkinson. Over again to the left, and a tag made by Crowley. About 10 metres out from the line now, here's Levens. Tagged by Lombardo. Now again, Kennison now. Oh, and the pass. I have to say, I thought a Great Britain hand had knocked the ball forwards first before Ireland knocked it forwards. But
I would have thought that as well, Will.
Not seen by the referee or the touch judges, so Great Britain escaped there and come away through Kirby Rona Roper.
As we said earlier, it's how the ref sees it on the pitch.
Absolutely. Johnny Barrow tagged on that left-hand side. Ball in to Rob Chance. Aidan Wilkinson to Dave Wilkinson. Here comes the kick. It's going to be short of the 50-10. It remains a 1-1 scoreline in this one, a quarter of the way through the match.
So has to be some tired bodies out there, given it's the final match.
There absolutely will, Michelle. It's the first time, as we mentioned before, we've ever played 5 test series in the British and Irish Cup. Now, these teams will both have played 6 test matches over 2 days at the ITS last month. However, that did include some matches against teams like the Irish men's development and South Africa men's.
Yeah. So
as the kick comes in here through Padraig O'Brien, and it's worked really well for him. He picks it up, but a brilliant diving tag by Johnny Barrell saves a certain try, and he makes another one there on Jack
Levens. Yeah.
Darren, Jack Levens, sorry. And the ball over to O'Hagan, shifted further to John Cole. Still Ireland will go right. O'Hagan again, wrapping around, and definitely contact there. The penalty ought to be going against Ireland from the contact made on Rona Roper. And it is.
Waiting for the decision the referee's made.
So a few contact penalty calls against both sides, and
absolutely,
referee needs to make sure he doesn't lose control of this game. Considers the use of the sin bin if contact is repeated. And Rona Roper flings it backwards, no one there. O'Keefe has to go back and clear it up. Leary over to Beryl.
Great tagging by
Two of
Podge.
the most experienced members in this side. Murch puts in the kick down into centre field, but I'm afraid that's going to go just over the try line. And it nearly holds up, but it will be a 10-metre tap to Ireland.
Some fancy footwork by Jack Levens there. Darren Mullins looking for options.
Adam Morrison makes a good tag.
Matt's going for the kick. Some tracking back.
And this one is going to hold up just before the line, so Kenny Hunt has work to do, and he does well, but Kennison chasing his own kick makes the tag on Hunt. Murch to Morrison. Nowhere through on that left-hand side.
Tidy
3
balls.
Irishmen there to stop his progress.
And then by Murphy.
Rob Poole. Options closing down in front of him.
Yeah, Ireland's defence really good, pushing them back.
Rona Roper goes for the kick from
Straight into Jack's hands.
now down near his own end. Jack Reels fields it well. Murch makes the tag just the Irish side of halfway. O'Hagan fakes right, goes left. Murch tags again, and the settle there was actually more of a surrender in the view of Mark Scoyne. So penalty to Great Britain.
A little bit controversial.
Himiona picks and goes to Ronan Roper. Leary. Himiona again. Crowley, and he's through with the twist of the hips. Still going. The ball over to Rob Poole, and this will be a try for Great Britain. On the right-hand side, Rob Poole gets the 1-pointer. Great Britain move to a 2-1 lead. As we see here, Mark Crowley, he'd spun his way through and then managed to turn, see Rob Poole and throw the ball over the top. Poole in plenty of space. No one was stopping him getting to the line. Great Britain, first lead of the game, and that's a good restart over the try line. Ireland will have to drop kick this ball back into GB arms. Aaron Lombardo goes right back towards his bonus box in the event that Kennison puts distance on this. He goes for height. It's a tricky one. Flo Hodgson-Tuck deals with it very well. Murch finds Himiona and Rowan up fast. And here's Rob Chance. And the kick was fielded with the feet by Kennison. Here is Rohan. Westman having to come back to where the tag was made. Kennison goes for an early kick and looking for a good gain of ground. Beryl back there. He has support with Stanworth. Stanworth has pace. Looks to use it, but what a well-taken tag. Jack Reels making it all the way up there. Pinning Great Britain back. They do have numbers if they go right, and the width is held. Unfortunately, Crowley running away from where Lombardo probably wanted him to be, so Lombardo looks to get out the phone box he found himself in.
Murphy covering the tag.
And that gap closed a little bit on Crowley, but not too much contact in the opinion of the referee. That one played at by Ireland, so Lombardo's kick will end up with another set of 6 for Great Britain. Ireland needing to defend once again. They have done that very well so far, not only this game, but throughout the weekend. Lombardo, 1 or 2 bucket hats on the pitch at the moment. The other, Himiona, likely to receive the ball next, but I'm just going to take a moment on the Irish players. He's taken a bit of a knock there. So Scoyne just comes in to make sure he's okay. Lombardo joking that there was contact and Lombardo should be sent to the bin. He knows he didn't do anything wrong. It was accidental there. And unfortunately, from a GB point of view, the ball thrown into touch. So Ireland survive an attack and have the opportunity 10 metres inside their own half to build something for themselves.
With just under 3 minutes left in this half.
Kennison. Harris. Tagged by Himiona. Kennison involved again. Maloney. Into British territory. Kennison goes for the kick. He has got a fantastic kick on him. Stanworth back and sweeping there. And
great tag.
so many times he's twisted his hips and thought he's through, but Alex Murphy, the latest to cause them to have to run back to the mark. Lombardo fakes to the left and goes right himself.
Good tag with Kyle.
Murphy scrambles for the tag. Morrison, Stanworth. Wilkinson, as he loses his feet, looks to free the hands, but the tag was made by Maloney. A Hudson tuck with the kick.
Again,
well fielded by Reels.
Jack, yeah.
He's been really good when the kicks have come at him, Reels. And Ireland just doing really well at the moment to shut down the Great Britain attack. Put the ball down into the GB end and then repeat the process. And they're hoping through that they can start to gain an advantage of territory. Passes like that behind the players won't help. Lombardo sprinting up, making the tag. Good sportsmanship from him though. He knew the tag had moved more towards the Irish try line than where the tag was made, so he placed it back where it ought to be. And that kick from Ireland goes into touch before crossing the halfway line. So Great Britain have a set of 6 that for the first time in a while they will get to start inside the Ireland half. And a good opportunity then. A good opportunity then for them to build on the 1-point lead that they currently hold. Wilkinson out to Rob Poole, the try scorer. Nearly in for another there, but the scrambling defence from Ireland stops him. The bouncing pass, O'Keefe cleans it up. Not the first time he's had a loose ball thrown to him. Bit of a thankless task. Passes like that. That pass too far in front of Crowley. Hunt clears it up. And a tag made immediate, exactly on the hooter. So Scoyne calls an end to proceedings here. The 5th test of the men's 30 series. Sees a half-time score. Great Britain 2, Ireland 1. Michelle, it's been a frantic first 20 minutes in this one, and
yeah, a lot of
2 evenly matched teams.
Absolutely, but like, I don't know if the scoreline reflects the possession of both teams really in this match, but
yeah, I mean, I think the scoreline is incredibly close, isn't it? Just the 1 point in it, and all 3 tries really well earned by the teams, as we see Jack Levin's superb effort sprinting through half the British team to score in the corner. But it's kind of been even. Each team pretty much going through their set. Ireland maybe kicking a little bit earlier in there as an attempt to gain some territory, which has worked. A lot of the game has been played. A lot of the game has been played inside the Irish half. Michelle, if you could just take us through those tries there. I'll be back in a second.
So this is GB's try in the corner. Just unlucky for Ireland there. Just to replay that one again.
So, Michelle, not sure whether you were just telling the viewers, we were seeking confirmation on the score there. It turns out that the box, the try from Great Britain, where we weren't sure whether it was in the box or not, and we waited to see what the signal was from the referee, was actually a box try. At least I certainly thought the referee had signalled 1 point, but it's actually a half-time score now of Great Britain 3, Ireland 1. We'll get that updated for you, both on the stream and the scoreboard at the ground. Great Britain can feel a little bit more comfortable, but
only
that's really not what they need to do, is because this Irish side is just so dangerous.
Yeah, a lot of experience here. Some players who were involved in Men's Open back in 2015 World Cup. A lot of players from the men's 30s who travelled in 2018 for that World Cup, and then some new fresh players as well that have come into the 30s fold in the last few years. But yeah, I would say tired bodies, and but also GB looking for the win. Just
Yeah, they will be, as well, we were saying, going into the game. Every single result absolutely crucial now for Great Britain if they want to have any chance of winning the overall 2022 British and Irish Cup. There's no prizes for winning categories. There's no prizes for runners-up in this one. It is only the overall British and Irish Cup that counts.
There's a bit of pride though in winning your category.
There's certainly some pride, but this is the tournament more than any other that requires the Irish teams and the British teams to work together as one country, one program, in order to achieve a success that's shared by all. There will be no trophy for winning a singular category. So more on the line than just pride in this one as we wait for the hooter to restart the game. 2 points the margin. 2 tries to Great Britain, one of them a box try. 1 try to Ireland. Stunning effort from Jack Levins, as we've seen so many times this weekend. So many times before, no doubt, in Irish jerseys.
The first few minutes of this half now will be, I think, set the tone for the rest of the game.
So these sides obviously eager to get themselves back underway. Their team talks did not last too long, and they're all now waiting for the hooter. So we see Rona Roper and Wilkinson standing in the middle. It'll be Rona Roper to take the restart. Oh, and that's fielded wonderfully initially by Ireland and Dara Mullins, but Roper leaping high into the air to catch the ball and make sure it goes back towards his own side. And there's going to be 6 again here for Great Britain. Aidan Wilkinson dancing through and nearly over the line. Good tag by Padraig O'Brien.
Otherwise known as Podge.
Not knowing him, I wouldn't want to call him Podge, Michelle. He might think I'm being rude. And Rob Chance involved for Great Britain in front of the box. Penalty goes against Great Britain. A quick tap taken by Jack Levins. And it's O'Hagan that takes it to the line. Now Kennison, that familiar little goose step as he approaches the defence. Tagged by Aidan Wilkinson and gives him a bit of a shove, and Scoyne has noticed that one. And I think he's going to have a word here. Oh, that is not what we like to see in tag. We don't like to see that. In contact rugby, there's certainly no place for it in tag at all. No need in a minimal contact sport to be getting that irate, and certainly not to be behaving in that manner. And I have to say, I think a slightly stronger reprimand should have been given there. But anyway, play continues. Ireland on the ball. And here is Kennison. And the pass out.
It's still
to, I believe it's to Cian Liddy.
No, that's D. Rowan, but was the try awarded? Yeah.
Yeah, so 1 point try.
I think there was some hesitation there by the GB players, but
yeah, I think they maybe thought a try had tag had been taken beforehand, so they slightly eased off, and Ireland over in the corner.
So it's interesting there because I did say that the tone would be set from this first few minutes.
Yeah, well, it's Ireland that started the brighter. 2 tries apiece, but thanks to that box try that we had a correction on during half time, it's Great Britain that lead by the solitary points. Ireland Put in a tricky bouncing kick that will go over the head of Rafael Himiona.
Great kick there
Great
by John
Britain
Cole.
needing to drop the ball back out to Ireland. Perfect way to follow up a try from Ireland. I'd be chuffed with that one. Murch with the drop kick. And knocked forwards by Great Britain. So we'll have 6 again for Ireland, and they're allowed to take it forward a bit for the roll from Rowan. Maloney. Westman.
Westy. John.
And Ireland decide nothing happening on the left, so they'll go back to the right. Continue to work that side through Rowan and Maloney. Westman outside him, he does decide to go. Leary thought he'd made the tag. Now they have on Westman. Rowan on a short line. Tag made by Himiona. Final tag of this set. This is the last chance for Ireland on this possession. And kicked dead. Tap 10, Great Britain.
Unfortunately, the little kick there by Alex Murphy just didn't come to fruition.
And it's Himiona that takes it up with speed from the 10-metre mark for Great Britain. Murch into the hands of Rona Roper. Morrison to Murch. Lombardo outside him, but Murch goes for the kick. And well fielded by Liddy. Just keeps the ball in play. Sun starting to peek through again after we had a sort of a 2-minute rainstorm between the men's 40s game and this men's 30s one. Potentially a danger, Michelle, of us ending in a bit of sunshine. You can even see some blue skies in the distance.
Yep.
Penalty, though, goes against Ireland. Contact made on Nick Stanworth. Lombardo looks to take the tap.
But overall, we have been very lucky by the weather, Will, because I think initially the forecast at the start of the week was looking very gloomy, so I have to say I'm well pleased.
The forecast was a bit abysmal. Yeah, so I've definitely been lucky, which we're very pleased about.
Yeah.
Morrison takes this ball up after a second penalty goes against Ireland. Lombardo to Stanworth. Again, thinks he's away, and again he's going to have to go back.
Tagged by Kyle Murphy.
Each time it does just take momentum and sting out the GB attack. Morrison, Murch, Hodgson Tuck. Tagged by Maloney. Morrison still going, fakes the pump. Lombardo in the middle, goes for the little chip kick. Ball still loose, flicked through the legs, and the referee blows the whistle. He believes he saw a knock-on first of all by Great Britain, so it's going to be Ireland possession. They're allowed to take it out 10. Tag made by Murch on Liddy. Ireland go left. Great running there
by Alex
Murphy. Yep.
Alex, Keith and Kyle are on men's open back in 2015. So lots of experience.
How did the men's open side get on at that World Cup, Michelle? Do you remember?
I can't remember the scoreline.
Did they medal?
That was 7 years ago, and I can't remember the scoreline. I'll put that down to baby brain memory in the last 2 or 3 years.
Well, it's Ireland still in possession now. Kennison tagged by opposite number, Rob Murch. He was at the British and Irish Cup last year in a hype man capacity, injured at that point, able to play again, adding to the Kiwi flavour of this GB men's seniors side, coached of course by Kim Parkinson, who also coaches Rugby League's West Warriors, based in London. West London, as you might be unsurprised to hear, as the ball now goes to Flo Hodgson-Tuck. And Great Britain able to launch an attack of their own from just inside the Irish half. Lombardo
trying to make
was able to get through. Hunt, though, caught It's a good tag by Ireland just as that attack was looking very threatening. Ball back in to Crowley, who was involved earlier with an assist on a try by Rob Poole, who is on this near side. Wilkinson decides not to go there though. Hodgson Tuck thinks there is still work to be done on that side. Rob Chance decides to take it back to the right. Wilkinson to the left. Dave Wilkinson goes right. So each player going one way then the other. And in the end, Mark Crowley tagged.
Tagged by Kyle Murphy.
10 metres out. Conor Murphy, not the first tag he's made in this set. Liddy there. Chance. Aidan Wilkinson, Dave Wilkinson. Another pass would do it, but the tag made by Ireland, and that's the changeover. The 3-2 scoreline remains.
So GB yet to score in this half.
They are indeed. They came into it with a 2-point lead. That lead, it was halved by Ireland early on with a wonderful try.
Unlucky call there against Ireland. Is it?
Yeah.
Just going back to, yeah.
Not the place you want to be giving away possession, and Dave Wilkinson takes it himself.
Great tag by Westy.
And Rona Roper, knocked forwards by Rob Chance. But the tag was made on Rona Roper beforehand. Chance, in fact. Nope, now it was made on Rona Roper, as I thought. So he does eventually take the roll ball. Aidan Wilkinson looks to spin through.
Jack
Tag
Evans
made already.
with the tag.
O'Keefe. The switch with Dave Wilkinson, loses control. The kick from Jack Levens. It was a late tag, so he's allowed to play on, and this is going to be a box try and the lead for Ireland, and it is that man again, Jack Levens. 2-pointer for Ireland, a 4-3 lead, and all of Great Britain's good work undone in one moment.
I think I'll
at the try line.
I think I'll have to charge Barry for a finder's fee on Jack.
Well, he's certainly been a valuable addition, so I'm sure Barry will pay a significant amount of money for that. Generous man as he is. And Ireland men's 30s with their tradition of taking the restart from 6 inches inside the opposition half. Spotted by Scoyne. Not spotted by Scoyne, and possibly 8 inches now inside the British half.
John Cole taking the kick off.
And touched by O'Keefe over the try line.
Good kick again.
It's going to be a drop kick restart, a line drop out for Great Britain. Rob Murch, the man with the ball in hand. Last time he went short, tried a challenging one. This one goes a little bit longer, but not the height underneath it to allow Rona Roper to challenge for the ball. And Ireland, the opportunity, having just taken the lead, to launch an attack from inside the GB half. Rowan winds his way past 3 defenders who find themselves on the ground. Great pass goes to Dara Mullins, but he is tagged by Rona Roper before he scores a box try. The ball goes quickly to the left. O'Hagan. The tag made on Padraig O'Brien by Mark Crowley. And a bit of contact there. Final tag of this set. Great Britain need to hold out one more. Himiona makes the tag with the dive as O'Hagan himself threw himself at the line.
Unlucky for Ireland there.
And a bit of contact there. A little bit silly, really. The Irish defender O'Brien was planted and in position. Contact call would have gone against Himiona were one given. And Crowley doesn't make it much beyond his own line. The reason being Ireland were offside. Rona Roper's through here. He has Aidan Wilkinson in support, but a tag made well by Ireland.
Dara Mullins. Great tag.
And the sun
Or
certainly
well
out.
tagged, as Barry likes to say.
And at the backs of Ireland, in the eyes of Great Britain. So the weather favouring the Irish. Not often you'd suggest that the sun would favour the Irish.
Listen,
but
we've had a really good summer in Ireland, so as you guys have had really good weather here as well. So
nice play there between Leary and Himiona.
Well collected by Jack.
Yeah.
Angus on the ball, but I think has he been tagged or?
Penalty goes against Great Britain. And Jack reels.
Looking to take
takes
the
the ball up.
The ref
Another
calling
penalty given.
Yeah, GB back.
Decision is that Great Britain's defensive line were offside from the original penalty tap. And the roll ball comes there, Rowan and Adam Morrison attempting to make the tag with the dive and was so convincing with it. Dara Mullins stopped, thought he'd lost his tag. Rowan now back on the ball. Involved a lot in this second half. Kennison, we've not seen so much of him in the second half, apart from his indiscretion with the contact and the fake punch. Morrison to Murch. Himiona to Ronan Roper to Leary. Great Britain somehow managed to make something out of that when it was fairly scrappy play. And again,
well tagged.
Leary tagged
Angus.
by O'Brien. Morrison. Right, the tag was made before the pass got away to Johnny Beryl. And just a bit scrappy here from Great Britain. They are a point behind. They need to go back to what worked for them in that first half. The play that got them those 2 tries, got them a lead that at one point was 2 points. If they want to have a chance of coming back in this one. There's only a point in it. Anybody's game at this point with
just over 5 minutes left, though, Will.
Yeah.
Mullins on the ball, and he's away, not being tagged. Pass out to Jack Levins.
And this will be a hat-trick for Levins.
Tagged
Just
tagged on the line? Or no, the try,
yeah,
tagged after the line.
Try is given. Ireland 5, Great Britain 3, and a hat-trick for Jack Levins. 4.5 minutes will remain on the restart for Great Britain to find an answer. Remember the way these tests work, even in the 5th test, there will be no extra time for a draw, so Great Britain have no choice but to score at least 2 tries if they want to win this one and keep the opportunity alive for Great Britain to win the British and Irish Cup. Only 1 game can afford to be lost by Great Britain out the final 6 test matches on this Sunday. Men's 30s will want to make sure it is not their match. The ball shipped to the right and lost forwards by Levins and Westman.
Fortunately dropped. As I said, tiredness kicking in.
Hodgson Tuck. To Chance and back to Hodgson Tuck. And finds himself in some space. He needs support though. It comes in the form of Chance, and then O'Keefe is handed off the ball. There's Dave Wilkinson. Tagged well by Maloney. Lombardo picks and goes to the right. Beats the first defender. Grabbed by the second one.
Tagged by Andy Harris.
Dave Wilkinson, Liam O'Keefe.
A little bit of pushing
Penalty, Great Britain.
There, well
3 minutes to play. 2 points the margin. Liam O'Keefe has launched himself over the line. He believed it to be a try. The referee was not in agreement. Lombardo now with the ball. Finds Dave Wilkinson for the bonus box try. 2 points for Great Britain. Ties it up. It is 5-5 here in this one.
It's a bit of a turnaround, isn't it, Will?
That was an incredibly well-worked bit of play by Great Britain and potentially a little bit unexpected. with the way that the second half has been going. No scores prior to that in the second 20 for Great Britain. The confidence now, they are level. This is anybody's game. We have 2 minutes, 10 seconds to play. Time for someone to step up and be a hero, and that is not what Ireland wanted. Throwing it into the hands of Adam Morrison. Kirby Rona-Roper picks and goes. Raphael Himiona in support. Tagged. 10 metres out. Morrison. Rona-Roper. His chance outside him. He goes himself. Maloney makes the tag. Morrison standing at dummy half. He goes. He had Josh White sprinting up on the left-hand side. Didn't use him. Rob. Chance now. The flick goes out to Himiona. Dave Wilkinson, the scorer of that wonderful box try. Aidan Wilkinson. Options running away from him. Britain trying to keep the ball alive. Rob Chance with the kick.
Ball's gone loose.
And diving on the ball. Great Britain having kicked it. That's a penalty, Ireland. Minute 15 to play. Ireland now the ones in the driving seat.
They
the
need to
controllers
hold
of their own
possession.
destiny. O'Hagan.
Not throw the ball away.
45 metres to go, Ireland. Another penalty. Great Britain offside into the final minute. Scores are level. Tag made.
Keats. Just been
By
tagged.
Wilkinson this time. 40 seconds. 5th test. The series already won by Ireland.
As I said, pride though.
Maloney. Ireland now 20 seconds to win this game. Kennison with the kick. He's lost it forwards. We'll have 10 seconds for Great Britain to go 45 metres. There's the final play, Hooter. Aidan Wilkinson tagged in possession. This one ends 5-5. Ireland winning the men's 30 series 4 games to nothing. Great Britain in the end coming so close to getting a consolation win in the category and an opportunity to put themselves closer to the chance of an overall victory in the British and Irish Cup. This one isn't going to go in favour of either team. So we are as you were on wins, and we'll bring you the results from the other 2 pitches as soon as we can. We hope to see Kennison back on his feet very shortly.
Getting treated there at the
He
side.
took a bit of a tumble as he chased his own kick in the closing moments. Good to see the Great Britain physio and men's 30s head coach Kim Parkinson and previously Aaron Lombardo over there, all making sure that Kennison was okay. So 4-0 the men's 30 series ends. A draw in the final test with a 5-5 scoreline. Michelle, in the end, I think probably a fair result. It was evenly spread in terms of possession and territory.
A little bit disappointed for Ireland, but yeah, I would say fair result. I agree.
So we'll be bringing you an interview probably with a player from each team shortly, given that was a draw. The 3rd draw that we've had on our live stream pitch. If you're new to tag and you've seen 3 draws this weekend, you might imagine they happen a lot more than they do. It's actually quite a rare occurrence. But players are heading over now, so we'll get ourselves ready for the interview with them. So I'm joined by Ireland Men's 30s Vice Captain Keith Maloney and Dave Wilkinson from the Great Britain Men's 30s side. Keith, coming to you first, it's a series that has been dominated by Ireland. 4 wins from the first 4 tests before that draw there. You must be really chuffed with what you've achieved this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. Like we've a super squad there, and we've been working really hard over the last little while and just building and building and building. Like this squad's been coming together for years. Like it's all the guys that have come up through Men's Open and some mixed open. So yeah, we're delighted. It's just a good platform now for the World Cup next year, and hopefully we can just keep building on it and yeah, go well next year, fingers crossed.
Fantastic. Dave, it's been a real tough weekend for the men's 30s, coming so close in the 4 games previous to this. It looked like there was the opportunity of a win there, and you did your absolute best. A stunning box try in the closing stages to tie things up. Tell us how that was.
Felt amazing. A couple of mistakes. I think there were a little knock on for me when you guys kicked through. I thought it was simultaneous. He'd called the late all the way through to the box, and you know your head's down, but I had to pull myself back up, get back out on pitch, and just do everything that I could, you know, to try and get it back. And to be fair, a draw, I'm fairly happy with that. You know, extremely tough side. I felt like we've just gradually got a little bit better throughout these games. The first 2 games, quite a big difference in points, and then it just got closer and closer. What, 4-3 one of them, 5 all. Yeah, so I think we just need to keep building on that and improving.
Keith, we've been particularly impressed by the performances of some of the individuals that have stood up in the men's 30 side. Jack Levins, Kennison, they've really shone throughout the weekend. Anyone that you think has particularly stepped up from kind of where they were before this tournament?
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that you could pick out, like God, you put me on the spot there now, I suppose.
Your fullbacks and sweepers.
Yeah,
absolutely smashed it. Like any little kicks and things that we did through, they got it and then beat the first man. Almost every time. They were a nightmare to play against. Absolutely.
Dave, you helped him out there. Keith, you're taking that answer.
Jack Rails had a cracking weekend. He's the small little guy on our team. He's like an absolute whippet. He's always covering back the kicks. Yeah, he's a super player. So yeah, we're delighted. But yeah, it's not really a team of individuals. A lot of just we all work together so well. So yeah, we're delighted. Yeah. Credit to the GB boys. Like they've really pushed us hard this entire weekend. A few results went our way, but yeah, super stuff. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we've got 1 round of matches left in the 2022 British and Irish Cup. All of the open sides in action now. Will you guys be sticking around to cheer on your respective countries before heading into the showers?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a big match up next with the men's open at 2-all. Should be a cracker. So yeah, definitely stick around to cheer on the Irish boys there.
Brilliant. Who are you tipping for that one, Dave?
Well, I've got to go GB. It's got to be done. They've had some big wins, and then all of a sudden they've had some big wins. It's been quite a strange one for Open, to be fair. So it's anyone's game. This one, absolutely anyone's. Yeah.
Great. Well, I'm sure I'll be seeing both of you in the bar later. I don't think either of the men's 30 sides are shy of a drink after a tournament. Well done. Well played this weekend. Take care.
Okay, so here we go with Ireland Men's Open versus GB Men's Open in the decider. At the moment, it's 2 tests each out of the 5. So this is the 5th and deciding set, with GB getting the getting a big win in the first test today by almost 10 points. But then Ireland came back and won the second test today 4-3. So sets up a decider in Men's Open, where GB Men's Open probably would have been fancy to win this, given that they won the ITS most recently.
Yeah, they're strong favourites in this
Ireland
one,
Men's
Barry. As you say, won the International Tag Series just a month ago, beating Ireland Men's Open in that final. They won their category at the British and Irish Cup last year, winning the first 2 tests, drawing the last one, taking a 2-0 scoreline, winning in 2019 3-0 at Wasps in London. So certainly going into this one as heavy favourites. But now we begin the 5th test of the series. Great Britain winning test 1 and 3, Ireland winning test 2 and 4, all to play for. It's a winner takes all contest in this series.
And we go outside to Kevin Ahern on the wing. He looks to go down the wing and he gets tagged by GB, and it's to McCullough inside to John Rogers, who's done well to recover from an accidental injury yesterday where there was a slight collision with a lines person. McCullough looks to kick through, but he's blocked down. GB looked to counter. It's a good covering tag by Tristan Brady, and it's back inside by GB. Ireland look to come up fast, and Jack Mabry makes the tag. McCullough drops into the full back position as Ireland look to attack. It's a good line break by GB, but it's a good covering tag by John Rogers. Looks like the referee's given a penalty though for contact for cross-body tagging, and GB will have a it's just a roll, sorry, to GB, and it's GB's chance to attack again as they look to move Ireland around and go to the corner. It's a good tag by Chris Cole in the far corner, and GB will look to come back across, try to put Ireland under a bit of pressure.
Yeah,
Brady
ball
and
over
Rogers
to Nick
look to work
Wilkes,
together. Rogers makes the tag, and it's a nice covering tag again by John Rogers, making his 3rd tag in this defensive set.
Miles Turner will pick and feed the ball out to Greenhill, who links up with his coach James Barron, and ball back in the hands of Greenhill. Young, wonderful tag made by Ireland, bursting out of the line there to pin Great Britain back as they loom down on the Irish line. Barron slides through, but that is a changeover on tags. Ireland seeing the set out really well, Barry, there.
Yeah, good defence by Ireland down on their line with a lot of tags having to be made. Kevin Ahern looks to tidy up with a little bit of a loose pass. He looks to pass to McCullough. McCullough looks to go inside to Tristan Brady. Tristan Brady looks to use Kevin Ahern again. Ahern from the University of Limerick Wolves Club looks to go down the wing, and it's back to McCullough. McCullough looks to go wide to Mabry. Mabry going to Kevin Cook. Kevin Cook opts to pass to Keegan Bradley. Keegan Bradley tries to break down the wing, but he's well tagged by the GB defence on the outside. Back inside to Cook. Cook looking for options, no real options apparent, so he gets tagged. It's to Torfin Newton. Torfin Newton back inside to McCullough. McCullough opts for the kick. It's a nice exit play by Ireland. They need the ball to sit, but it's not going to sit. It's going to go long, and it'll be tapped to England out 10 from the centre of their line.
Barry, you were asking for an update on the wins situation with Great Britain having just wrapped up women's seniors to take that one as their 2nd category. Ireland's won mixed seniors, mixed open and men's 30s. Great Britain have won women's open and women's seniors. This category still to be decided. Should it go Ireland's way, Ireland win the British and Irish Cup. Should it go Great Britain's way, it comes down to wins overall, and Great Britain need to win all 3 games in this time slot as Nick Wilkes breaks through and over halfway. Wonderful tag from Paul McCullough to stop him just as he was looking to break fully into the Irish half. Wilkes a long way back that he has to come, and the ball out to Irvine at first receiver. And over into touch. It looked like it might have gone into touch on the far side. I think the touch judges just indicated that there was an Irish hand in there knocking it back. Young to Greenhill. Back to Young. O'Reilly on that right-hand side. Avoids the first defender. Taken in the end by Cook.
It's a good tag by Morgan
Coughlin,
Coughlin there, who had a fine game in the second game yesterday.
Great step by Irvine, and again beats 2 defenders and just taken by the third before he crossed the line. Wilkes to Turner. Wilkes again. And a tag made by John Rogers. He's such a strong defender for Ireland. Irvine to Greenhill. Young's caught. Turner. Back to Wilkes, and thought he was through there, but the tag taken like a silent assassin
by Tristan Brady.
Turner to Greenhill. Irvine. O'Reilly. Over to Tom Stone on the right-hand side, but the tag was made once again by Coughlin. And once again, it will be Ireland holding out on their own try line. No score yet in this one. It remains 0-0. So, yes, Barry, as I was saying, if Great Britain win they would have to win all 3 games in this final round to then tie things up on wins, 12-12. And so we'd then go to points difference in the overall tournament. So,
good exit kick.
Couldn't be tighter. That has gone for a wonderful 50-10.
By Peter Conley. That's a very good kick by Conley for 50-10. Ireland will have the opportunity to attack as they look to have a go. Ball's passed inside.
Unfortunately, Ross just losing his footing, knee down.
On the ball. He wants me to mention that he's currently running a Justice for Jordan campaign because he's aggrieved not to have won more MVPs for his club side in Dublin.
I thought for a moment when you said Justice for Jordan, it was going to be some worthwhile social justice cause. I didn't realise it was literally about Player of the Match awards. As Harry Young takes this one up, 10 metres short of halfway. Greenhill now with the fake to the right, and he breaks through the gap. The scramble back by Ireland.
Good tag.
Young wrapping around to the left. He's Turner. Goes himself. Turner now feeds to Greenhill. O'Reilly finds Greenhill, who's slightly rugby tackled, but it's also tagged as well. And this is 5th and final changeover on tags once again.
Good defence by Ireland there, and they turn the ball over close to their line. They'll get to work their way out now from behind their 10-metre line. You just want to hold the tags for the first couple of balls and try to get a little bit of field position.
Good tag made by Dan Waters, the Yorkshireman.
Cookie up for the kick through.
It's not quite worked out for him. Dribbles into touch. Great Britain will ring the changes before taking this roll ball 10 metres in. Elliot McDermott, also a man familiar with the north of England, who rolls it. Kieran Pointer picks, goes himself. He had Andy Harkins, another Yorkshireman outside him. Harkins feeds McDermott. McDermott avoids the first tag from Kevin Cook. Taken in the second one by Finnegan. Harkins.
Covering tag.
Over to Nick Wilkes. And that's Jake Jones. He has Josh Roberts outside him, but a wonderful tag made.
Morgan
Coughlin.
Again.
Yeah, he has been an ever-present in that Irish defensive line. McDermott. Stone over on this near wing now. Harkins caught just before the line. McDermott fires a long one to Kieran Pointer. Nick Wilkes, he's through. That will be the opening score of the game in Game 5. The decider for this men's open category. 1 point to Great Britain through the skills and the footwork and the speed of Nick Wilkes, vice-captain of this side. A man who's been there, done that so many times for the Turtles club franchise. Also for the Great Britain team, and for North London at Tag Nationals. But the way this series has gone, Barry, 1 point is almost nothing. Yeah. Great Britain have to follow up with another score as John Rogers takes the ball up, more than 10 metres out, tagged by James Barron of Great Britain.
Out to Torfin Newton. Torfin Newton looks to attack. He gets tagged. Mabry comes in for the roll, looking at his options outside to McCullough. McCullough opts for the kick through. He's looking to gain possession. He makes the tag close to the GB 10-metre line. So Ireland look to defend as GB look to go wide. McCullough with the tag. Again, we're still in midfield. Ireland defending well, not having given up many metres from the kick through. And another tag by Ireland, so that's 3 in a row now within a few metres. Ireland's defence has been good, but GB up for the kick through.
It's worked for Wilkes.
Chris Cole makes the tag, but GB have time and space outside if they go wide fast.
Young to Jones, and Jones tagged once again by Rogers.
As the personal battle continues between John and GB on this side, and Morgan and GB on the other side. Ireland look to come out. Torfin Newton on the ball now. No real options, so he opts to take it in, take the tag. So Ireland look to drive out. Look to go wide to Chris Cole. Chris Cole gets tagged on the far wing. It's down to Keegan Bradley, back inside to McCullough. McCullough thinks about the kick through, but thinks better of it based on who's there. But Ireland have to go outside to Chris Cole. But it's going to be a tag where Chris got the ball, because unfortunately he only had one tag when he received the pass.
Yeah, that will be an error that will frustrate Ireland, as the kick was looking promising. They go again with it. Fielded well by Reid over on the far side, and he's beaten the defender wonderfully into the Irish half and draws the penalty. Miles Turner takes it quickly. Wilkes will be under this. He's got Greenhill, Barron to his left. Young involved now through the middle. Wonderful tag made by Torfin Newton. And again, athletic rolling dive to stop Nick Wilkes. Not an easy thing to do. Greenhill, Young. Barron has options outside him. He holds up Rogers. For once, Rogers not able to make a tag, and in the end, McCullough knocks the ball forward, so it'll be 6 again, Great Britain. The referee choosing not to give a penalty for the slightly cynical removal of the tags after the play had stopped by McCullough.
It's not a good tag by Ireland down the line, but Ireland doing a lot of defending in this half.
Oh, just taken by Wilkes. Jones over the top of Stone, and Stone height and reach are on his side, but even he could not get up that high. Both of them will be kicking themselves, but Jones particularly will be annoyed that he just put that one in too high.
Back to Rogers. Rogers looks to break. Good defence by GB. Ireland aren't really getting many yards for their possession, but they are attacking. McCullough opts for the kick through. This kick looks kind, but it's it.
It's going to go too long. Again. Margins of just feet there, where it could nearly have been a wonderful 50-10 for Ireland. As it is, it's going to be a tap 10 metres out to Great Britain. And Barron takes it up to the line first. McDermott to Greenhill. Greenhill provides himself as another option. In the end, Young goes in himself. McDermott now as they switch play to the right. No way through that gap. Newton too wily a defender in that instance. Greenhill finds Young involved once again. McDermott, quick hands, and it is a penalty to Great Britain. No, just knocked forwards by Ireland, so 6 again, Great Britain. Harkins
Rogers looks to go long, and he makes a tag again.
Guess who it was? It was Rogers.
Yeah, another great tag by Rogers. He's having a great game.
Oh, and again. Young. Irvine.
Chris Cole with the tag on the far wing.
British line quite flat. Not so many options for Young, so he tagged in midfield by McCullough. Irvine coming on to this with pace. Harkins with Stone outside him, and the ball goes bobbling out of his hands. Forwards off Great Britain, and
No, I think
the referee is just having a decision. Yeah, he's I think calling the contact. He's going to go in and check with his touch judge, Alex Davis, the referee in this one. He also ref the final game of the day yesterday between these two sides. The third test, the second test between them, which Ireland won. So this is adjudged to have been lost forwards by Great Britain, and Ireland have the roll ball. And now 5 tags after that one made by Harkins to go most of the field.
Conley was looking for support there, but the outside line wasn't quite ready. McCullough looks to opt the kick again.
And the pace he's got is very dangerous here, and he regains his own kick.
Well
Wonderful individual piece of play, Paul McCullough.
Inside to Tristan Brady. Tristan Brady looks to go wide to Kevin Cook. Kevin Cook looks to...
Interception! Dante O'Reilly on the far side. Kevin Cook is herring after him, but O'Reilly's going to have the pace and the space. And the traditional dive and forward roll from Dante O'Reilly. He's been such a stalwart in this Great Britain men's open side, and it is not the first time he has scored critically for the team. Wonderful poacher's try. The pass just sat up in the air, stuck out his hands, and with no one in front of him, he was not going to be caught despite the best efforts of Kevin Cook. As we see it again, O'Reilly's height certainly playing to his advantage there, and it is Great Britain 2, Ireland 0 in this one.
Yeah, as Ireland look to counter him with only a few minutes left in the half. Ireland probably need to score to get a bit of a score on the board, because most of the play has been in their half. In the first half, GB, to be honest, probably should be further ahead than 2-0.
It has certainly been in the Irish half, but what a shame for Ireland that last try, Barry, came from one of the brightest bits of play from an Irish point of view. Kevin McCullough's excellent kick through and the pace that he showed to regather it. But now Ireland are in GB territory once again. It is final tag, so they will be forced to kick. Played at though by Great Britain, so important that they get their hands on this ball, and Waters does well in front of the box there, avoids the first defender, taken in the end by Finnegan. And Finnegan makes consecutive tags, this time on pointer. As McDermott can't get away from Andrew Ross, and Great Britain decide to shift the ball left now. Loose pass cleared up by Dan Waters, and bit of contact made there. It was Tristan Brady diving in a little bit. No, the decision of Alex Davis is that Waters, in fact, ran into Brady. So tap to Ireland. 6 tags, about 25 metres out. 20 now. Maybury. And that was Cunningham through the middle.
There, Mahern looks to have a go. Through the middle, no real space there.
They continue to work the short side.
Brady to Finnegan. Finnegan with good hands, but he's tagged before he can round the ball.
Comfortably tagged by Waters, taking both off there. And the dancing, jumping, skipping feet of Ross aren't able to break through this British defence just yet. And Harkins it is now, the latest man to clear up a loose ball from Ireland. As Britain see out another attack, and Pointer twists those hips, and he's still going. Frustrating for Ross there, who does eventually make the tag. McDermott over to Harkins, who's caught there by Coughlin. Wilkes, Turner.
Good tag by Tristan Brady on this wing. GB look to counter again. They go wide and they opt for the kick. I believe it might make the line before. Oh, it doesn't. It stays in field, but Coughlin looks to counter. He looks like he's in time and space.
Broken play here. It's working for Ireland.
Finnegan is there. Good play by Morgan Coughlin there, and he offers himself as an option outside to Brady. Brady looks to go inside. He's looking to pop to Ross, but Ross, he just couldn't quite get his hands out from under. And back inside. Chris Cole on the far wing gets tagged. Ireland looking to attack again. Maybury on the ball. Maybury opts for the kick through. It's a little bit long, unfortunately, so Ireland can't get there. And it's going to be top. GB out 10.
So just under a minute and a half in the first 20 of this game, Barry. Great Britain preserving a 2-0 lead. The recent momentum, you have to say, has been with Ireland. And here we go now as the break comes from Torfin Newton after the ball was lost forward by Pointer.
Yeah.
Final chance of the half maybe as Mabry looks
kick.
for space, but a kick into the hands of Wilkes, and GB once again keeping their score sheet immaculate. Barron to Young, and there is space outside. The most recent try scorer, O'Reilly, tries to build up ahead of steam. Tagged by Finnegan. The sun now into Great Britain's eyes. And they will hope that the sun stays out in the second half when Ireland are having to play into it. Wilkes, O'Reilly, that will be 6 again, touched by Ireland. And we have about 20 seconds left in the half. The ball to Greenhill. And O'Reilly, the dive there by Torfin Newton will end the half and avoid Dante O'Reilly going in to score another try in the other corner. So 1 half done in this one. Just 20 minutes left in the British and Irish Cup this year, Barry. It's gone so fast, like all things you look forward to. But it is Great Britain 2, Ireland nothing. As we look at the first try, Nick Wilkes saw the gap open up in front of him, and from that distance it is almost impossible to stop a player with the skill level of Wilkes from getting in. Over he goes, try scored. Job done for him there. And then Dante O'Reilly just read that pass so well. You can see how long he'd been watching the ball coming at him and the pace that he shows to go all the way. As I say, his classic routine for dotting the ball down when he has breakaway ones like this with a forward roll to just add some style points on. Great Britain 2, Ireland nothing. But we know, Barry, that's a lead that can go very quickly. We've seen a lot of second half comebacks throughout this tournament, and clearly these two sides unbelievably evenly matched. The only ones that got to game 5 having each won 2 test matches. So it really is, to use a cliche of yours, anyone's game.
Yeah, very much so. I feel that I should point out though that women's 30s went to the 5th game as well. It's just that GB had won one. But if Ireland had won the last one, they would have drawn the test, I suppose. Drawn the test series. But they didn't. So at the moment, yeah, it's finally poised here at 2-0, which is just a 1-score game, just a try in the box, and it'll be level. So it's very much a 50-50 at the moment.
Yeah, as you say, the women's seniors did go down to the 5th one, which, while I was clarifying, it's the only one that had gone to the 5th game with a 2-2 scoreline, with both sides each having won 2 games. Yes, the women's seniors did go to the 5th test, where we had, unbelievably, I'm not sure we've actually updated the viewers on the stream of this, a 4th draw. This one, a 1-1 draw between the two sides, which means that entire series from 5 tests was won 1-0 by Great Britain. Unbelievable stuff. I don't think
an illustration of how close the two teams are to each other.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the one win was a comprehensive one. We saw it on the live stream earlier on. 9 points to 1 in favour of Great Britain, running in a whole host of wonderful tries, but every single other one couldn't even put a lighter paper between, a cigarette paper between them. And so is the case with this category. 2 wins each. 1 win each yesterday, 1 win each this morning. And it all comes down to this one now. And once we have the results of this one, we will of course bring you up to date with the results of the other 2 games going on right now. Mixed Open and Women's Open, both playing their 5th and final tests, with the entire British and Irish Cup still on the line. We will then be taking you upstairs into the clubhouse at West Park Leeds RUFC for the trophy presentation. We'll be awarding trophies to the players of the tournament in each of the 7 categories that were involved today, including the men's 40s exhibition category, before we then award the overall British and Irish Cup for 2022. And it remains to be seen which of the two proud tag playing nations will be the ones that end up with their hands on that cup. The oldest trophy in Northern Hemisphere international tag rugby. We wait now for the hooter. I'm going to make a bold prediction, Barry. John Rogers will make more tags.
I'd say he'll make more tags, and I'll say Morgan Coughlin will make a few as well.
I think Morgan Coughlin might make a few more tags as well, yes.
Of the last gasp diving variety preventing scores.
Great Britain 2, Ireland 0. The Men's Open Series and the entire British and Irish Cup for 2022 on the line. It could not be of more importance the next 20 minutes of tag that we will be bringing you on this live stream. We hope you've enjoyed all of the action throughout the weekend. The hooter tells us we're underway one more time. Ireland kicking down into British territory. Great Britain playing left to right, and they will have first use of the ball in this one. Dante O'Reilly takes a bit of a knock. That is not the way that Great Britain will have wanted to start. Kevin Cook it was who made the tag for Ireland. O'Reilly looks to be okay. Gets himself back to the mark, rolls the ball, and Britain ship it quickly over to the right-hand side, ultimately into the hands of Nick Wilkes, and a good tag made by Peter Connolly for Ireland. Barron decides to come back to this short side. Young offers the ball, but takes it in himself. Wilkes. Greenhill now with the long pass to Dante O'Reilly, who stretches his legs and looks to go past Paul McCullough, who makes a fantastic try-saving tag, just meters short of the line. Greenhill, Barron, Wilkes. Ireland holding firm so far, but again the threat of that O'Reilly poses there for all to see. Ball ends up in the hands of Ollie Greenhill, being cheered on no doubt by his daughter, 11-month-old daughter, who will be on the sidelines, although her mum Florrie Greenhill's also in action on the other pitch, so her attention will be divided as Barron goes for the little kick over the line, but it doesn't come off for him, and there's a little bit of confusion as to whether that definitely had gone dead or whether it should be GB ball. The referee making it clear, and still the questioning goes on. Alex Davis still explaining. If the ball had gone dead, then it should be a tap to Ireland. Yeah. So Greenhill returns to the GB defensive line and makes the tag on Kevin Cook.
Ahern looks to make the break. Connolly now taking the roll back inside to Cook. Cook offs to go outside to McCullough. McCullough drops it backwards, but it lands in an Irish hand. So Mike O'Sullivan from Cork and Peter Connolly opts for the kick, looking for the 50-10, but it's short. Ahern on the kick chase, and it's a good tag by Ahern. He's looking for a surrender, but
yeah, Tom Stone remembered at the last moment that he had to keep his feet moving and avoid being tagged there. He assumed the tag was coming in. Just did enough in the end. It's Young who's tagged by John Rogers. And now Barron finds Wilkes. Diving effort made this time by Peter Connolly. He wants to get amongst the top taggers for this Irish Men's Open side. Wilkes goes for the kick. It'll be down into the Irish half. Paul McCullough after it. He's got a bit of time, but Wilkes is now going to try and put him under some pressure. The two number ones.
McCullough looks to go open. He gets tagged.
And it's Ollie Greenhill comes in, throwing himself at the yellow tag.
Finnegan opts to go down the line. Beats the first one, second one gets him. Back to Cook. Cook inside to Torfa Newton. Torfa Newton looks to attack again. Again he's tagged. Arden looking to attack again through Mike O'Sullivan. Back to McCullough. McCullough thinks about the kick, but he opts to go down the line. Torfa Newton opts to go. He draws the penalty. So it'll be Ireland's ball. 6 tags. An opportunity to attack again now. You'd have to figure at this point in proceedings, well, people are pretty tired.
Yeah, we were talking about it in the men's 30s game, Michelle and I. Now you could clearly see that the legs were a little bit heavier than they were yesterday, as Rogers now is on the ball and doesn't seem to have lost too much pace there. But 5 tests over 2 days against opposition of this quality, of this level, and especially in this category, Men's Open, where every game has been close and every game has gone one way than the other. These players will be absolutely shattered, and for them to still be performing at this level is nothing short of incredible. Harkins now finds Barron. Irvine can't get away from Newton. And here we see Miles Turner using some pace on the left-hand side. Dan Waters does really well to claw that ball in and dance along the touchline at the same time to keep this play alive as Great Britain ship the ball all the way over to the right-hand side. Wilkes with a little kick. It pops up for him. He is tagged there. And Rogers involved once more. Wilkes has to go back to the mark. Stone moves play to the left.
Good diving tag by Mike O'Sullivan.
Final tag of the set here. Barron picks and goes himself. He's got Turner.
Like
Turner finds Waters in the left-hand corner. There is some contact. There are some tags that were made. There are decisions to be made as well. And in the end, Alex Davis rules out the try. He says the tag was made on Miles Turner, and that was the 6th tag of the set. So possession switches to Ireland as they preserve the 2-point deficit. Having conceded another one there would have been a very tough pill to swallow. But they are so in this game, especially if Paul McCullough plays with the ability we know he's got. Waters just knocks that one back a little bit, but in the end he does get the ball.
Yeah, so it's going to be roll ball to GB. GB look to go wide. Ireland need to get up quickly.
Shifted to Stone.
Good tag by Kieran Cunningham. Back into the line. Torfin Newton up to make the tag. He needs to recover here though.
Lovely step by Wilkes. And now the kick. Can he regather? Contact made on him. Contact made on him by Finnegan.
That looks like it could be a penalty. I think contact was Keegan Bradley actually.
Sorry to Finnegan for calling his name when it wasn't him. Conceded the penalty.
He's on the far wing.
There we go. But certainly a penalty to Great Britain. Stone takes the tap. McDermott will take the first hit up. Torfin Newton with the tag. Pointer back on the field and providing himself as an option. But he's caught there.
By McCullough.
Yeah, he's done well, McCullough. Loose
bit
ball.
of a loose ball there.
It's going to need to be. Oh, and that kick not allowed.
Messy.
There were hands in there, so
should
be penalty
again.
Great Britain. And another set of 6. Yeah, Davis signalling that the kick was made while the ball was loose, and there were hands attempting to grab it. A rule that's in there for the safety of all players. Anyone that's had a boot or a stud to the finger will know how painful that is. And Pointer going backwards there. You're trying to do a little bit too much. Young finds Reed. But no, Irvine caught before that. Dante O'Reilly picks and goes himself. He's tagged. This Irish defence holding firm.
Yeah,
soaking up everything that's thrown at them so far. Pointer. McDermott thought he was through. The step from Pointer. Irvine, the gap opens in front of him, and as soon as it did, it closed again. Wonderful defence from Ireland. You cannot doubt their heart and the effort that they're putting into this one. Again, O'Reilly stopped short. Final tag of the set. Ireland keeping their opponents out. And not quite so sure about this one. It sometimes can create a gap to move the ball backwards, but also if you now get tagged, you lose field position, but they won't. Dan Waters is over. Surely this time this is a try.
No, I don't think so. I think he was
No.
tucked in the corner.
Knee down before the line. Sick tag. Ireland again holding out in that corner. Again Dan Waters, the local man, denied. This match takes another twist. As
Morgan
Great Britain
Coughlin who
scramble
opts
in
for the kick
defence,
this
and
time.
Coughlin through, and his tag falls off. His tag falls off. He'd made his way round Waters, the sweeper. So unlucky
Gonna
for
be
him.
a penalty for early tagged out.
It will be, yeah, the tag was taken beforehand, and with the kick being made, it's where it was regathered, where it went out of play, which of course it didn't in that instance, but whichever is the greatest advantage to the attacking side. And the ball loose there, but knocked forwards by Great Britain. So Ireland will continue in possession. One of their best chances to score in this second half, and now a penalty to them. 6 again, 15 metres out. Dancing in front of Harry Young was Andrew Ross, but he is caught, as is Mabry. Ireland go left through a Ahern. Young once again making the tag. Kevin Cook stands to the left with 2 outside him. Decides not to go that way. The options are narrowing. The little kick. The tag was made by Harkins. And Davis is just explaining the decision here. It's going to be a penalty.
No, I think it's... Oh, is it a penalty? Yeah, it is a penalty.
To Ireland, so 6 more.
You have to think that Ireland need to score here.
Oh, contact made there.
Is it closing?
And Davis is just deciding who the contact penalty goes against. It can be so difficult sometimes to judge who is responsible. You only get one view at it, of course, as a referee. Anyone that's watching this and might want to replay it to see who was really at fault gets far more opportunity to see it, and from different angles. So the decision goes against Great Britain. 6 more tags for Ireland.
Coughlin in the corner.
And he makes it.
I think it's a try.
It is. The tag was not taken by Tom Stone. Surely a try. Dave Matkoff just coming in as touch judge.
Yeah.
To
2-1.
confirm. Ireland did have done what they needed to do. They scored first in this second half, although it has taken 11 and a half minutes for either team to cross the whitewash. Great Britain 2, Ireland 1, and as you said, Barry, Ireland really needed to come away with something there. Such a long period inside the British red zone. So many times they were able to reset their 6 and go again, and O'Reilly controls that well with the feet for looking for some space. Tagged by Ross. He's been pretty strong in defence as well for Ireland. Fox Edwards, we've not really seen him on during this game yet, but now's his opportunity. Wilkes goes for the kick. It's going to sit up for him. He twists. Oh no. What an incredible tag by Peter Connolly. Just as it looked like Wilkes was swerving past him and headed for the box, Connolly with a wonderful tag. Jake Jones flings that one out. The scoreline stays 2-1.
Yeah, this one's still very, very close. Ireland hanging in there through dogged defence.
I can tell you the scoreline is 8-8 in the Great Britain-Ireland mixed open match as well, and that result critical to the overall cup. With Ireland having already won the mixed open series. This, the changeover here. Great Britain will have the opportunity to set a platform inside Irish territory. The roll ball from O'Reilly. Head coach Barron throws a loose one, cleared up by Fox Edwards. Wilkes to Jones. Will want to find Roberts safely this time. He does. The sun coming out, and it's got some serious heat on it after what has been a fairly cool weekend under the clouds in Yorkshire. Fox Edwards picks and goes. A loose pass thrown again. Barron clears it up, but penalty to Great Britain. Closing the gap given against Ireland. 6 more tags for GB. Just 10 metres out. Fox Edwards goes for the step and the dive. Great Britain think they've scored. Alex Davis agrees. Great Britain 3, Ireland 1, and George Fox Edwards, the latest to put his name on the score sheet for the British side. And after a really good shift, he takes himself off. As I said, we hadn't seen much of him in the game before this, but he's come on and done exactly the job that was asked of him. Barron places this ball on halfway and shapes for the restart as we watch the dive from Fox Edwards. Just a little tap, opportunist dive through the gap, and a try scored by Great Britain. But on the field now, it is Ireland that are in possession and trying to build something of their own to reduce the deficit. 2 points now, the margin restored.
Good half break by Connolly there, the second defender just getting him. Ireland again looking to attack down the right wing. Finnegan on the ball. Oh, potential contact there, but it's again, it's one of those ones where it's hard to tell who it's against.
Yeah, so Davis jogging over to his touch judge to see what his view was from the other side of it. And the contact is going to go against Great Britain. McCullough looking to take that a little bit further up than where the penalty actually was from. So Davis making sure he goes back. 10-metre gap between the two teams on a penalty. More space to run into than the usual 7 metres. At a roll ball, and as Cook is tagged by Barron. Ireland play it to the left now. Torfin Newton, he's Rogers outside him and not quite able to slide through there. Once again, Young involved defensively. Connolly, we saw him with a wonderful tag a moment ago and a risky pass, but it's worked.
Good
all the way over to Finnegan. Ireland in a great position now. And that's O'Sullivan. It's up towards the line. Connolly again steps back inside. Flicks an even riskier one this time. Jones can't make the tag on McCullough with the dive. Finnegan with the fake. The ball bounces up and ends up in the hands of Dan Waters.
Connolly up for the kick through. Going to be a roll ball to GB. Tap, kick, out 10.
Great Britain see out the latest Irish wave. A tap 10 metres from the line. Greenhill, Barron, Wilkes, they're all such experienced players. So much time at the top level. And we have 3.5 minutes left in this one. A 2-point margin. Great Britain with the advantage as Harry Young sprints into the Irish half, but he's tagged well by Connolly, once again coming to the rescue for Ireland. Greenhill tells Young he wants him to go right. Involved in the play again immediately. The ball shipped to Pointer. Wilkes, Turner, and the tag made.
Luckily for GB. The ball didn't quite go to hand.
Looks like Roberts may need a sub, limping there. He'll have to take himself off. Great Britain will need to continue this set with just the 7 players momentarily, as Wilkes is tagged short of the line. 2.5 to play. Pointer again takes the ball backwards. Not something I'm sure his teammates are particularly in agreement with, and it doesn't work out for Pointer as he puts in a little kick. John Rogers clearing it up like a Gaelic football goalkeeper. Safe hands on that one, and the same shown by Dante O'Reilly as he makes the tag. No way through for Chris Cole.
Torfin Newton on the ball into Rogers. Rogers looks to break the line, but he's well tagged by Pointer and by one of the other GB players, and it's back to Torfin Newton outside to McCullough. McCullough's looking for options. He opts for the kick through again.
Waters does really well. He had one attempt at that one. The ball bouncing out of his hands, and then he dives on it. Davis just explaining his decision now, and actually possession goes to Ireland.
Because he dived on the ball.
They are well now, and they are well inside British territory now. Finnegan. Mabry. with Torfin Newton. Tagged by
Look at the
Pointer.
dance his way
Rogers
through.
at dummy half. Goes back to the right. Mabry. McCullough. Tagged by McDermott.
Time against Ireland here now. They need to score quickly.
We're heading into the final minute. 2
Rogers
points
is
to
the option.
deficit. Rogers jumping through the line there, but the ball was passed forwards anyway.
Yeah.
Great
Turnover.
Britain just need to manage this game now. Greenhill wanting to make sure he's able to take this ball all the way out to the 10-metre mark as he's allowed to. Pointer picks that up a little bit slowly, and a man like Rogers, who's made so many tags, is not going to let that one go away. And contact here. McDermott and Ahern clashing, and penalty given away to Ireland. 20 seconds remaining. 2 points behind Ireland. A box try would tie it. 1 point will not be enough. There goes Chris Cole. There's the hooter. McCullough in possession. Panic from the Irish. The ball going all over the place. Russell Reed scoops it up. In Great Britain hands. The tag made by Ireland. And the game is over. Great Britain do win this one. 3-1, and they wrap up the Men's Open Series. 3 games to 2. It had seesawed all the way through it. Great Britain, Ireland. Great Britain, Ireland. But the 5th one is Great Britain's as well. Barry, a critical result here. That ties things up on categories 3-3. And it all now comes down to whether Great Britain or Ireland manage to win the games that we've got going on pitch 2 and 3, Mixed Open and Women's Open. But before we get the results of that, just a word on this contest here and the whole series that we've seen from Men's Open.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, Britain were probably worthy winners in that game. It was very close. Ireland having probably to do more of the defending than Britain had to. And Britain took their chances. Ireland created a few chances, took one, and it's a way for tin game. It was only 3-1, and before we came here, Ireland hadn't beaten Great Britain in a number of years, and they've managed to do it
Since
twice.
2017, I believe, Barry.
Yeah, it hasn't happened in a long time, and there was a long unbeaten run for Great Britain, and this Irish men's team are a lot of the players are new caps this year, having first played in the ITS or indeed playing this weekend. So to get 2 wins against a very experienced Great Britain team is a credit to them and to their coach. They'll be disappointed, obviously, to lose the category, but they'll be happy that they finally have the monkey off their back of getting at least 1 win with two wins out of 3 out of the 5, and they'll be well focused now for the World Cup next year.
Huge confidence for the Irish Men's Open side, that is absolutely certain. A valuable tournament for Great Britain as well. It's been a while since they've been tested at this level. As we say, comfortable wins at the last 2 British and Irish Cups, and they won their category at the International Tag Series, although they were given a scare there by the South African Men's Open side, a bit more of an unknown quantity. But it's been a long time since they've had to come up against competition like this, since they've had to draw themselves back and pick themselves up from the adversity of losing test matches. To go into a 5th test decider like this with everything on the line and knowing that it has a huge impact on the overall awarding of the British and Irish Cup, absolutely critical. Absolutely huge amounts of pressure on the players. So for them to deliver with a 3-1 win, it looked confident, it looked assured, but still, even right at the end there, Ireland could have snatched a draw. That is something to be very proud of for this Great Britain Men's Open outfit. We'll shortly have an interview with them before we head to the trophy presentation. We're just waiting for the final results from Women's Open and from Mixed Open. GB need to win both to tie things up on Games 1 with 3 categories to each country. Ireland wrapped up mixed seniors in the first game of the day. They wrapped up Mixed Open in the second game of the day. They wrapped up men's 30s in the also in the first round of games of the day, just not on the live stream. Great Britain won the Women's Open. in the second round of the day. And they've now won women's seniors in the previous round and men's open here. So 3-3 on categories, and we're awaiting the final scores from mixed open and women's open. And Barry, we have the final score from the mixed open game. It's 10-9 the scoreline. And for all the home fans here, I'm sorry to tell you that it was 10-9 in favour of Ireland, which means that after the series, the entire British and Irish Cup was drawn 3-3 on categories. Ireland will win the British and Irish Cup. They will retain the British and Irish Cup. The seventh time Ireland have won it on games won this time, though. The closest British and Irish Cup we've ever had.
Well, I think one went to games won before in Gormanstown. But yeah, every team played their part today. Congratulations to Mixed Open, who are the ones who have the honour of getting us across the line. But without men's winning their 2 games, without ladies open drawing their game, without women's 30s getting their 4 draws, we wouldn't have retained it. And it just goes to show how close the 2 countries are to each other. Alistair is still annoyed that he didn't allow 40s to count. I can see him sheathing in the background here. Yeah, it's ours this time, Will, but I think you're very close to us, and it could have easily gone the other way.
The fact that it comes down to a margin of 2 games won, as we say, couldn't be closer. So Barry, I'm gonna hand over here to Al, who's going to come in to interview the winning players from Men's Open and dissect the remaining aspects of play. I'll be heading up to do the trophy presentation, which we will be bringing to you on the live stream very shortly. Barry, it's been a pleasure being alongside you as ever. Congratulations on the win. Obviously, I'm delighted for you.
You sound like you almost meant that, just like I would if I was in your position.
Yeah. Well, I do believe winners buy the beers, don't they, Barry?
That's fair.
I'll look forward to Guinness in the bar. All right.
Just try not to do it full of stupid face.
Okay, so after that enthralling contest, the final game that we brought to you on a live stream at the 2022 British and Irish Cup, I'm joined by Elliot McDermott and Andy Harkins, players from the victorious Great Britain Men's Open side. An incredibly close contest there, the one that came down to the wire. Elliot, you were involved, you were on the pitch right at the end there. How tense was it?
Yeah, very tense. Pretty nervous, yeah. Just doing anything we could at the end to avoid a box try, really, I think.
Yeah, with a 2-point margin, I mean, they could have got away with one in the corner, but obviously wanted to protect that box. Andy, what does it mean for you, though, getting the opportunity not only to represent your country, but to win a series like this in Yorkshire as a proud Yorkshireman?
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, having the B&I Cup come up here to Leeds is absolutely fantastic. I mean, you can just see from the supporters on the sideline, like everyone getting involved, everyone taking part and seeing kind of the next level of tagging in terms of really pushing and encouraging more than us to kind of go for that next step and really up-leveling their game and pushing us as well to play our best, which is really good.
Fantastic. And you're not the only Yorkshireman in the men's open squad. Dan Waters has had a fantastic tournament. He must be dead chuffed with that one. Tell us how you think he's got on.
Oh no, I think he's had a fantastic tournament. He's been absolutely class on our wing. Has have all the wingers on our team. I think they've been absolutely fantastic and really held us together in those tricky moments, which has been absolutely awesome. So now I'm sure he'll be absolutely chuffed. I saw he had quite a large contingent down of family members and aunties and uncles and cousins screaming him on. So I'm sure he'll do very well.
Yeah, there was a huge amount of cheering on the sideline every time he got anywhere near the ball. So I think he'll have a lot of people buying him pints in the bar now. Elliot, you've been involved in this men's open side for quite a while now, but it's been a long time since you've faced a challenge like you did this weekend. So just give us a little bit of detail about how this helps the squad with their development as we look towards the World Cup next year, to have been tested in this way and had to come back from adversity.
Yeah, I think you've said it perfectly there yourself. I think we faced some real challenges this weekend that and highlighted potential weaknesses in our game, but hopefully we can learn from it. We'll go away and do analysis and then try and improve really. So I think we've got some real things that we can work on in training over the next year leading up to World Cup.
Okay, brilliant. Congratulations on that performance. I'll see you both in the bar. We'll be doing the trophy presentation shortly. Perfect. Well done. Well played.
Well. Cheers.
Okay, so from an Irish perspective, we're obviously pleased with how everything's gone this weekend. Now that we've narrowly retained the cup with 3 category wins, that the category's been even, and men's open winning 2 out of 3, ladies open getting a draw, and ladies 30s getting 4 draws. I don't think I've ever seen a closer series than that. It's our first time in Leeds. I think it's fair to say that we've really enjoyed it. We plan to have a good night tonight, and this is another step on the road for us in preparation for the World Cup next year. How about from your perspective, Alistair?
Yeah, Barry, it's slightly gutted with how the end result has gone, but I was out the back just watching the mixed open whilst you guys were watching the men's open here, and it was a seesawing second half. I got out there, it was 6-all at half time, and then it went, at one point GB hit the lead. There was a drop ball in the box by Nick de Jong, who's one of the best players in the mixed open. If he just could have got that down, I reckon we would have won mixed open, and we'd be talking about a different result now. But fantastic weekend. I think all our teams are probably going to take some positives out of it. I think even mixed open, the last 2 games they were pretty good after they've struggled over the last couple of years. Men's open, I thought they got more of a challenge than they expected. So I think it was good for them, as the guys were saying on the interview. Then I think they haven't been challenged that hard over the last few years. So I think they'll take a bit away from that and go, okay, well, what do we need to do to get to that next level? And then our women's open was outstanding. I thought they played incredibly well. So I think it's two very evenly matched teams, and I think we're all going to be better for the run for the World Cup. At the end of the day, all we're trying to think about is how we're going to get close to Australia and knock them over in one of the categories in the World Cup. So I think it's best for both
That's
of us.
definitely the plan for the Northern Hemisphere. That's what this is all about. It's trying out people, giving people their chance, seeing what they can do, test them at the highest level that we can in preparation for next year, when we're going to be up against it, when our friends from down under come to play some ball.
I mean, we've got a fair disadvantage when it just comes to playing numbers alone. I think you've got something like 200,000, 250,000 people playing Oztag in Australia. I mean, they've got the great resources behind the Taggaroos teams. You've got Michael Butner, who's a former NRL player. There's their coaching director. I think he's doing a lot of work for Oztag. And I was watching the ITS up there from Coffs Harbour the other week, and they had Brian Smith, who's coached about 400 NRL and Super League games, going up assessing the Australian coaches, making sure the standard of coaching was very high. So the Aussie teams are going to be very well prepared at the World Cup. We know it's not going. They're certainly not going to be second string. They're going to be sending over. I think there's going to be some very hard teams. So we're going to have to be at our best to be competing with them. But I'd say there's a fair chance, I think, between us and you guys, there will be a lot of finals, I think, where GB or Ireland are represented from what I saw this weekend.
That's what we want, and ideally we'd like an Ireland and Britain final, right, Alistair?
that would be incredible. I think we'll see. I'm not sure which categories I'd go for just yet, but it was, I think, mixed open in the ITS. The Aussies didn't make the final, so they might be a little bit vulnerable there. You never. It might have been that one. Actually, maybe it was mixed seniors. It was one of the two anyway that the Aussies didn't actually make the final, the Aussie ITS. So we'll see.
We'll definitely see, and hopefully we'll be live streaming then from University of Limerick.
We may well be all around the world, but no, I think there was a lot of positives out of this weekend. I thought my main role this weekend was to work with the referees, so along with Dom Collingwood, who's a very experienced UK referee, and I was very happy with what I saw of the refereeing standard. And I didn't make it over to Ireland every week for the ITS, but the feedback was similar, and we went, I think between the two events we've maybe used 16 or 17 referees, so I think there's a lot of quality there. I think it was good signs heading into the World Cup, and from what I can see, they're refereeing to a similar standard to the referees in Australia and New Zealand. So I think if anyone's watching this from Australia and New Zealand and thinking about, will I make the effort to come over to the World Cup, I think you're going to have a great event. You're going to have fantastic hosts in Ireland. They can certainly a country that's well renowned for its hosting abilities, and Limerick's a fantastic city to go and visit as well. So I'd thoroughly recommend coming over for the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. You're guaranteed to have a good time no matter what the result.
yeah.
That's for sure.
Especially if you've got a taste for Guinness.
Yeah. As I keep telling Will, Guinness doesn't travel. This is a fact.
It doesn't. So, but yeah, if you had to pick a category, Barry, where do you think your best chances lie for the World Cup then?
If I was put to the pin on my collar, probably men's 30s.
Yep.
I'm guessing in your case it's men's open.
Yeah, I think our men's open are good. I think the men's open is a very hard category to do well in at the World Cup, and I watched a bit of it at the last World Cup. I saw, I mean, Australia obviously will be up there, but in men's open you've got Lebanon, who are an incredibly good team. I watched a bit of the ITS final from Australia. Lebanon I think went up 4-0. Australia ran them down in the end, but they're not far off the Aussie standard. And I think at the last World Cup, the men's open final was New Zealand and Lebanon.
Yeah, Lebanon knocked Australia out in the semi-final. That's correct, yeah.
You've got three awesome teams. I still remember when our men's open played Lebanon in the last World Cup, and I think they beat us something like 10-1 or 11-1 or something like that. So our guys have definitely got better since then, but they weren't a bad team back then. So they've got a bit of work to do to get to that next level, I think, where they can be within a couple of points of Australia, Lebanon and New Zealand. But they're certainly giving it their all. I know the guys training hard, and they're researching the best ways to play tag and every little sort of thing they can do to get better. So we'll see. I think they should be a good shot of a semi-final. I think from what I've seen this weekend, women's open could be interesting. I think our women's open is as slick a team with the ball in hand that I've probably seen of women's tag, like international women's tag at this level. So I think there's at least half a dozen absolute world-class players in that squad. So I think they're a shout making the final. I agree with you on your men's 30s. I think they were a cut above our guys, and we had a couple of really handy inclusions today or this weekend, and Ireland was still a class above. And the way that Matty Kennison just in the middle there, his game management, the way he plays the game, they're gonna compete with anyone, I'd say, at a World Cup.
Yeah, that's the hope anyway. Well, the hope is that all the teams compete.
Yeah.
You know, it's about getting as far as you can in the tournament and improving. Like, I know we improved from 2015 to 2018 and 2015. We had two teams qualify for the knockout stages. In 2018, we had we'd 6 teams qualify for the knockout stages, and then we had 2 come home with medals. So it's all about building cycle on cycle and continue to improve and proving to the rest of the world that we can actually play at their level.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even though our women's seniors went very well at the last World Cup, they probably didn't have as successful an event today. But I mean, I think there was a couple of extenuating circumstances. I think we had a couple of ball players out in the middle who were sorely missed, which sort of threw the structure out a little bit. So that'll be another good chance of ours. I think they coming off the bronze medal at the last World Cup, I think they'll be looking to probably go one step further, make a final. So, but yeah, within categories like men's 40 was interesting today. So we'll see who comes over for the men's 40s. I think that might be one New Zealand have nominated for, so they'll be a threat undoubtedly in Australia. But I think both our men's 40s teams showed potential, and
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
I think both will probably significantly strengthen. Like I know our guys, there's a few former GB players who are thinking about it, certainly thinking about putting their hand up for 40s next year. So I think they will could be a threat. There's certainly some experience there, and you guys have been playing. Ireland's been playing tag longer than we have, so you must have a lot of tag experience floating around at that 40 to 50 age bracket, I'd
and
imagine.
As I was saying earlier on commentary, there's a huge interest in 40s in Dublin with an active 35s and 40s league. And yeah, you're right. Like we've a lot of people who played international tag in the past. Like I was looking around at the 40s team, and there was a number of players who played in the 2015 World Cup who I probably haven't seen in about 6 years because they're not from Dublin. So it was great to see the interest back and people at that age. And both teams should be competitive at that.
Yeah,
level.
and I think it'll be the same. I'm guaranteed there's probably a few sitting at home who've tuned in over the last couple of days, going, "Oh, maybe how about a comeback?" Or at least people who aren't playing at this level anymore. They're probably still playing socially, but all people that have moved away from areas where we're currently running leagues who'll be thinking about it, getting back involved. So definitely could see something there. And you guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but you also fielding underage teams for the World Cup. Is that the plan?
Yeah, we're hoping to field certainly a 21s women's team and a 21 men's team. We're hopeful of a mix, but that's not certain. It'll depend on numbers. But we definitely will be fielding a 21s women's team and a 21 men's team.
Yep.
What about yourself?
No plans at this stage. We did have a lot of, it was a good thing about the mixed open today is there was a number of players in there that are eligible for under 21s. So we've got certainly got some young players coming through, but I don't think we've got the depth at this stage. And were you were sort of planning on drawing those players from the couple of universities that played quite seriously, or?
Yeah, we're lucky in Ireland in that there's an very active tag club in the University of Limerick itself called UL Wolves. So we've a lot of players dotted throughout the programme on various teams in the open categories in ladies, men's and mixed who previously played for UL Wolves. And so a lot of them are pushed to get involved in the 21s teams, and they will be of the right age and they would have a couple of years of tag playing experience.
So I think we've been asked to wind it up here, so it must be time for the presentation. So Will Shepherd will be conducting the presentation for the British Irish Cup, and from Barry and I we'll see you next year. See you at the next British
Bye,
Irish.
guys.
Cheers, guys.
history this weekend. The first British and Irish Cup to take place over 2 days with 5 tests played between every side competing for the cup. It's a feat that no other player has ever gone through before. The first UK leg of the British and Irish Cup to take place outside of London. The first time that we've come to Yorkshire. It's probably the first cue for a chant. And also, you have been part of the closest British and Irish Cup in history. But more on that later. First of all, we need to give a massive thanks to our team of referees. They have trained long and hard. They've reffed many, many nights to get to this point, just like you guys have to get to the level you're playing at. And I'm sure you'll agree that the refereeing over the last 2 international tournaments has been of a fantastic standard. And to recognise that, we just want to award 2 referees of the tournament, 1 Irish referee, 1 British referee. So if you guys, when we call your name out, want to come up for a photo at the front, that would be great. So the Irish referee of the tournament is Simon Edgecombe. Referee of the tournament, coming up to join him, Alex Davis. So, another big cheer for Alex and Simon and for all your referees. Now, the British and Irish Cup obviously is a team tournament, and it's a team tournament where 6 teams count in whether you can win the cup or not. But although it is the ultimate team tournament, it is also one where individual performances do still stand out and do still deserve recognition. So our next set of awards are for the individual players of the tournament from each category. Starting off with the men's 40s. From Ireland, please give a big cheer to Alan Conboy. Alan, if you're watching the stream back later and you wonder why your name never gets called out, Barry Keary gave me the wrong shirt numbers for the Ireland men's 40s. Classic Barry. That category, if you were wondering, was won 3-2 by Great Britain. Moving on to the men's 30s. It's another Irishman who was the player of the tournament in that category, Matt Kennison. And a big cheer to the Irish team in the men's 30s as well, who closed out that tournament 4-0. Sticking with the men's and moving on to men's open, it's a GB player now who was named player of the tournament. He had his 11-month-old daughter here watching him, cheering on from the sidelines. Please give a big cheer to Ollie Greenhill. He's gone! He's gone! Look, is Florrie here? Florrie would have gone as well. who wants to collect the trophy on Ollie's behalf? Whoopsie. No, you want enough. The men's open category went one way then the other. Great Britain won game 1, Ireland game 2, tied up after day 1. Great Britain won the first test of Sunday, Ireland levelled things up in the 4th test. It all came down to the 5th match, the final game on the live stream. It was a stunning contest from both sides that ultimately ended up 3-1 in favour of Great Britain, meaning they take the category 3-2 on games. Big cheer for Men's Open. Moving on to the women's categories. Returning to Ireland for a player of the tournament now. She had a fantastic set of games out there. We called her name a lot on commentary, I know, Barry. Please give a big cheer to Claire Cunningham from the women's seniors. That women's seniors category is probably going to go down in history for the most draws anyone has ever seen. The first game was drawn 3-3, 0-0, it was 0-0, then 3-3, then another 3-3, then Great Britain got up winning 9-1 on the live stream before a 1-1 draw in game 5. 1 win in 5 games, but both teams deserve a massive round of applause. What a contest. Moving on to Women's Open, and I have to apologise to Ireland at this point for mentioning this name, because I think you're going to be having nightmares for years to come. Remembering the 5 tries that she ran in yesterday, please give a huge cheer from GB to Emily Rona Roper. Okay, on to the mixed categories. Starting off with the mixed seniors. Oh, sorry, actually, I didn't give a review of the Women's Open, and that would have been a crime. The Women's Open, now Great Britain's brightest team, the winningest team of 2022. Not only did they win the women's category at the International Tag Series just a month ago, but they also went 4-0 in the 5 tests that they played this weekend. So a huge cheer, please, for the Great Britain Women's Open team. Okay, now we do go on to mixed seniors. It's a little bit early in the year, it's only September, but it's going to feel like panto season, I think, here when I call out this next name, the Irish mixed seniors male player of the tournament. We know him only too well in London and in the United Kingdom. Please give a bit of a boo and a hiss and a big cheer for Dara Conway. Seniors female player of the tournament will be much less contentious. She is a superstar. She played her heart out this weekend in what was a valiant losing cause ultimately, but a big part of why Great Britain were able to pick up the wins they did. Huge cheer please for Amanda Scarpo. So the mixed seniors category was the first one of the tournament to be decided. Ireland imperious in the first 3 games. And we think, Barry, there was about 4 points between the two sides in those first 3 games. Great Britain gave a fantastic showing of themselves, but each time came up just short. They then decided to turn things around in the final 2 games. Ultimately, that series ended 3-2. Wonderful play by both sides. Please give all of them a huge cheer. Okay, last category for our players of the tournament, mixed open. Another Irishman, player of the tournament here. Again, someone that we called out a lot on commentary. Please put your hands together for Tom Duggan. It's an all-Ireland affair as the players of the tournament go for mixed open. A female player of the tournament, Rachel Healy. So mixed open, a category that has been dominated by Ireland in recent years. It's always going to be a really tough ask if Great Britain wanted to try and take that category off Ireland. Ireland did ultimately win it. They closed it out in the first 3 games before Great Britain clawed one back. And I'm told that the final game was an absolute classic that was it was pretty much level pegging throughout. And ultimately did end up though 10-9 in favour of Ireland for an overall series win of 4-1. So well played to both teams, and a big cheer to Ireland. So across the 6 eligible categories at the 2022 British and Irish Cup, we ended up tied. Ireland won 3, mixed seniors, mixed open and men's 30s. Great Britain won 3, women's open, women's seniors and men's open. 3-3 on categories, so he had to go down to games 1. Did obviously win their category, yes. It would have felt GB. It was a mutual decision, a joint decision by Britain and Ireland not to count that category in its debut year. More than happy to sit down with you afterwards to explain that decision and the rational reasons behind it. But anyway, it came down to games 1. Ultimately, there were 2 games in it, which means one result the other way would have levelled things up, would have been tied on games, and would have had to go to the next tiebreaker. I'm going to go there. Great Britain, we would have won on that one. But it doesn't go that far. It doesn't go that far. It stops at games 1. Overall, out of the 30 games, Ireland won 13, Great Britain won 11. Could the winning captains from the Irish teams please come up to collect the trophy? wrap things up here, please give yourselves, your coaches, your managers, and your Barry Keary another cheer for all of the work you put in, not only this weekend, but over the whole of 2022 to this point. When is your birthday? Every year. It's not his birthday. Barry would like to say a quick few words on behalf of Ireland before we wrap up.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to say thanks very much to Great Britain. Will mentioned this already. I have to say thanks to all our coaches, all our managers, and everybody. A lot of this wouldn't happen without all the work going on behind the scenes, without the people doing Zoom calls, without all the preparation, the talking to the hotels, the logistics and everything that goes into this. We do it because we want you to enjoy it. And to see people playing the way they played today across all the categories, and to be sitting there sweating bullets thinking I was going to have to listen to him for the rest of the night when GB won. It's a testament to how close the two nations are, that it's come down to wins again for the second time, and we're very lucky to be going home with the trophy. Some of the players from GB are absolutely outstanding, and it's a privilege to come here and play. I won't say who, but I will admit this, I'm really glad that I'm retired and I don't have to run after Rona Roper like ever. Listen, thanks guys for your hospitality. It's great to be here, and we hope to welcome you to Ireland next year for the World Cup, when we get to show the rest of the world collectively what we can do, and show the Aussies that we're just as good at what they consider their game as they are.
Eloquently and beautifully put, Barry. Where's that been all weekend of commentary? Okay, so I know a lot of the Irish players have got to get to Manchester to fly back to Dublin tonight and get home. I know a lot of the British players have got to get back to London and various other places. I do hope you'll be able to stay for a bit of a drink before you go, to mix in with the people that you've been playing against this weekend and show that tag really is a game of friendship. Ireland, you've got another cup to drink out of, so don't waste the opportunity. Great Britain, you've done yourselves proud this weekend. It was an incredible effort on the pitch. I want to echo the words that Barry said about you. Ireland, what a wonderful opposition you are. You always turn up, you always give us an incredible contest. So thank you for that. Please enjoy the evening. Well done again. Give yourselves another cheer.